Martin Coach, the inventor of Navage nasal care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is dividing care filter. This Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergies, viruses, yeast, and germs, and the Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like John, quote, after walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navage. I read directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much music, so much grudge, but so sweet, merciful air I could finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life gift, unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-H-G, clean nose, healthy life. I'm attorney Gary Tapanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-CUP, reminding you that exercise your life is just odd. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-CUP, because no one looks good in cups. Unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUP. H3 starts water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free Apple Pure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase of savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Life Source at 800-803-2696 or go to LifeSourceWater.com. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Live everywhere. Download the free Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Live everywhere on the Radio app. You can put a button on what we were talking about, or a bow, I guess I should say, about Ethan Couch, the teenager in Texas who, when he was 16, killed 4 people while out driving drunk. And his attorney, like you mentioned, Scott Brown, created the affluenza defense, that his parents so effectively did no sort of punishment ever on him that he did not know right from wrong. And the defense did work. Ethan Couch avoided a prison sentence for the drunk manslaughter charges, instead received 10 years probation, despite the fact that he drunkenly killed 4 people.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
I mean, it was scandalous at the time, and to hear it again, it's still scandalous.
It hasn't been used again. I mean, we could create any sort of precedent. I wonder.
I mean, it's remarkable that it was effective. Because when you think about it, it's like, so by virtue of him being a super rich kid who never had anything stick to him, instead of treating him as a spoiled rich kid who never had anything stick to him, you treat him as someone who couldn't possibly have known that this is a bad thing because nothing sticks to him. I mean, it's insane.
It is insane.
It turns logic on its side.
It does.
Crazy.
The CEO of the company behind ChatGPT says he's a little bit scared of artificial intelligence technology. So that's great. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman did a recent interview with ABC News, says he's worried about how AI could affect the workforce, elections, and the spread of disinformation. His company developed ChatGPT, which provides human-like answers to user questions. Have you played, was this at all?
A little bit.
Yes, so did I.
It's actually pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, we did it last week, Jerry and I, and it was kind of, this was the scary part about it. So we'll ask him questions like, what should we talk about in the next radio segment? And it's like, it offers suggestions. News, pop culture, sports, interesting individual thought about, pop culture, and Yeah, and then you got more of the minutia of, you write a poem about dairy and salmon, right? And then all of a sudden I said, what should the dairy and salmon show log line be? This is a little insider big verbiage there. And they said that Gary Hoffman and Shannon Farrington, they came up with our last name, but I never offered that information up to that AI. How did they know our last name?
But that's how it works. They go into essentially the universe of information out there, and they build that into the response.
Because I asked the bot, how did you know our last name?
Oh, okay.
And the bot said, I would only know your last name if you told me that. And I was like, I just caught you in a lie. This relationship is over. It's over.
I thought they actually go into.
That's what would make sense. But then she said, I would not have that information unless you gave it to me. If I said that, then it was an error, or I apologize.
That's the first of many lies that AI is going to be telling.
That's right. But then Gary was addicted to it. He was on that thing for the rest of the show. He was like a teenager on TikTok. All right, it's time for Next Monday. Well, Mondo gave us homework over the weekend. He did it. I waited till today. But it got done. And he asked us about cover songs, about our favorite cover songs. And I started looking into it, and I just realized there were so many songs that I had no idea were cover songs. For example, Proud Mary, Ike and Tina Turner, cover song. Now, it is quintessential Ike and Tina, is it not? So when you think about the song, you think, well, of course. But no, that was the John Fogerty song.
Sure, and the John Fogerty song sounds great too.
Does it?
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know if I'm familiar with it.
It's our original.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it does. Now, I would never, if I listened to these songs back to back, I would have thought they were different songs because of their delivery. It's, for me, so different.
That's the great thing about the cover.
And all I can think of when I hear Ike and Tina is Tina's legs. She has great legs.
A lot of performers.
My God, the sequins, the whole bit. It's so funny to me that they seem like completely different songs that I'm wildly familiar with my whole life. But
if you sit in a Fogerty concert, which I did pre-COVID downtown, where it was, what's that? I guess Nokia maybe it was. And you listen to him do this, and you just remember, gosh, he wrote this. I mean, this song has been covered by a ton of people. I mean, Tina's probably the most famous.
Right.
But and then just go one song after another.
Oh, just hit after hit after hit.
Yeah, Fogerty's amazing.
Yeah, he is. Still with us, 77.
Yeah. So I went for a Tracy Chapman song.
Did you want Nathan?
Yeah, Fast Car.
Oh, Fast Car. Yeah. I love that song. That's the cover, huh?
Yo, now Tracy Chapman knows that. Okay, this is the original.
Okay. I love this song.
Sure. What's not to love?
It's such a great story, too. It's got struggle, it's got love, it's got courage, and heartbreak.
You can feel all the deep.
I'm very good.
This is the cover from Papa.
You've done this.
Yeah. It's a groove with my clown time.
I didn't know I heard this one before. When did this come out? Yeah. You gotta take some malt and make this nice roll. Yeah! Let's go! It's that time!
So that's the best part.
My other one that I really like, that my husband did not, it's one of his favorite songs, not know it was a cover, and it's Southern Cross Jimmy Buffett's version. Loved the song, but did not know it was a Crosby, Stills and Nash original. Great song. And their version is so much better. I mean, nothing against Jimmy Buffett, but he is not. He's got a great racket going with all the Margaritaville crab and the tiki torches and the frozen margarita machines, but a vocalist he is not.
Well, this, they just did the version of it, you're right.
Yeah.
I have not heard the Margaritaville version.
Oh, okay. We have Jimmy Buffett's version?
This is the original. So you must have just heard Margaritaville.
No, that was I don't know the original. I don't know. Sometimes that's
The first one.
oh, was it? Yeah, it is like the original. Well, that one must have been from Jimmy Buffett when he first recorded it. Because the last time I heard him sing it, he just kind of talked through it, you know?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Which I support. That's a great song.
I don't know which one we're going to play first, but Chris Isaac did a terrific song. Of course, it was in a movie that made it even a higher profile. And here it is. You'll recognize it.
I hate this song. I've always hated it.
So,
It sounds like a dying animal.
we begin. How dare you? How dare you?
I'm sorry. We have to agree on everything.
And this is the cover of it from Jamaican Reggae. Come on.
This is much better. Much better.
Got that reggae feel about it.
I like you're still updating to these songs. Yeah. Setting the new music. You like to do it? And then my last one is what I thought was an Aretha song. And my whole life I thought it was an Aretha song because when you hear it, it's, well, it's Aretha. I was 6 years old when I found out that Otis Redding wrote the original. And it's great too.
Oh, yeah.
It takes on a different tone when it's a male versus a female.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's like starts as like a woman's power with Aretha. It's like you hear Otis just like a man, this little lady respects him kind of a thing, you know?
Yeah, totally.
Right, totally different vibe. All right. We will continue with Mixtape Monday coming back right here on Gary and Shannon. Mark Thompson in today, and Deborah Mark has a news. A fight between two women in an alleged shooting in Moreno Valley. The Riverside County Sheriff's Department said the women were in a shopping center parking lot yesterday. When a third woman started shooting, no one was hit. Everybody took off. The alleged shooter was stopped and arrested a short time later. The San Diego City Attorney's Office accused Kia and Hyundai for allegedly failing to equip their vehicles with sufficient anti-theft technology. The lawsuit says the lack of security has contributed to a recent uptick in car theft throughout San Diego. Actor Adam Sandler has received the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor at the Kennedy Center in Washington. He is the 24th comic to be awarded one of the industry's top honors. He got it last night. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy, mostly some light rain, highs upper 50s to low 60s. This report brought to you by Audible. From the Southern California Toyota dealers shopping center, let's go places before you'll crash on the 110 in downtown LA. Southbound, this is right before you get to the twins. That motorcycle that went down. Looks like all the activity is in the Santa Diviner area, but you're going to be on the bridge from 8th Street. Also downtown LA, 101 North End of Vermont, got 3 car crash, clearing to the shoulder. Allegiant Park at a 5 southbound, right at the 2, got a crash in the middle lane. It's going to be, looking like some delays from the Leapold Steelers Boulevard. And in Orange, 22 East on Main Street, that earlier, like clearing from the 2 left lanes. KFI on the side, what we there faster, I'm Jim Harmon. I was in my basement yesterday. I was actually building something, so I was remembering the time that I walked into that basement and there was about a foot of water in there. We had a pipe break, and what a disaster. So this is what you can expect. to claim with your homeowner's insurance company, and then you get the ugly life lesson that your insurance adjuster is trying to pay you so little you will not be able to repair the damage. I didn't know about AsnerGad at the time, and I sure wish I did, because this is the time to call AsnerGad. AsnerGad is looking out for you. AsnerGad is a public insurance adjuster who is on your side. You can try to negotiate with your insurance company yourself, but you're going to find really quickly it's not simple. AsnerGad negotiates on your behalf, make sure you are getting the best possible outcome, not that insurance company. Me and the team have been dealing with insurance companies for many years. This is all they do. They've got the experience and industry know-how you need on your side. They're also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, and Better Business Bureau. You know when you message around with AsnerGad and the team, give them a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AsnerGad.com. That's AdNerGAT, AsnerGad.com, or call him directly, 818-917-5256.
This report is sponsored by 1-800-NO-COP, Criminal Defense.
I'm attorney Gary Capanotti, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in cop. What's your with that sort of thing? 1-800-NO-COP. Bring Las Vegas welcome you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Roger, Chief Marketing Communications Officer, MasterCard. Talk about this. Basically, the Sonic and Sonic branding, the principal customers will make up the space, but the brand is just a makes us out of it. We make them, and what you find is that in this place, it's same for itself and food. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience's conversation, trusted resources, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Find everything you love listening to on Audible. Here's celebrity memoir, mystery, true crime, sci-fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. Losing your connection on a hot summer day can be a $20 nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a illumination.
Woman, this critical adjustment so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
Look for the outdoor cold the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just for $129.
Real air conditioning and plumbing. BeelieveCPL.com will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell. Number 1047-781.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Divide Nasal Care, and I love Divide. I told you about how your nose is the body's characteristic. The Divider's powered suction will help flush out allergies, viruses, yeast, and germs, and the Divider will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Divider? Like Scott, quote, after walking around my whole life with a mouth soother, I was carefully press the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much drug, but oh sweet, merciful air, I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer, unquote. Each one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Nirvana, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Nirvana is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Nirvana, N-A-V-H-E-E, clean nose, healthy life. Hey, always Team Sharp. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know, Jeffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Jeffy for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Jeffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Jeffy Power has you covered. Go to JeffyPower.com, JeffyPower.com, that's JeffyPower.com. All the radio stations you love, every playlist and actor news, the podcasts that everyone's talking about, if it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Experiencing homelessness. The article online says, appear to be unhoused. Does that feel good either? Appear to be unhoused. It's like you experience an asthma attack. They're not experiencing homelessness. Sean, yeah, I'm not enjoying the world at this moment. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Mark Thompson hanging out with me.
I just saw that you added me to your Gary and Shannon Instagram story.
Oh.
This might be the exposure that puts me wide open.
Well, I wouldn't put all your eggs in that basket.
At Mark Thompson TV is now linked to Gary and Shannon.
Ooh, I love it.
There you go. Me too.
I love linking up.
There you go. We're in the middle of music, so we're in the middle of it.
Yes, briefly, we wanted to let you know tomorrow's Tea Time Tuesday will bring you the tale of that missing Malaysian flight. Netflix has a new documentary that's getting a lot of buzz, so we'll check that out for what you're watching Wednesday.
Amber 370 is called,
yes. You get 370 mark with the flight number.
Oh, thank you, Karen.
So get ready for Tea Time Tuesday, What You Watching Wednesday, all rolled up in one. Speaking of What You Watching Wednesday, Jordan Peele's next project now has a release date. It's coming out Christmas Day of next year. No official name yet. Universal Pictures only called it the untitled fourth film directed by Jordan Peele. Big competition because Avatar 3 comes out 5 days before Christmas. Yeah, and that's the same day once Sonic the Hedgehog 3 comes out.
That is a crowded Christmas season.
It sure is.
Too many choices for me, Shannon.
Well, Mark, you know, just watching those old, I was looking, I was playing some old footage from a couple of anchors in their city.
The outtakes
Of them getting into it.
They were arguing.
Yeah.
It's
so good. It's so good. This is the way that they're so fighting with each other. New Menudo boy band numbers unveiled, and do you feel uncomfortable looking at this picture?
No.
No.
I did not.
They look so young.
Let me take a closer look.
I just feel like they're being sexualized and they're like 10 years old.
They're not being sexual.
You don't think so? I feel like they're told to like look at the camera in a certain way, in a soul-free kind of way.
But you know what? I think these kids do that now.
Do they?
Yeah, because it's the Instagram generation or TikTok generation.
Yeah, I have noticed.
Everybody's got a look. They're all branding themselves when they're 8 years old.
Those are their angles.
Yeah, exactly. They know their angles.
I'm never going to know my angles. The most successful Latin boy band of all time. Menudo, it was originally established in Puerto Rico in 1977 by Edgardo Diaz. Of course, launching music careers of Ricky Martin. So they've got a new cast, a new lineup there.
That seems like that could have happened a while ago. So they've been cast booked for a while?
I don't know. I think that they've gone through several iterations. Yeah, through the years. Did you hear about the attack on the deaf leopard one-armed drummer?
I did hear about this.
Who attacked the one-armed old man?
Somebody who's high on something.
Ah.
Yeah. I was reading the story, though. There's definitely, it's drugs at the bottom of it.
Well, it was Fort Lauderdale, which lends itself to...
Outside the Four Seasons, as I recall, right?
In the Four Seasons in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah. And the guy was hiding behind a post. And the guy attacking the Def Leppard drummer was hiding behind a post. And if you're hiding behind like a lamppost and you think that that's actually concealing your whereabouts, you're probably high.
Yes, that's true. So. Every time I've hidden behind a lamppost, I've sometimes. He has issued a statement saying, thank you everyone for your overwhelming support, your love and prayers through helping my wife, essentially not with me at the time. We're together now, recovering in safe space. And then we've got a problem with Rick Ross and his wandering pet buffaloes. Rapper Rick Ross has some unusual pets. His buffalo, and they're roaming onto the property of neighbors. You know a buffalo can weigh up to a ton? I do too. But could you imagine if your neighbor's buffalo just wandered through your front yard, grazed on your grass? Especially with cats hanging around?
Yeah,
Are cats indoor or outdoor?
Indoor.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the cats are indoors.
Yeah. One of them was clearly indoor-outdoor because the sweet guy wants to go out, but he can't. Now he's got some medical problems. But anyway, back to the buffalo.
What are your medical problems?
He's having balance issues. He's an older man. I love him so much too. Now it just really breaks my heart.
That's tough to watch a pet have balance issues.
Yeah.
Because it's so helpless.
Yeah. And he doesn't want to show that he's got balance. He doesn't want to show weakness to the other cat.
Right.
Or to me, probably. I don't know. It's weird. But I adore him, and I will do everything I can for him. The buffalo thing, though, 2,000-pound buffalo on your lawn.
Can you just buy a buffalo? Buffalo. I'm just curious if it's something, and I haven't found a live buffalo. Can you find a live buffalo? Oh, those things are big. Bison auctions have a season runs from November to March, located across the country to buy and sell live bison.
Yeah. Held up.
You can buy a baby bison for $2,000.
Yeah. I mean, if it's an animal, they treat it like, an object, right? You can always buy it.
It's terrible.
It's not cool.
It's not cool at all.
But,
uplifting way to end this.
Well, I didn't realize you were in it. Let me, it's gonna be, here, let me try to think of something a little more uplifting. So rain comes in late tonight. Looks like more flooding and, heavy snows in the mountains. Could be pretty nasty.
What about the wind gusts?
And the wind gusts, that's something else we gotta worry about. Oh my gosh.
All right, the gusts.
I'm getting the rhythm. Tomorrow will be better.
You're great. And I appreciate it. And I'll be surprised if you show up tomorrow. Coming up next. We will see you tomorrow. Stay dry and blessings.
Whoa. This is going to be the best spring in a while. Concerts are back. Masks are gone. Just get out there in nature and enjoy it. Get out quick before somebody throws the word and everything.
Los Angeles and County. Getting ready to strike on WMARS live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Service Authority International Union of California says it stands with LA school district workers expected to go on strike tomorrow. This is a 3-day walkout to protest unfair treatment will start in less than 24 hours. Executive Director with FCIU Local 99, Matt Arias says he's puzzled by the district's potential support and nearly $5 billion reserve.
Not all bathrooms are open. Late lunch may be dirty. There's not enough staff to support students. There's not enough staff for sure to support special ed students.
LAUSD made new offers to both unions Friday while it filed charges against Local 99, calling the strike unlawful. The district's request for an injunction was rejected yesterday, confirming the workers' right to protest. In LA, the news is brought to you by the County Dental Implant Center. A group of activists in LA has started a new website filled with personal information about LAPD officers. The site, Watch the Watchers, was created by the group Stop LAPD Spying Coalition and mostly uses information obtained through public records. A person can enter the name of an officer, including the chief, and get their date of hire, ethnicity, rank, assignment, and department email. The group says it is silly to get the height and weight of every officer. Organizers say the site is intended as a tool to empower community members. Governor Newsom is working to have voters choose whether the state should invest more in treating people with mental health issues.
The governor's proposed bond measure would raise between $3 billion to $5 billion. Houston says the money would create at least 6,000 new mental health treatment beds in what he calls state-of-the-art facilities.
We have to address and come to grips with the reality of mental health.
Houston's proposal would also direct at least $1 billion from the existing Mental Health Services Act to house people with mental health and substance abuse issues. The ballot measure will go before voters in 2024 if approved by the legislature. Like trolling, hey, if I need
Manhattan Beach has put up a new monument with a more complete history of Bruce's Beach. Historian Allison Rose Jefferson says the latest class acknowledges the land was taken a century ago for racist reasons, but it still has inaccuracies and doesn't mention the Bruce's Beach or pioneers that Bruce's Beach were pioneers of the city.
It doesn't speak to the fact that these black folks were moving to California just like white folks were. They took advantage of the California dream of owning land in the sunshine.
The flag acknowledges the city used eminent domain to take Bruce's Beach and other properties and to push black people out. The mayor was the first council member to personally apologize Saturday, but the city continues to refuse to
formally apologized. A district supervisor in San Francisco is calling for more policing in the city, despite having advocated to defund the police in 2020. Democrat Hillary Roman made a plea to add more officers to the Mission District. During a budget meeting last week, she said she's been begging the department to give the mission what it deserves in terms of police presence all year. In 2020, Mayor London Breed redirected $120 million from law enforcement to fund other city initiatives. The legislature in Idaho has passed a bill that would allow inmates sentenced to death to be executed by firing squad. The bill is headed to the governor's desk after passing with a veto-proof majority. The United Nations says humanity still has a chance to prevent the worst of climate change's future harms. The UN panel of scientists has viewed nearly two-thirds of carbon pollution needs to be cut by 2035. The UN has called for an end to fossil fuel exploration and for the rich countries to quit coal, oil, and gas by 2020, actually by 2040. The UN Secretary General says humanity is on thin ice and that ice is melting fast.
The United States welcomes any initiative that advances a just and durable future.
And Russia's President Putin has welcomed China's leader Xi Jinping to the Kremlin. Russia says it will discuss China's ceasefire plans introduced last month after called for peace talks between Kyiv and Moscow.
The ceasefire now, without a durable solution, will allow President Putin to rescue his troops and then restart the war at a time more advantageous to Russia.
Secretary of State Blinken's proposal, that leaves Russian forces in place in Ukraine would nearly let Moscow quit and regain strength to resume its offensive. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is up 383. S&P 500 is up 35. NASDAQ up 45. And the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.85. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy. Mostly some light rain. Highs in the 60s for Metro LA. Upper 50s in the 50s for the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid 50s to around 60 in the Antelope Valley. Upper 50s to low 60s in Inlet, Orange County, and the Inland Empire. We're getting heavy rain tomorrow and very windy. Right now, 59 in Seal Beach, 53 Buena Park, 55 in Gora Hills, and it is 61 in Sherman Oaks. It's going to a crash on the 5 in Legion Park. Southbound before you get to Stadium Way, that launch in the lanes is just heading over the launch shoulder. Still going to see some flowing from the US Boulevard, downtown LA in the 110 southbound before you get to the 10. Still got that wreck in the Stem Divider area. You're hitting the brakes from Sunset Boulevard. Also on the 110, in Gardena, 110 North Redondo Beach Boulevard, got a stall blocking the left lane. In Santa Fe, 605 south of Telegraph, another disabled vehicle. This time an SUV blocking the off-ramp in Anaheim Hills 90 when you turn after the 241 disabled vehicle in the center divider of the fast track lanes. And in Corona, 90 when you turn lower to Pierce, looks like that crash in the carpool lane. You're going to see some flowing from the Kinley. KFI in the sky, and I'll get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harnett.
The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. Chevrolet, check engine light on? We'll check it for free.
What you've heard about probiotics is probably wrong. I eat yogurt, so I don't need to take a probiotic. Probiotics? They don't really work. It's time to learn the truth about probiotics and join the Align Healthy Gut Tuna. Align has probiotics to naturally help relieve occasional bloating, gas, and abdominal discomfort. Try Align probiotics for a month and see how great a healthy gut can feel. Get $2 off your first month of Align at AlignProbiotics.com. Injured in an accident? Visit
More stimulating talk.
and I have the radio station.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, we're here live. We're every day, 1 to 4. So Monday to Friday. If you don't get the show live, check out the podcast at KFIAM640.com or use the good old iHeartRadio app to access the podcast just after 4 o'clock the hour. Looking at the headlines Vaccine makers are standing by for a human bird flu pandemic. Moderna, GSK, and Sanofi all prepare to roll out each 5 and 1 shot. As fears mount about a zoonotic. I didn't like the word zoonotic. As fears mount, yes, one Cambodian girl died of the bird flu. The only story I've been able to find, and that story is resold. So they're thinking it's possible that it could mutate, and it's the hygiene. We could all go down like all the chickens, but all over our cages. And Biden will announce we're going to have to call the flock, just like they did with the bird. It's not a bad idea. We're going to have to suck all the oxygen out of people and kill them. I'm for some calling those species. Oh, yeah, that's what that picture. Tens of thousands of birds died in coastal Peru and throughout the Americas. Municipal workers are collecting dead pelicans on a beach in Lima, Peru. Ew. The birds were felled by the bird flu. Yeah. It rarely happens because these viruses don't usually jump from one person to the next. It did from a raccoon dog 3 years ago. We got COVID-19 from a raccoon dog. You have to try it over the weekend of your practice, except you have to run with it now. That's it. Now we've got our evidence. Let's move on. No more discussion to talk and laugh. Yeah, right. Oh, from the Chinese Communist Party? Oh, yeah, it's true. And they held on to it for 3 years? They knew about the raccoon dog? That's all you need to know. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I know. Well, remember we had the swine flu thing. That was like when Obama was president. Remember the swine flu scare? Yeah, but most people worked up for a while. That was that's just our stupid modern world. There's so much money to be made scaring people. Every single TV station and internet site. And then you have the drug companies, right? They want to get the big government contract to make a vaccine that nobody's going to use. I mean, it's just too much money in all this, and it's too easy to frighten people. Obviously, I saw that this absurdity the last 3 years. We're a scared little species that panics easy, and we move in herds. And when we see a herd running scared in one direction, most people follow it. And you're still spending a lot of government money to push people to get vaccines, and I think I don't think the numbers are near zero now. Yeah, I saw an interesting story the other day that I guess it's a few of the immunocompromised and some of the elderly are anxious. They want to know what the next booster is, and the answer is we don't know. We're going for the next booster shot. There's no reason for it. Well, but people are worrying. Well, I mean, I know, but what we're dealing with is they got all 5 or 6 shots, whatever it was, and they want to know when the next one is. We're not dealing with a biological, physical issue. We're dealing with a mental health issue. Yeah, I think there's a lot of that. Right. Yeah, they're probably still wearing masks, as we talked about a lot. This is post-traumatic stress disorder. It's like the guy coming back from the Iraq War, and every time there's a backfire on a car, he thinks he's under siege by the enemy. People not doing, they felt left down. They were like, what? What do you mean there's no answer right now about what the next booster is and when it is? How come this thing? We need protection. Do they have the names of those people in the story? Because I want to make sure that's ever running out there. I don't want to meet all the fearful, scared people. I really don't. Living on the west side, I'm surprised you don't. I have a lot of those people living on your area. Oh, yeah. I pass them all the time because they're wearing the telltale mask, but they're not in the social circle. You don't have anyone, not that I know of. And if they are, they're not staying in my social circle. I don't want that. I cannot have another conversation with anybody about anything. Of course, other big story is the 12th atmospheric river coming. Oh, you can't. Oh, that's pretty bad. Heavy rain? Yeah, that's what it is. Heavy rain and windstorms. You want to really get it started? This just doesn't sound cool enough. Don't you like atmospheric river better in terms of the potential of Armageddon? It's all fake. These are all fake terms. Yeah. What are the people in the mountains doing? Are they moving? Do we know? Are they going to get snow up there? I don't know how much snow melted over the last few weeks. Yeah, they are expecting that. It's wonderful. Oh, that's not freaking out then. Wouldn't that freak you out if you lived up there and you heard there was snow? Come on, I would have run out. You want 2 inches and I love it. Well, they didn't run when the first 10 feet fell. Well, I know, but everyone said we never thought that we did that. We thought we did. What, 10 feet? The things you're supposed to react to, people don't react. I'm expecting a lot of people to run this time because it probably won't be anything like it was a few weeks ago, but because they now have that experience, the reflex is, you don't want to take any chance. Where back then it was like, oh, they're exaggerating, it's not going to be. Well, that's what happens when you can't trust anything in the world anymore. I mean, I don't blame people for not believing the government or the news media when they whip up another scare. It's like, this week was the bird flu from Cambodia. I don't believe most of that stuff. They sell anyway. That's once in a while I'll probably get caught. But what are you going to do? You can't trust anyone anymore. Because everything, the whole economy is based on hype and frightening people. Well, I've seen a story. Some people are evacuating up in the Central Valley because they're going to get some heavy rain and flooding up there is a very serious thing. It's more about flooding. Not about snow. But I'm not seeing that they're going to get huge amounts of snow, even in Northern California this time, not compared to a few weeks ago. And we're starting to slowly. It's got to be happening. I was so excited Saturday. Saturday was the first time in, I think, 4 or 5 months I've worked short. I did. 75 degrees. I was like, wow. Did anyone feel like the good old day? Anyone ask you to go indoors? I guess. Please. I lived near the beach. Everybody wears shorts. Cover those up. So like this dodgy west siders walking around with all your proper clothes. There are suits. Yes, that yoga pants. Yeah, well, yoga pants, right. So Saturday was the first nice day, I think, since last September. I know, I felt like no jacket, no nothing. I'm hard to remember what it was like. Well, it's spring, I think, tomorrow. Today. All right, today's first day of spring. Expert has chimed in. Did you have to do like a time of day today?
It's afternoon, so.
We're almost there, but we're not quite there. All right.
Although it's, tomorrow and Wednesday.
Tomorrow's going to really suck.
And it's going to be so windy and,
It's like 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Power outages.
Trees falling down. You heard it here first. This is the end. Or really the rest of the year. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Okay, what does that mean?
Yes, I don't mean that. I don't mean little sprinkles. I just mean black, big, super black. Yeah, all right.
I did hear a TV weather forecast to say that April is going to follow the same pattern that we've been seeing with the weather.
And I heard the opposite.
Well, I hope yours right.
But my story's a week old, so maybe this story is newer. People don't. Forecasters think April will be more normal with less rain. They have never gotten a seasonal forecast more wrong than this one. It was the worst seasonal forecast. But the only people that were right, John, are the people who quoted back in January when they said it might come back around in mid-February, and it did. Yeah, those people were right, whether they were. I know, but that's like a 3-week forecast. I'm talking about in October when they said there was a 90% chance they're going to have a drier than normal Monday. They can. No, I'm not. I'm tired. I'm just tired of it. I'm going to go lie down. Well, that kind of sums up the show today. Tired of everything. Tired of everything. Wow. Deborah Mark, you may have to take over. I don't know what to do here.
Yeah, John, move over. Let's take a nap. We'll grab a pie.
Slumped over the wheel of the pilot. Take a crack at it.
I always wanted to do vegan pasta, if you can.
Oh, no, I'm not doing well, man. I might stay up for that. Give up. Johnny 10K by 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. And Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour campaign nation.
LA School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho has issued another plea for the Service Employees International Union to return to the bargaining table in hopes of averting a 3-day strike that is set to begin tomorrow. Amazon CEO has told employees in a memo that the company plans to eliminate 9,000 more jobs in the next few weeks. Former Deputy LA County Coroner Ed Winter has died. He led the investigations into the deaths of several high-profile celebrities and was known as the coroner to the stars. He retired in 2019. It's not clear what caused his death. He was 73. We're going to go to the 91 next.
Dr. Charles Ringer at Saddleback Eye Center. They're waiting for your call. I'm telling you, they're sitting there right at the phone bank, and they want to talk to you. They've got the laser light LASIK exam. It measures your eyes over 1,000 times and perfectly maps your vision. You take the LASIK exam, you go get the LASIK procedure, and you walk out of there with crystal clear vision. As good as it possibly can be. 20/20 or better. That's perfect vision or better. I know I went through this years ago. You go to the LASIK exam, and then you do the procedure. It's only 20 minutes. It's no pain. It doesn't hurt. And it works for nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, or you need reading glasses. If you're one of the first 14 callers now, first 14 now, you get a free laser light LASIK exam. You go on from there. Call 866-559-4444. Saturday, 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
We are going to a class on the 91 in Corona. 91 eastbound, this is right before the Pierce Street. That class in car 4-lane. It's going to be stop and go coming away from the Finley. In Fontana, you got some flowing due to road work. 10 westbound between Echo Etiwanda Avenue over to about Haven Avenue. The left lane is closed until 2 today. In Illusion Park in the park southbound before Stadium Way, got that wreck clearing to the right shoulder. In the downtown LA, 110 southbound before the 10. You're looking on that wreck in the Senator Viner area. It looks like you get a lift from Sunset Boulevard. Say to find the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including forward blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
For over 60 years, Clark Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. Or visit ClarkPest.com.
It's showtime. Join us at the Fire Hall Show, March 29th to April 2nd at the Long Beach Convention Center, presented by Progressive, and celebrate 75 years of Hall Show excellence, the leader in outdoor recreation since 1946. Go to hallshows.com, hallshows.com. Manager, software engineer, and Science 37 in Culver City, California. Plan, manage, and monitor engineering functions. Telecommuting from anywhere within the U.S. allowed. 5% domestic travel. Salary, $170,000 to $205,000 per year. Send resumes to Katie Nori. Science 37 Inc., 600 Corporate Point, number 320, Culver City, California, 90230. Again, send resumes to Katie Nori. Science 37 Inc., 600 Corporate Point, number 320, Culver City, California, 90230. Regrow your own natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or AdvancedHair.com. And Gold has been hired as our new producer on the show. As I said hello and say, you look a lot better when my vision is good. Welcome to the show.
Get ready for it, and that was nicer than what he said to me.
They'll handle
Isn't he fun?
live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Come down to Facebook, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. Oh, something with these here pictures. Well, there really wasn't a lot of coverage, but after 1:30, we do know some of the cases that markedly common. He suspended Los Angeles City Council member. He was charged with corruption when he was an LA County supervisor dealing with the USC School of Social Work. The prosecution last week, it doesn't just take a lot of his emails, he was back and forth about what they were trying to work. Between markedly comments and the dean of the School of Social Work, and there's some quick nuggets in there we'll get to. Right after the news at 1:30, big local story, of course, is the pending strike by LA Unified school bus drivers, custodial workers, SEIU members. It's being supported by the teachers. So it means that everybody walks out, likely tomorrow. It's for 3 days. They've announced it in advance. It's 3 days. We're just going to show you how powerful we are. This is a racist act by the teachers union. They're taking advantage of all the poor minority parents, over 80% of the school district, knowing that these people have nowhere to go. They can't afford to go to a private school. They can't afford to go to a religious school, Catholic school. They can't afford to homeschool because they got to work. They don't have any options, these people, and the LA Teachers Union knows it. And it's just a blatantly racist act against people who don't have the capability of taking their kids anywhere else. And it's really awful. So the school district tried to ask some sort of state labor board to put a stay on the strike, basically because the reason that the union is going on strike is not what they say it is. they have claimed there's unfair labor practices, but instead, really, you're just asking for more money. In fact, what they're asking for is a 30% pay hike, plus an additional $2 per hour for the lowest paid workers. Now, the El Segundo Times over the weekend had a story about what they labeled it the essential workers, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, etc. Well, I guess you have to have them, but because they're not exactly skilled jobs, that's the reason they don't pay a lot. Yeah. And this is what is intentionally not understood or not explained. Is all these jobs are at the bottom of the job ladder for a reason. It takes no skills, it takes no education. Virtually anybody can do this. And so there is no reason to pay people a lot of money. So that's not the way the economy works. And basically, your job and your background and your skills are important and require a lot of training and investment of your time and your brain. You're rewarded for that. But other jobs, preparing meals in a cafeteria, driving a school bus, that's not exactly what we would call highly skilled jobs. And what you have here is like other groups of employees run into this in the private sector. And they often get stymied, like Amazon, for example, right? Starbucks workers. They try to organize and go on strike or unionize, whatever. And they've had very limited success. Most of the time it doesn't work. First of all, most of these people are transitioning in and out of jobs like Amazon and Starbucks all the time. It's not meant to build a life, to feed a family. During in this story, the 56-year-old school bus driver, John Lewis has been driving for the district for 34 years, and he now earns $34 an hour. And it says that he begins his day at 5:30 at the bus depot and flies out at 5:32. And I guess he's not comfortable with hours, because if you do the math on that, he's not making a bad salary. It's somewhere around 80,000 or even more. It's probably 4 and 4 hours. It's a half day. Did you read the next paragraph? On his current route, he picks up and drops off 52, as he said. Yeah, I did. I mean, that's just not a lot of kids. You're probably downtime now. Oh, yeah, no, they go home in between. So they take a break, or they, well, because of school is starting. Yeah, you just have to pick off, and then maybe there's some kids that get off at midday, but then you come back in the afternoon, right? School starts at about 8 o'clock, 8:30, and it's over 2:33, 3:30, whatever. And in between, you have nothing to do. Yeah, so it's perception to say they starts at 5:30 ends at 5:30. No, but they're not like it's working all 12 hours. The else got no time. The bias is really something. Unless you got a sharp eye, you can't even pick up how they bias stories to make sure, oh my God, he's working 12 hours a day and he's 56 years old. Like, stop it. He's sitting. He's sitting and driving and he works 8 hours a day. What's that? And then there's a 68-year-old cafeteria worker who now makes $19 an hour, but it's not enough barely enough to pay the rent on the $2,000 a month one-bedroom apartment. You have to get a better job. Yeah, she spent 23 years in custodial work. And she's claiming my hands are bad, my knees are bad, my legs are bad. I love my job, but the pay is horrible, and it's been horrible for many years. Well, ladies, you should have gotten a better job 20 years ago. I mean, those are bad decisions. They're not as bad as the decisions made by people who are homeless and a needle sticking out of their arm, but that's a pretty bad set of decisions, not to pick up the skills or the education and get yourself a better paying job. I don't know what to say. If you don't choose to do something better in life, then you come to the rest of us and say, get me. But no, you had huge opportunities over the last 20 years, and you didn't take advantage of it. She serves as the union strike captain, so, and by the way, she does get health benefits. But she complains she has to stay after hours to do more work. And yet another day. It's unprecedented. And I thought a lot of people did that during the pandemic. Is it all unheard of? People finally said, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going to change my life, and they left a lot of service work. That's in record numbers. You can see how terribly understaffed a lot of restaurants are. Drugstores, for example, grocery stores. There's a shortage of workers everywhere, and often they've gone on to a better job that pays more. Well, that's what these people highlighted in this story need to do. You have to go and do something else, or do the same thing in a better paying location. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if my understanding the statistic is off of some 20%, but they're hoping out, I guess, for the 30%. That's what I think I read yesterday. Like 20% is a pretty good increase. I don't know how many years it's spread over, but still, the unions are made of fanatics. They're made of crazy fanatics. Nothing justifies these kinds of raises. Nothing. You know, they're lucky they're getting any raises at all. Obviously, some raises because of inflation, but, you know, you start throwing out wild-ass numbers, sit down, go find some other work. You should have done it 20 years ago. When the teachers told me that was a crazy teachers union, they wanted 20% over 2 years, okay? So now we have this 10% a year. They also want affordable housing for low-income families. That's part of their bargaining. What does that have to do with anything? Nothing. Oh, the time thinks this is wonderful because they're taking on social issues. You know what? Those people at the time jump. Their opinions are so ridiculous. It's just absurd. There's no intelligence, there's no logic, rational thought in any of this anymore. It's just people screaming, I want more, because why? Yeah. So they also announced that the kids are still going to get their food. There'll be grab-and-go locations. They did this during the pandemic when they shut the schools down. They're going to do the same thing again. You can pick up 6 meals per student. No. Right. Because, I guess it's for the 3 days. Yeah, it's for breakfast and lunch during the day. The schools are closed for 3 days. Parents are capable of feeding their kids. It's not poor. No, they're not. That's what they're telling you. I think they're full of it. And I may say, well, if they're offering free breakfast and lunch, why don't we take it? I think because they don't have proper priority in what they spend on. I bet if I went to some of these homes where they claim they can't afford to feed their kids, you'd find out what they're spending the money. So, you don't believe people are food deprived? No, because it's the first thing you spend your money on. That's the word. No, it's the first thing you spend money. You spend money on shelter and food. First 2 things. Nothing else matters. You know what? You should only have. I bet you I would find plenty of stuff in all these homes. Because the poor people in California live far better than the poor people in any other country. Our poor is much richer than everybody else's poor. And they simply have been offered a freebie by the government, so they take it. But if they had to, like for example, when the teachers had the lockdown and decided to lay on their sofas in their robes and fuzzy slippers, the kids were home. What did they eat? They ate food at home. No, they went and got the grab and go. Remember I told you they set up, yeah, but I bet you most of the time, they're handing out food out of cars, postal cars to people driving by. I bet you most of the time because the kids were home. But all they're going to do is drive down to the school and pick up all the meals. And there's no reason to have a food service at a school if the kids are not there. No reason. That's just left-wing socialism nonsense. Feed your own kids. Make the parents responsible for feeding their own kids. It's not that hard. Oh, by the way, you have the most generous welfare benefits. For generous tax welfare benefits and food stamps, stop. All right, we'll return. Johnny 10, KFI AM 640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. You tell a lie often enough so people will believe it. Never Mark live in 24-hour KFI news.
The 12th atmospheric river of the year is set to hit the state this week, bringing heavy rain and strong winds. The National Weather Service says the heaviest rain for Los Angeles is expected to start tomorrow morning and continue through Wednesday. Most communities are expected to get between 1 and 3 inches of rain, but mountain and hill areas could see up to 4 inches. The National Weather Service says the entire state is likely to see some rain, but the biggest area of concern with this storm is the Central Coast. The news is brought to you by WGC Kitchen and Bath Center. An LAPD officer has been hurt while trying to catch a man who allegedly stole an ambulance from the Long Beach Fire Department. Officials say they were tracking one of their ambulances that had been stolen from Providence Little Company of Mary Medical Center in San Pedro. This morning, they say the man who stole the ambulance was wearing a firefighter's jacket. He was arrested after a scuffle between him and an officer. The officer was taken to the hospital for a hand injury. Actress Amanda Bynes has reportedly been seen wandering around downtown LA naked. TMZ is reporting that Bynes has allegedly been placed on a psychiatric hold that called 911 on herself. People say the accused man star didn't have any clothes on when she flagged down a car yesterday. Thinks she's coming out of a psychotic episode. Bynes was taken to a nearby police station where she was evaluated by mental health professionals. TMZ says they decided she needed to be placed on a psychiatric hold. A student has been arrested for a shooting outside a high school in Dallas that killed one student and hurt another.
Lamar High School in Arlington, directly between Dallas and Fort Worth, has a student population of around 2,700. Classes were about to begin when someone heard gunfire outside.
ABC's Jim Ryan says the school will remain on lockdown during the investigation. Police say the suspected shooter never entered the school building and was arrested soon after officers arrived. And money can now buy some legitimacy on social media.
Meta is finally coming out with its verified subscription service for Facebook and Instagram in the U.S. CEO Mark Zuckerberg says Meta Verified will start testing and then gradually roll out the paid feature in the coming weeks, following tests in Australia and New Zealand. This will cost $12 a month on the web and $15 if you want to sign up through iOS or Android. Jennifer Jones Lee, KFI News.
We're going to go to the 5 next.
Diversify your portfolio with an alternative investment that isn't tied to the stock or housing market. Seems like a really good idea. Legacy Precious Metals has a revolutionary new online platform that allows you to invest in real gold and silver online. First, few easy steps, you can open an account, select your metals of choice, and choose to have them stored in a vault or shipped to your door. You'll have access to dashboards where you can track your portfolio growth in real time, anytime, and see transparent pricing on each coin and bar. This will give you complete control of your money. I'm going to do this. I'm going to sign it up. Gold hedges against inflation and against the volatile stock market. Truly diversified portfolio doesn't just have stocks and bonds, but different asset classes. Legacy Precious Metals' new platform allows you to make investments in gold and silver no matter how small or large with just a few clicks, and it's free to sign up. So do this. Create your account online, buylegacygold.com. That's buylegacygold.com. Or talk to Legacy Precious Metals directly by calling 866-691-2173, 866-691-2173.
Southland weather contains a 5, mostly cloudy, may see some light rain, highs low 60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid 60s for San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, mid 50s to around 60 in the Antelope Valley, upper 50s to low 60s in Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Heavy rain tomorrow and very windy. Right now, 56 in Laguna Woods and it's 54 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Downey.
Alright, downtown is right there on Boulevard, trying to clear the crash from the 2 last lanes, but it is going to catch up coming away from the 15.
In Culver City, 405 North National has got some debris in the second lane from your left.
And in the Sepulveda Pass, it will look like the 405 southbound right as you're coming out. That's the Sepulveda. That's some more debris in the 2 left lanes. In Arcadia, the Juniper and holding lanes. This is going to be at the C10 westbound, right as you're coming up at Santa Anita Avenue. Trying to fix some potholes in your C10 westbound security controlling from Myrtle. KFI is guide helps get you there faster. I'm the honor. I know that people that should be on the gambling now. What I used to is to get help from a professional counselor.
For no cost, sharing your addiction counseling. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Protect, support, provide these resources. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Hey, Steve Charles, clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. Life Source is the whole house water system that will change that life. Life Source gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, keeping the good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free Applepure antibacterial filter with qualifying purchase. That's an $825 value. So call Life Source today at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel good. Jacoby Meyer is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby Meyer to be your guide, your advocate, and your support system. With our unmatched experience and expertise, you can rest assured that you'll get the compensation you deserve. Plus, our consultation is always free. Call Jacoby Myers today and let us help you navigate the legal process and get the justice you deserve. Jacoby Myers, justice for you since 1972.
Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly tax distribution? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly tax distribution, and the potential for upside investing. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrtradio.com. That's fnrtradio.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com. This is Jacob Ramon. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFR AM 640.
On the iHeart radio station.
Download the free IO Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Johnny Codo, you take that folks, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Yeah, you can hear this show from 1 to 4, but if you can't hear that live, or it's so good you want to hear it again, it'll be posted up at the website, KFIAM640.com, podcast will, or on the iHeart Radio app just after 4 o'clock. Steve Gregory will drop by after 2 o'clock for this story that he did from the police people just never really go away. And we have a group now that apparently is putting up personal information about every sworn Los Angeles police officer. Photographs, the searchable data, like there's some sort of most wanted enemy who everyone's just
Police terrorists or something.
I know, they're trying to get some of them assassinated. That's the purpose of what they're doing. Or at least harass.
I think they'd be fine with some of them getting killed.
Every day now when I see stories, and particularly showing some of the media outlets, including the Oakland and the Times, it's just the world gone mad, upside down. But the biggest stories are when the police do something wrong. Not about all the crime that's out there, not about all the horrible people that are out there, but if the police do one alleged misstep, holy mackerel, front page news. That's why. When did that happen? When the 6%
Of progressive took over the media.
that's what it happened.
These are all the people that came out of all the elite journalism schools where they taught this garbage for the last 10 years or more, and they created a critical mass.
And 6% is the 50.
There are 6% of the country that considers themselves like far left. And they're all over social media. They produce most of the posts on Twitter, statistically analyzed.
And they have taken over the newsroom.
Because now, in most major newsrooms, such as the New York Times, for example, there is a generational conflict where the younger reporters, 20s to early 30s, are now such a large group because a lot of the older reporters have been bought out and just gotten out of there. And they bully the older reporters and editors around. You see that at the LA Times, right? Most of the older writers that we read for years are gone. They moved on to another place, or they retired, bought out, whatever. And so you have all these people in their 20s, and they're being led by Susion's daughter.
Oh, the owner, right.
Right. And so what you have now is like a college newspaper attitude. And if you read this stuff, college newspapers always kind of get like that, right? It was most liberal, most progressive students who would get into journalism. Now they're going infiltrating the regular paper. And the LA Times is a very tiny readership compared to most other major newspapers because it is too left-wing for any normal person to read. So it's all we've got, unfortunately.
The evidence presented by several prosecutors in the case against Mark of Thomas is suspended LA City Councilman is done. The trial began last week and will finish presenting their case to the jury.
If you don't remember, when Rabbi Thomas was on the LA County Board of Supervisors, these prosecutors, and again, this is a federal court, which means they usually know what they're doing, and they don't read very often. 90% of the time, they get either a guilty plea or a guilty veto, or a guilty verdict. They allege that Rabbi Thomas was working on behalf of USC School of Social Work to get some contracts, big bucks, to the school in exchange for benefits to his son, a former state assembly member by the name of Sebastian Thomas. Detailed testimony of the inner workings of USC's social work program, along, of course, with the efforts by this former dean, Marilyn Flynn, to get Rabbi Thomas to go to work for her. Of course, Marilyn Flynn has already pled guilty in the case, which is another big. It doesn't sound like she's got on the stand, John, from what I read. If it's done to the evidence, I don't think she appeared. But
in all her emails involving Rabbi Thomas, who presented as evidence.
And he wrote a bunch of emails to her subordinates and her colleagues. Here's one. I'm hoping my draft. MR2 is really trying to deliver here. He was talking about a vote before the Board of Supervisors for a probation training program for the office. Regarding a vote before the supervisors on a facility near USC, he wrote, I met with the supervisor recently. He's discussed the school's interest and involvement. This is exactly what I had hoped would happen. And when Flynn wanted to accelerate the hiring of his son, Sebastian Thomas, he wrote to a guy by the name of Jackie Knott, who was then dean of USC Public Policy School. I think in the interest of showing MRT that he can deliver, it would be positive to get the offer letter out before the holidays. That one seems really damning to me. Current can deliver. If it's our side of the bribe, you got to come through here. Well, I mean, it's pretty clear because the deal is straightforward. Flynn was losing money as dean of the social work school. Yeah, they were in big financial trouble. He had some business, he was running the business end of things for the school, and a lot of the deals he had involving online schooling went bad. They were losing money. And you can't lose money if you like it. You not only have to make money with your department, you also have to raise a tremendous amount of money. And she was failing at all this. So she needed a lifeline, or she was going to be out on her rear end in disgrace. So Rabbi Thomas came to the rescue because Rabbi Thomas needed something. He had an embarrassing gut swab of his son, who's getting bad headlines for being a sexual harasser in the assembly, and basically got kicked out of the assembly for that. And he had nowhere to go, nowhere to land. So he had, she needed something badly. She needed something badly. They were the perfect couple. There's another memo where she outlined a wish list of sorts involving business between USC and the county. One request was to address a stalled movement of a contract between USC and the county's mental health department, and for involvement in a parole office near the university. So these were the contracts and the deals that is looking for Rabbi Thomas to secure for her from the county. And by the way, Sebastian Rabbi Thomas was admitted to the School of Social Work, did get a scholarship, did get a professorship at USC Social Work Department, and did get $100,000 that was routed from Mark Rabbi Thomas's political account to USC, and then forwarded on. It was a money laundering thing, forwarded on to Sebastian. So he did everything that Mark Rabbi Thomas wanted. And in return, he got a contract. He came through the contract. Probably lobbied very hard, and he has to get the votes of the other supervisors, but, these guys often have their way. They're very powerful, the 5 members of the LA County Board of Supervisors. And they also want to step on each other, because it's like, well, if I step on him, he'll step on me, and I'm trying to put something through. I was told by an insider, I think I mentioned this a week ago, Rabbi Thomas was the big bully of the LA County Supervisors. All the other supervisors, and they would have always been mostly women, all 30 years, they've been intimidated by him. He's loud, he's bullying, he's got that big, rumbling voice, he's got a large physical presence, and when you're on something, he's starting to get it. We got more coming up, 9:10, KFI, AM 640, we're live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app, and Gavin Mark live for 24-hour KFI News. 4 people have been killed in the wrong way head-on crash on the 7th West Freeway in Chino Hills. THC says 6 vehicles were involved in the crash early this morning, and one caught fire. The wrong-way driver was one of the 4 people killed. 5 kids from Connecticut, including a 16-year-old driver, have been killed in a crash in New York.
Only a 9-year-old survived. Authorities in Scarsdale, New York, say the kids were on a parkway early yesterday when the car crashed into the tree and caught on fire. A luxury airline based in Taiwan will start offering flights from Taipei to LAX starting next month. Starlux Airlines will offer these trans-Pacific flights 5 days a week when the service begins. We're going to go to the 101 next.
The media is saying indictments are looming against former President Trump. New York, Georgia, Washington. And Trump himself calls it a political witch hunt. Alan Dershowitz agrees. The same liberal Harvard professor is speaking out against the targeting of Trump in his new book, The Trump. All this week, Rob Schmidt is our news bank talking to Dershowitz about the weaponization of our justice system and the disturbing information revealed in the House subcommittee hearing. Rob Schmidt is exposing this abuse of power on his show. Tune in to watch Rob Schmidt and Alan Dershowitz tonight. It's not about Trump, it's about you and your freedom, says his Matt. Watch Rob Schmidt tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific. The hottest show on cable news. Find news banks on major cable systems and streaming ones like Roku, Samsung, Vizio, Pluto, Zumo, and more. And don't forget to download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone. You can watch it anytime, anywhere. You should be watching Newsmax. Encourage your friends and family to tune in today.
Southland weather from KFI mostly cloudy. You see some light rain in some areas, highs up for 50s to low 60s. This report brought to you by Almonte RVs from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Like so places, we're going to a stall on the 101 in downtown LA. 101 northbound, right after 110. That stall is blocking the left lane. Needed backup from Dixon Road. Also in downtown, 5 south on Fairmount Boulevard. That early right clearance to the right shoulder. It's still going to be on and off the brakes from Hickman Avenue. You know, Katie, it's 210 West Santa Anita Avenue. They were doing a break to try to fill some potholes. Looks like that is all wrapped up and all lanes have to be open. But it's still going to be closed from Myrtle. And then along is 47 southbound between Ferry Street to Harbor. One lane closed with an accident investigation. It is going to be backed up from Ocean Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
Get ready to spring to warmer weather with our Almonte RV Spring Cycle. Book your next open road adventure by March 31st and take 10% off of your nightly rate and receive 200 free miles for travel between now and May 13th. The promo code SPRING530. For more information, visit AlmonteRV.com or call 800-337-2149.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Stop going it alone for recruiting and staffing. He's a local expert. Hiring is about getting to know people, not algorithms. So let the team at Express Employment Professionals hire for you. Visit ExpressPros.com to find the office near you. Planning a spring getaway? This month gets 40% off for ROTHSCHILD lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages. From Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, a language is learned.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Revive Nasal Care, and I love Revive. I told you about how your nose is the body's characteristic. The Revive's powered special will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. And Revive will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Revive? Like Haley, quote, Revive is the best thing I've bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Revive and it's amazing. For this one, I use Revive every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Revive, I was a hog mess. Now I do so much better, unquote. Those are two of over 100,000 online reviews praising Revive. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without trouble. Revive is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Revive, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hosted by Lenny Kravitz.
With individual awards recipient Taylor Swift.
And performances by iHeart Award recipient Pink, Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson, LL Cool J, Keith Urban, Pat Benatar, and Neil Giraldo, Lotto, Money Long, Cody Johnson, and more.
Watch out, watch, and listen on iHeartRadio.
Next Monday night at 8 p.m.
Michelson, we don't have to always show our masculine side. I agree with that.
You often show your feminine side. I think of you as a secretly sensitive guy, and I think Delia would agree. It's really where it's a 10 to 8.
we've not learned anything from each other in the last 10 years we've done. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. More of the Johnny Taylor. Yes, Chuck, put out the patient. Oh, KFI 40 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. We're on 1 to 4 on the radio. After 4 o'clock, that's where the podcast is on that iHeart app. Johnny Taylor on demand. Rupert Murdoch is getting married again at 92 years old. Wow. What marriage number is this? I'm trying to find this in the story. He was married at 66-year-old former San Francisco police chaplain, pregnant week 4. That's married Jerry Paul. Remember her? Oh, right, Mick Jagger's former girlfriend or wife. Yeah, I don't remember. Girlfriend or wife. And then there was an Asian woman who was married to her number 2, Wendy Getty. Oh, yeah, I do remember seeing her. Why do I know Rupert Murdoch's wife? I don't know. I know why. Because he's always looked like he's 90 years old. For decades now. Well, it is 90 now. What kind of women does a 90-year-old billionaire look like? This is number 5. 5. This will be number 5. Okay. Well, you're 92. You said that out over the years. That's a true belief. What does Rabbi have, like 7 marriages? And he died much younger. So, yeah, that's right. Yes. But that's quite a bit of wealth. I don't get that. I don't get the 7 wives. Or the 5 wives. I think Larry was married to the same woman twice, right? Yeah. This video went viral over the weekend, and I could be half responsible. I probably watched it 15 times. Holding the weather. Yeah, meteorologist Alyssa Carlson on Cal CBS, who I think they have news all day long. This was on Saturday, and when I saw the clip, it's like the anchors. This is on Cal. Michelle Medina and Rachel Kim were just introducing her. So they had like I think it was like a split scene, or maybe she was just off to the side of their meteorologist desk. And she suddenly, she's smiling, waiting for her moment to come to talk about the weather, and then just her eyes roll back in her head, and she slumps forward and then falls back out of sight onto the floor. She apparently suffered a head injury, and she's sending out messages on Twitter today that she's feeling much better, that she had to be treated for the head injury because I guess she fell back. She must have hit her head on the floor. Here's what happened in the audio.
Welcome to Daytime News at 7 on CBS, streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Rachel Kim. And I'm Michelle Medina in for Steve, who is ready for some sunshine. Let's start off with Intensive and Nice Weather meteorologist Alyssa Carlson. She joins us live in the studio. Alyssa, this really is the calm before the storm. Oh! You know, we're going to go ahead and go to break right now.
Well, I kept watching it for the whole end of the movie. It really had spooky. Looked like something out of a horror movie where her eyes rolled around in her head. And the timing of it, the action is just weird. Now, she had an episode before working in Bakersfield back in 2014. She grew up on it. I found out later that she had a leaky heart valve. She's now saying that what happened Saturday has nothing to do with that. And I guess she has a heart valve fixed. But she doesn't say what caused her to be sick. But that sound that the anchor made after she fell, that's her falling backwards. Yeah, I have watched it a few times. But, yes, that sound that the anchor. Oh, the anchor made. That's what they do. They were caught off guard. I know.
That's something I
thought of you right away, yeah. Oh! And you know what it's like to do that. It's never walking to a story. When you're about to hand off the story and then it's not there. Oh, the crap, what do I do now? My computer froze. My Wonder Woman just fell on the floor. We gotta look right. We cannot answer that. We cannot take our way through this. I'm gonna. Yeah, nobody on TV knows what to say with something unplaying now. Oh! Well, all you could think of is to kind of tweak the thing. He apparently he was interviewed after what happened in 2014. They're still not saying what happened on Saturday that caused her faint, but in 2014 he had this heart leaky valve that had to be replaced eventually, and then he ended up having a child, and then reboot their career. They got to Los Angeles. Yeah. So I looked her up. She also was Mrs. California. Oh, is that right? Yeah, the beauty pageant. She sent out a message, thanks for all the kind wishes as I recover from a head injury. I'm out of the hospital and doing okay. Lots of sleeping, eating some pizza. Put out a picture of this pizza place from some place. There could be a lot of reasons to say you could be dehydrated or eating. I know, it's just tough when it happens again. I mean, it could be she's in the back office, like preparing for the newscast, not on the camera. But there she was, kind of smiling as they were introducing the news, and then suddenly she just tipped it over and then died. All right, coming up next, I guess, will be Steve Gregory. We need to talk about this anti-police activist group, which is decided to take their whole battle to another level. They've launched a website with a database of a lot of information on every LAPD officer. This is really nutty. I mean, I don't think it's hard to believe if I was a police officer. No, they declared war on the police. They're inviting every whack job in the world to know who these police specifically are, so they can be tracked down. They can be targeted. Yeah, because those. Oh, did you see that Times poll over the weekend that came out that half the people, younger people, think police are just taking rape? Half. I'm like, half? Which is somebody taught them that. Yeah. You think any of them had any experience that it really happened? Yeah. Again, that's what they teach in a lot of schools. All right, we'll come on next. Johnny 10 KFI here at 640. We're live at the iHeart Radio app. And Deborah Mark Live in the 24-hour KFI Newsroom. Time to do some spring cleaners to make room for all the new spiders. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, they'll be everywhere. Happy spring.
Party at 5.
You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Could be happening tomorrow on Deborah Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Members of the Service Employees International Union in the state today will stand together with LA school district workers as they prepare to strike. The SEIU's Max area says the 3-day walkout will protest unlawful treatment of employees and to get funding needed for children in the district.
3 days, even if it's a week, 2 weeks, whatever, if the outcome is improving the community schools and by investing in the humans to provide the services, students will be better off at the end of the day.
The district made new wage proposals on Friday at the same time and filed charges against the union for what it calls an unlawful strike. The request to halt the walkout was denied yesterday, and workers will set up picket lines starting tomorrow. More talks are expected today. At least 11 people have been hurt in an apartment complex that caught fire in Panorama City. The fire department's 5 of the units in the 4th-story building were burned. About 100 firefighters put out the firefighter in under an hour. The fire captain said 5 of the people hurt were taken to hospitals, including one person who is in serious condition. A group in LA has created a website filled with the personal information of officers in the LAPD.
The database has a search function, and when you enter the name of an officer, even a chief, their photo pops up along with their date of hire, ethnicity, rank, and department email. The group stopped LAPD buying pollings and started the site called Watch the Watchers on Friday. Organizers say the site is a counter-surveillance practice with information obtained through public records and is intended as a tool to empower community members. The group says people can use the site to identify officers who are causing harm in their community. Gregory Testifying there.
Steve will be on with Johnny 10 after the news. Thieves have been targeting women who are out shopping across Southern California. The thieves work in pairs, and police employee, LA County Sheriff's Detective Angela Lopez, says one thief will distract a woman by talking to them or bumping into them. That victim's attention will be fully focused towards the suspect, and the partner will go ahead and grab the wallet out of her purse. Lopez says women who get ripped off to report the theft immediately. Investigators say the group behind the theft in recent weeks is from South America. Manhattan Beach has a new monument that's intended to better reflect the racist history of Bruce's Beach.
The property was stolen from the Bruces a century ago. Historian Allison Rose Jefferson says at least the new plaque better explains what happened.
Using their property to eminent domain through a racist act to take black people out of Manhattan Beach.
Manhattan Beach. Corbin Carson, KFID.
France's government has survived two no-confidence votes in the lower chamber of parliament, opposed by lawmakers who objected to its push to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64 years old. ABC's Inez Fakara says over the weekend, people protesting the bill lit fires across the country and clashed with police. A large number of French gas stations are also partially or completely out of fuel. Protesters continue to block fuel deliveries. France's Senate approved the retirement plan last week. The no-confidence motion fell short of the 287 votes needed to pass. No such motion has succeeded since 1962. We're going to check the freeway next.
Why should you choose weekend? If you're hurt in a car accident, motorcycle, or trucking accident, well, we'll let the results speak for themselves. Yeah, here are some of the settlements. One for injured victims by the attorneys this weekend. $29 million won for a client hurt in a multiple vehicle accident. How about $11 million won for a client hurt in a trucking accident? How about $1 million for a client hurt in a motorcycle accident? Weekends wins for clients hurt in these kind of cases 98% of the time. They settle for more money in 1 year than most firms settle for in their lifetime. All right, so if you're hurt in an accident, the results matter to you. Good. Call the attorney this weekend. Pay nothing until they win. They can't guarantee the outcome of any case, but it's important to have an experienced, successful law firm on your side. Get a free consultation. Here's the number: 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 and speakers.com.
The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers. Injury attorneys. The Dow closed up 83, S&P 500 up 35, NASDAQ up 45, and the average price per gallon of regular gas in California is $4.85. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI. Rain and windy tomorrow. High around 60 for Metro LA and Inland Orange County. Mid-50s for around 60 for the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Upper 40s to mid-50s in the Antelope Valley. Low to upper 50s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 58 in Hudson, 55 Laguna Beach, 59 in Fontana, and 61 in Van Nuys. We're going to the 405 in the Sepulveda Pass. 405 southbound around Castle Holland Drive. Heads up, some metal and drop boxes are in the middle lanes, and you're going to see some flowing from the 101 down to about Sunset. Northbound signs, we've got a little bit flowing from the 10 up to about Mulholland. Downtown, LA on the 101 northbound road to 110. That area side car was cleared from the lane. In Northtown, 405 north, right on Nordoff Street. Looks like you have a disabled vehicle is blocking that off ramp. Then down, 85 south on Fairmount Boulevard, that left clear to the right shoulder, but you're still going to be on off the bridge from California Street. Liberty Health, 133 northbound, right after the 7th bridge. It's an open turn bridge going from the lane, and then off the 47 south between Ferry Street to Harbor. One more closed with an out-state investigation. It is checked up from the Boulevard. KFI in the sky, I'll put you there faster. I'm Jim Ronan. My problem? First, Pacific Coast Termite.com. We'll call 800-Pacific. More stimulating talk. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome, everybody. We're on the air from 1 to 4. Monday through Friday. If you listen to the show live, pick it up on the podcast. Don't forget right after 4 o'clock at KFI and 640.com or go to the iHeartRadio app. We're going to talk to Steve Gregory now. There's another anti-police group called Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, and they're putting together a database on the internet so that you could track any LAPD officer by name, while there's a picture and other information. And let's get Steve on to see what this is about. I said, let's get Steve on to see what this is about. Was that my cue? That would be you, yes. Hi, Steve. That was my cue. Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. Yeah, well, it looks like this is the second organization. I think people have forgotten that Black Lives Matter was actually the first organization a few years ago, back in 2020, that is doing very similar efforts to expose the personal information of officers and deputies in LA County. This is an effort by the South LAPD Spying Coalition. It's an organization that's been around for a few years, and their whole
purpose is to, what they say, is expose information about officers in the LAPD to empower community members to hold the LAPD accountable. They're going so far as giving information through public records requests like name, rank, position, assignment, date of hire, and the photograph that you mentioned at the top. But what they want to do is they want to go a little bit further. They also want to get the height and weight of these officers. And what they want to do is build a database so that someone encounters an officer in the field, at the traffic stop or something on a sidewalk or at a home, they can cross-reference that officer to the database, and then they can learn more about their officer, presumably either file a complaint, a lawsuit, or something else. But they're also providing the department email for each of these officers. And they're using their serial numbers, which is different from their badge numbers. And they also want their badge numbers. And they also want the identities of undercover officers as well. They say this is really the only way to hold anything accountable. So this seems like terrorism here. I mean, they can have all their good reasons for doing this, but really what it is to intimidate. And they're going to rile up some whack jobs who might kill these shots. Ambush them. Maybe, hit their home. That's what this is about. It's making cops feel fearful. So this is tantamount to the term doxing. I think you guys are familiar with doxing. Something that kind of created a few years ago as well, and that's that is sort of the effort to put someone's personal information, their home address, information about their family, things like that on social media. And then that's what happens. People on social media, they end up at these people's homes, they protest, or they'll hassle, or they'll intimidate or stalk. And yeah, you're right, this is a problem. And even back then when Black Lives Matter LA was doing this very similar thing with the deputies of LA County Sheriff's Department, they were putting out personal address, personal information about each of the deputies involved in any kind of abuse of force. Again, in their minds, saying that this equalizes the playing field. This gives everyone else an opportunity to know who are the people out there involved in abuse of force. But they're putting out things for the truly unhinged to take action. Maybe violent. Right. So when talking to the LAPD about it on an official scale, they would not offer us any kind of an opinion because they are being sued by this organization that stopped LAPD spying. And the actual website is called Watch the Watcher. That's sort of their effort. But the LAPD is extremely aware of it, learning stuff we spoke this morning. They're like, listen, we'd love to tell you what's going on, but we can't comment publicly because of the lawsuit. Now, members of the police union, on the other hand, have the same sentiment that you expressed a few moments ago. Yeah, I think, in one TV news story here, they quote a Black Lives Matter member, and I'm wondering, considering it's been well documented what Black Lives Matter here in LA did with a lot of the donated money, I don't understand why people in the media are taking this group seriously. Well, they spent millions of dollars buying men all over the place, from here to Canada. So I don't know exactly what's going on there. They're constantly being presented as a legitimate organization. This is a terrorist move here against the cops. The money has all evaporated and reappeared as wealthy homes. I mean, is everybody still going around them? Great question. They haven't had anything really big lately, any kind of an effort or planned event of any kind that I can recall recently. They did have a couple of press releases about, announcing a lawsuit or announcing some sort of a complaint against law enforcement for whatever reason, but they haven't had anything big lately. Now, there's other groups that Stop LAPD spying group. They're not affiliated with BLM, though they have both worked together on similar efforts and protests and whatnot. But I don't know much about the Stop LAPD spying coalition other than they really are. I'm thinking of the name and wondering what that means. They believe that the cops spy on everybody? Yeah, and so they were also one of the groups behind not, going against the LAPD using drones for surveillance and for patrol. And they had to give away the drones. I mean, they gave away these drones that were worth tens of thousands of dollars, these very special drones. And they could have really helped stop some crime. I don't understand. Wacko groups that give away the drones so the cops told to give them away. Why don't they just say, no, we're not? What do you think? as we've pointed out many times before, the ROTSCHILD is a different institution as the Adams County Sheriff's Department. When you have an elected official running one agency, they have a lot more latitude to say those kinds of things as a chief who is appointed by the mayor and the city council.
I mean, I think most people want the cops to have drones. I know they're not flying a drone in the body of back there. I just don't know. It's amazing how much surveillance has been able to help us solve crimes and identify people now.
Well, not only that, you know, the biggest use of drones, a lot of it in tactical situations, are for barricade purposes. That's one of the biggest reasons, and they actually talked about the effectiveness of the drones during the San Bernardino shooting. Remember when the husband and wife were finally confronted on that bridge and that shootout? They were able to use the drone to get in there to find out what was going on.
You know who's financing this group?
No idea, other than it's a grassroots organization. Well, it probably gets funding from the usual suspects, you know, the usual kind of groups that fund the grassroots organizations. But
well, they're proclaiming in this story, Steve, as the common Tom of Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, that LAPD, they constantly cover their badges. They won't give out any information about them, so now we have to post it up for people to find in the database. I mean, that's really true from your experience?
What had happened, and there was an incident during the 2020 civil unrest downtown, where both deputies and LAPD, a lot of them were covering their badges because they didn't want to be doxxed. There was problems at that time. They had already been identified. Because it's not really as much about going after the officers. The officers are trying to protect the family. And that's really what this is about.
Well, I'm glad you brought that example because that's the big protesters or activists that want to know who you are. But I'm talking about every day when police say you pull over a car, they're not hiding their badge.
No. And those were very, I guess those circumstances were completely different in 2020 because of the nature of what was going on. Remember, these were all anti-police organizations that were baiting the cops, and then when the cops would detain them but had to be forced to get them under compliance, then they were filing lawsuits and they wanted to know badge numbers, and they wanted to be able to find a badge.
To create a ruckus. The police had to do their job, and then they used that against the police to claim all sorts of wild crimes against them.
And so the thing is now, the information that they're able to glean from these records requests from a couple of years ago, it really isn't earth-shattering information. The problem is they want more and more, and that's why they're suing the department now. So they want height and weight because presumably they're going to want to know if the 6'2" guy who's absolutely built and weighs 300 pounds of all muscle is going after someone who only weighs 90 pounds. You know what I mean? So they want this. They also want the strictness. And they already got the ethnicity because that's part of the demographic information from the city. So they've got ethnicity so they can put a complete profile together of these officers so that people make no mistakes how good they want to target.
I understand it's supposedly public information and public employees. But now, because the internet can be used as a weapon to terrorize cops and their families, should there be some change made in releasing this kind of information?
Well, a lot of it is already protected under the Peace Officers Bill of Rights, which is actually being tested as we speak. There's legislation that's constantly trying to tear away that whole Bill of Rights for officers. That's where they're afforded those types of protections. And that's because of 2020 and what happened. And when you've got sympathetic lawmakers that are willing to take on that charge, you have the possibility that some of these laws could be repealed or they could be amended. And, if the lobbying of the police department and the chief of police and the sheriff's department, if they're not strong enough to fight it, you could easily see Peace Officer Bill of Rights starting to erode.
All right, Steve, thank you very much for that report. We appreciate it.
Bye, guys.
All right, Steve Gregory, KFI News, covering this Stop LAPD Spying Coalition group, which apparently has put out a database with a lot of personal information of LAPD officers. I just wonder who's financing it, because we found out when Silicon Valley Bank, a lawyer under that they were pouring a lot of money into Black Lives Matter. Obviously, there's a lot of holes that are promoting these organizations that are against getting rid of the homeless off the streets. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of money out there. There's a lot of money in everything. But it's getting funneled into these anarchist groups and these protest groups that are really damaging day-to-day life. All right, more coming up, Johnny. 10 KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Endeavor Mark Live is 24-hour KFI newsroom.
The Service Employees International Union of California says it stands with LA school district workers expected to go on strike tomorrow. Governor Newsom has proposed a bond measure to expand the state's ability to treat people with mental health issues. A new report says an estimated 43,000 people died during the longest drought on record in Somalia, and that half of them were likely kids, the figure from last year. We're going to head over to the 101 next.
If you've been looking to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. If they're making a cash offer, there'll be no need for repairs, and you buy it as is. For Seller's Advantage, there are no agents that can close in days. They buy with cash. They'll even offer a $10,000 advance to help you with moving and other expenses. Go read their reviews online. Call for no obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com. The DRE number is 0196165.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, Let's Go Places. We're going to install on the 101 in downtown LA. Tell me what I was on Randy. Stalled on a car blocking the left lane when the authority is slow line. Coming away from the fine. And on the 110 north to the 101 connector, Randy Crash is reported in the lane. Your 110 north Sam has delays from Swanson. In East LA, something south right at the fine, East Crash trying to get over to the right shoulder. And in Silver Lake, and a 5 southbound before Fletcher Drive, and got a disabled vehicle blocking the left lane, and hitting the brakes from Los Feliz Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's MVP bonus days are back for pros. Right now, pros can shop savings on top brands, and Lowe's MVPs can earn bonus points on brands like DeWalt, Metabo, HPP, and more. Start saving today. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. I'm attorney Gary Capanotti, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one was getting handcuffed unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. And Sharp water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without needing salt or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free Applepure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase at savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Life Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Would you jump in and disarm a guy with a hatchet? You think guys would be more apt to jump in if they were uncircumcised?
Was that necessary?
Bill handle, Bill. Cut it out. Don't they see? I start. You finish. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app. So when KFI is reported live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. That's us. We're on from 1 to 4. If you missed any minute of the show and you want to catch up, you get the podcast after 4 o'clock at KFI8M640.com. Also available on the iHeart Radio app. Friday, we covered this story which came out. It was first reported Fox News that the LA County DA's office, George Gascon, was offering a free shuttle to transport employees from their cars to their workplace in downtown LA. And the angle in the story was, well, it's because they're getting confronted by the public. I guess because Gascon is such a contentious figure that people out there are just taking it upon themselves to go downtown and look for employees walking from their cars to their workplace so they can stand there and say, I don't like what you're doing. This was down there. Yeah. Now, in all fairness, and a bit of a surprise, and also because of time, they do a story on this that appeared Saturday by Brennan Hitchell, a name I've never seen before. And it does say that safety was just one factor behind the creation of the program, but it does mention that the Ulster Times recently did articles about how unsafe Metro is, the subway buses and the whole downtown area. It doesn't, I don't think there is mention that this is anything about them being sponsored by members of the public. The line here is the program's creation comes on the heels of a report that Angelina are avoiding public transportation in the region because of rampant drug use and violence. Which is true, and that's why you have now these shuttles to take Gaston's employees from Union Station and parking lots to the civic center. It's not only that, but all the agreements that are in those neighborhoods are filled with drug addicts and mental patients who are dangerous to share. And that's why, and in other words, they tried to dance around this for a few days because these are the people that Gaston doesn't prosecute. Now these people are endangering the lives of his staff members. So he's forced to give them a shuttle service to protect them, but he won't protect them by putting these characters in prison. So here was the paragraph that really got me like taken aback and trying to give a right like that. The program was created in response to numerous factors. Think to be just one of them. Said this Tiffany Blackwell, director of communications, yes, he's one of the public defenders that you brought in. She's an activist. She's the one that said ugly things about the police back in 2020 on Twitter. Yeah. She did say, however, that employees often work long hours, and then are forced to walk long distances to their vehicles in the evening when it's dark out. Well, the writer for the Times in the next paragraph puts back. The sunset these days is 7. Before the 6 p.m. evening shuttle, still say staffers will walk in the dark. Well, I was like, shot her. Well, it's a big she's lying. It's exactly what she's lying. And, I mean, this guy, Brennan Dixon, will hardly be transferred to Bulgaria. He's not going to last long. That was a pretty good shot. He'll be the spokesman for one of the beloved progressive people. He's going to be your new Ukrainian correspondent because they're not going to put up with this kind of truth. Blackout's one of those, he's one of these public BS. Oh, yeah, it's any kind of nonsense. He also cited a lack of ample parking at the office's downtown location. Employees often had to take public transportation at high streets to park in private lots, and all these did in the downtown area. This started occurring in 2023. It just started getting dark in 2023. They just started getting parking issues in 2023. It's a lot of horse crap. It's out of control. The downtown area is completely out of control with homeless people and mental patients and drug addicts. Yeah, that's what it is. And nobody wants to do anything about it because now we have Karen Bassetti in office and she's doing PR stunts to give the impression that she's on the case, she's making changes, but obviously she's not. You know, don't talk about her. That'll be later. Tomorrow is, I think, on the 100th day. I know you've been looking forward to that. Oh, I mark them every day on my calendar. Well, I actually heard an audio piece last week where she and Amy were discussing what was the exact time to say? Is it March 21st or the 22nd or you think it's the 21st? Speaking of downtown, you may have heard this odd report from I first got the news from TRT. I don't know much about her, actress Amanda Bynes, but she was found roaming the streets downtown naked and alone. She's got a lot of mental problems. I don't know what she's doing. She's walking the streets naked and alone, yeah. I had some bad problems some years ago. I only know her as being a crazy person. I have no idea what shows she was. She was a South Nickelodeon. She had her own show, the Amanda Bynes show. She was on all that. It was like her kids, SNL, improv show type thing. Oh, you watched that as a kid? Oh, yeah, big time. No, it's like I'm the perfect demo for Amanda Bynes. Oh, yeah, she's got a 9-year conservatorship. It was oh, wow, it's just officially terminated. So she's like, really? She has the same problem? Can you imagine what it takes? Oh, she's diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you're right. Can you imagine what it takes to actually get a conservatorship? Well, we can't get it for the homeless people. No, I know. But so, God, I've been pushing for that for too long. The Britney Spears were actually nuttier than the homeless people in the street. Well, but she called on herself and said, what, I'm naked in the street? Basically, yeah, she called 911 herself. So then they put her on the 5150 cycle. She walked past the storefront window. My God, I'm naked. A woman walking downtown naked in a day, that's really dangerous. She wasn't assaulted, grabbed.
there's nothing you can do in their bad range.
Oh, and you're being drugged up. He set her neighbor's driveway on fire. There you go. 2013, almost engulfing her dog in flames, was sent to a psych ward for treatment. She was going to go to the 90s con in Connecticut this weekend, but she canceled due to her illness, and then apparently took to the streets, walking around naked. It says here, since the conservatorship ended, Amanda seemed to be doing well for herself. The most recent incident is obviously very concerning. Now, I think she's going to have another conservatorship. So her mother ran in the family, so you stop taking medication. I know. Yeah, all that stuff is permanent. There's no fixing it. You can't get down with some medication, but you can't skip it. Yeah. She waved the car down, telling the driver she was coming down from a psychotic episode, and then herself called 911. This was early yesterday morning in downtown LA. No clothes. Oh no, the marathon didn't run in downtown LA. Sorry, it's not the marathon ran yesterday. I thought this was in this area. But I think the marathon's in different neighborhoods every year. I'm sick of it coming through my neighborhood in South. Oh, it does actually come through your... Oh, that's exciting. No, it's not exciting. It's difficult getting a bagel and going to the grocery store. I would run out and cheer on the Kenyan. No. Why do they have them run over the hill into the valley? Why do they send them to South LA? Why are they them to run around the west side somewhere? I think they started Dodger Stadium, and then they go through North Hollywood, and a little bit, and then they come through. I looked at the map yesterday, and I forgot when I was going to go somewhere. I said, I want to make sure. They stay on what is that, lock your neighborhood in or something? Yes, it does. It makes it very difficult to get around. You have to drive. But they stopped going to Santa Monica. That's over with. Yes. They do a U-turn, they see back at Indian Century City. That's what they see at the route. Yeah, I think Santa Monica didn't want to do it. Plus, it's not LA. No, it's not. How should they get the end of LA now? They were ending in the season. All right. We got more coming up. Johnny 10, KFI AM 640. Live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Never Mark Live. Go to the West Valley. No. Nobody wants it. Never Mark Live, 24-hour KFI News. The LA County Sheriff's Department is warning women about a shopping theft scam that's risen in recent weeks. The scam works like this. That you start the conversation with a woman or changes them to distract them. While the woman is distracted, another thief steals the woman's wallet from their purse sitting in a shopping cart. Detective Angela Lopez says the scam is happening across Southern California. Also, is a big one for the Joe's and regular markets like ROTHSCHILD. Target is another one. Anywhere where there's a shopping cart involved. Lopez says a group of thieves from South America is behind the crime. He says women who get their wallets stolen should report the theft immediately. What is stolen? Hey, if I knew. Police are looking for an armed robber who hit 2 locations on the same day in Larchmont Village. The LAPD says the man allegedly responsible for both robberies last week had a handgun and for cash, debit cards, cell phones, tablets, and designer bags from people. Some residents say they're pretty shaken up by these robberies. This was outside, it's kind of been a common thing around here for a while. Someone was saying they want to move away from the neighborhoods and stuff like that. They're not feeling very safe and whatnot. This man who works in the store in Larchmont Village tells KPLA businesses in the area are trying to work together to share surveillance footage of the street after the nearby break-in. Police described the robber as a black man about 30 years old, 6 feet tall, and weighs 180 pounds. News is brought to you by Jacoby and Myers Interior Trends. Office building festival, which could be demolished to make way for a transit station and 650 new parking spaces. The city says it hopes the proposed Inglewood Transit Connector is running in time for the 2028 Olympics. The nearly $1.6 billion automated transit system will connect the Metro P line to the Kia Forum, SoFi Stadium, and the Clippers Intuit Dome. Under the city's draft plan, displaced businesses can be reimbursed for moving expenses to property lots. An Israeli minister says there's no such thing as a Palestinian people. An Israeli-Palestinian delegation met in Egypt yesterday, trying to take steps to lower tensions in the region. But in France, the Israeli finance minister said there's no Palestinian history, nation, or language. Comments come as Israel's far-right government said it was pushing a key part of its overhaul before the parliament takes a month-long holiday break next week. And Ted Lasso star Jason Sudeikis has visited the White House to talk with President Biden about mental health.
He actually made a short appearance at the White House briefing where he discussed the importance of simple gestures.
Check in with your neighbor, your coworker, your friends, your family, and ask how they're doing. And listen, sincerely.
Today says there should not be any stigma attached to reaching out for help. Mental health is part of Biden's bipartisan unity agenda. The Emmy-winning show on Apple TV began streaming its first season last week. Southland weather from KFI, rain and windy tomorrow, highs around 60 for Metro LA and inland Orange County. Mid-50s to around 60 for the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Upper 40s to mid-50s in the Antelope Valley, low to upper 50s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 59 in San Juan Capistrano and 61 in Stanton. We're going to install on the 5 in Mission Viejo. 5 northbound right to Alicia Parkway. There's a disabled vehicle in the middle lane in San Juan Capistrano, 5 northbound Camino Capistrano. It looks like we got some debris in the right lane, and a couple of cars are getting now barrels on the right shoulder. In East LA, 710 south on the Sonic crash trying to get to the right shoulder. Also downtown LA, and the one over north of Grand, it's a disabled vehicle blocking the left lane. It's already supposed to coming away from the 5. And heads up in Bray at 57 south in Orlando, got a ladder in the left lane. KFI in the sky, now let you go faster. I'm in our name.
The media says in Texas are ruling against former President Trump. Anytime now, New York, Georgia, and Washington. Well, Trump calls it a political witch hunt, and Alan Dershowitz agrees. The famed liberal Harvard professor is speaking out against the targeting of Trump in his new book, Yes, Trump. All this week, ROTHSCHILD is on Newsmax talking to Dershowitz about the weaponization of our justice system and the disturbing information revealed in the House subcommittee hearing. Rob Schmidt is exposing this abuse of power. Tune in to watch Rob Schmidt and Alan Dershowitz tonight. It's not about Trump, it's about you and your freedom, they say. Watch Rob Schmidt tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific. It's the hottest show on cable news. Find Newsmax on major cable systems and streaming ones like Roku, Samsung, Vizio, Pluto, Xumo, and more. Don't forget to download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone. You can watch it anytime, anywhere. You should be watching Newsmax. Encourage your friends and family to tune in today.
Hiring Gina and Indeed hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates all in one place. Sponsor of posts can instantly receive a shortlist of quality candidates on Indeed. Choose resumes, match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Addressing hair loss has never been easier thanks to advanced hair restoration's simple one-day treatment. The most difficult part? Making a call for your free consultation. Call 844-333-HAIR and get $250 off and 250 free hair drops. AdvancedHair.com.
I'm Martin Hook, the inventor of Rabbi nasal care, and I love Navan. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. This device's powered suction will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. And the device will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navan? Well, it's terrible. Quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navan uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. Just such relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. Here's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navan. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navan is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navan, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Need high-quality windows and doors for your home? Marvin Dealers is a trusted partner from the beginning to the end of every project, and can help you find the right Marvin windows and doors for your space. Make space for the little things, the big things, and things you never expected. Make space for connections and celebrations, for personality and possibilities. Make space for beauty, for better living, and a quality that endures. Make space for life. When you find a place for Marvin windows and doors in your home, you can make space for what matters. Marvin Dealers are here to help with your Marvin window and door project. They make it easy to find quality Marvin windows and doors that fit your needs. Visit replacementmadeeasy.com today to set up your free consultation. That's replacementmadeeasy.com. Hi, I'm Rabbi. Your consultation works with territories or counties may be able to help clients uncover the next breakthrough by knowing patient data and use experience with researchers. Join the movement at standupforcancer.org/county.
5 a.m. to 4 a.m.
And I have radio station.
More stimulating talk.
Continues John Robel, and Camp Pro Camp 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. We're supposed to continue to we just run out of things to say. So we could do that one day, just keep going until the light gets it. I wonder how long I could go, probably 2 minutes. Especially if you got a room and comfort. Yeah. All I remember the days of drinking, like you could just talk forever. At 2 in the morning, you're still going. I'm like, it's funny, I've never seen it. People drink, they get a little tired.
So why don't you start dangerous? I'd like to do that here one day. See where they dry. I would lose what little I have left in my filter. The dump on you can actually use. What's that? The dump on you can actually use.
Yeah. Possibly, yeah. You wouldn't be able to keep up. You know, you might just spice a little. No, we're not a big person. We're not a big but there's other things that we have to do. We went to evil on a lot of people and things, but not in a Christian kind of way. So, going kind of a horror movie Christian kind of way. But that's scary. Neck off. Coming up after 3 o'clock. Well, Governor Jimmy Jew used to be doing this stupid tours around California instead of doing the state who really cares. Or no one goes to the idiot. Nobody cares except the Sunday. Yeah, well, I mean, you have to cover the news for doing this. But a couple of things we're talking about. After 3 o'clock, we'll be talking to a representative from the oil company, reacting to Newsom's idea that he's going to set up another bureaucracy to track the oil company. He's given up with the legislature actually passing a bill for a windfall profit tax for the oil company. Instead, he wants another watchdog. With all the information, and when too much money, we'll grant it. Okay, so we'll play level talk to a rep and we'll play all your activities. But he's also, he wants us to go after a lot of bond money for mental health. Well, my question was caught was what happened to the transport? That was a big idea. Look, they want to set up to deal with the back to conservative together. This is all just headlines. You get headlines, and then a year later, you're like, hey, whatever happened to well, this time, they're going to put something on the ballot for mental health. Yeah, we had a big ballot measure. People may have forgotten that they did that 19 years ago. So the millionaire said, they raised a lot of money and everything got way worse. They went up 1%, which is a lot on the tax rate. So they went, some dollars of money. So they wanted the time to. What? Does anyone have any? Well,
yeah, poor Eric has people in with him, and they're trying to figure something out. So I think that he mistakenly pushed the button. I can see.
Okay. Now, in other news, the school district, LA Unified, is supposed to have a press conference maybe at 4 o'clock. There are some last-minute negotiations going on. I don't think there was no schedule today, but now there is. Union leaders and school districts are trying to head off. The possibility of a 3-day strike beginning tomorrow. Who would read up in the parents' lives if you have both parents or a single parent and they're working full time? They don't have any places but their kids. Well, as long as you do this to the parents, they have very limited daycare down in the spot. They can't take in all the kids out and do that. I mean, it's just so. Just tell their boss they're going to take 3 days off to stay home and watch after their kids. I guess the teachers are so incredibly selfish. I mean, it was so rude to make people scramble for 3 days of daycare that they can't afford or they can't find because what? You want to make a statement? Teachers are just terrible. They're just terrible people. The union is asking for a 30% wage increase plus a $2 per hour additional raise for the lowest paid employees. The head of the school is Alberto Carvalho. Showed up on TV this morning, said that actually our offer is more than 20% over multiple years. It includes a 3% bonus and a massive expansion of health care benefits. So it seems like they're being offered something pretty simple, but they want something even bigger because they're fanatic. Then they want to make a political point. That's why the teachers are asking for low-income housing. They want to be some kind of super social justice warrior woke organization. They're not just representing teachers to get best salary and benefits. They've got a much bigger stake for them. The other big story which is going to come your way perhaps tomorrow is for the indictment and perhaps arrest of Trump. It's the big news over the weekend. Although the only one that believes it's imminent is Trump. He's apparently the source. But he went on social media to announce that he's going to be arrested on Tuesday. This would come from the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, and supposedly would be the one behind the indictment of former President Trump. And believe it or not, this brings us all back to Stormy Daniels is what's behind this case. Looking at a legal opinion, apparently the Justice Department already passed on going after Trump for this. This is, of course, the hot case to her during the presidential campaign in 2016. Here's what the hook is for a potential crime. Michael Cohen, remember his Blue Ball attorney? Yeah, who spent time in jail himself. Well, because if he lied, yeah, Trump paid Michael Cohen, who's in turn paid Stormy Daniels. But a couple of things. He paid Cohen a certain amount of money. It was Stormy Daniels' money plus money for other work that Cohen did, and then they doubled it. And and then checks would come periodically over some years from either Trump or the Trump organization. It was about $130,000 in total. Right, and they were trying to hide the Stormy Daniels case. Right. And somewhere in there they committed, some kind of paperwork crime. There's a falsified business. It's elected funding, campaign finance, right? Because Alvin Bragg's theory is that this was actually a payment in kind for the Trump campaign. Because the purpose of paying off Stormy Daniels was to protect his campaign. And so that it should have been reported as a contribution to the campaign. This is really esoteric stuff. It is, and it's the opinion of a lot of legal people I read over the weekend is it was really just to get rid of a nuisance lawsuit. It isn't exactly a big scandal. If you were going to prosecute something like this, at worst it would be a misdemeanor, unless it is done to cover up another crime, right? So if you falsify your business record, misdemeanor, felony, it just covers up another crime, and it's below a class of felony. It's called a class B felony. And nobody's quite sure what the other crime is. Yeah, unless it's a campaign financing, but those are rarely charged as felonies. Most of the time those are civil violations, the campaign has to pay a fine, and most of those things run into because the rules are so complex. But I don't know what they do. And most of the people I read don't know exactly what they do. That's why it's not being grabbed by the progressive media as loudly as I thought it would. There seems to be a little cautious over it, like maybe it's not, and it is a nothing burger. There is better investigation if you want Trump put away. I mean, he's got the top secret documents he's hiding in Mar-a-Lago. He's got the interference in the Georgia election. He's got still an inward responsibility for inciting the January 6th riot. I mean, there's other investigations going on. This has been around for years, and Bragg early on in his term said he decided he wasn't going to pursue it, and now suddenly he is. But it's clearly a political prosecution. Look at the Trump here, the roots, right? Americans are pretty clean. Some are comparing it to a case we talked about years ago on the show. Remember John Edwards? Yeah, well, that goes back to 2012. He was the Democratic presidential candidate. It's like not being forgotten, but he was a affair with Real Hunter. They were trying together, and apparently they gave her money. Yes, it disappeared. That was channeled to several sources. So it turns out in the case, there was eventually taken to a jury. They were deadlocked. So, yeah, he was found not guilty on one count, the jury deadlocked on the other 5. So some think this could end up in the same rabbit hole if this guy goes out and pursue it. And I'm wondering why a Manhattan DA needs to be a federal thing. It is. If he's talking about a contribution to his presidential campaign, he's trying to use a state law to prosecute a federal issue. Right. I mean, maybe when he releases the indictment, it's going to make some kind of sense. And based on the information out there, none of it really tracks coherently. KFI. We got more coming up here on 10 KFI, AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. And Deborah Mark Rodney, 24-hour KFI Newsroom.
At least 11 people have been hurt in an apartment complex that caught on fire in Panorama City. Manhattan Beach has a new monument that's intended to better reflect the racist history of Bruce's Beach. An aid worker from the U.S. who was kidnapped in Nigeria over 6 years ago has been released from custody. The Biden administration says the release was the result of years of efforts. The White House says no ransom was paid, no concession was made to the man's captain. Southland weather from KFI. It's going to be a rainy, windy day tomorrow. We're looking highs in the upper 40s to around 60s. This report brought to you by the Bart Hall Show at the Long Beach Convention Center. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Glendale. Telephone northbound right at the 134. That car still in the Santa Barbara area. You're going to be backed up from that too. And Lagoon Hills has up a ladder and a dolly on reported. This is going to be on the 5 northbound, and it looks like right as you're coming up on Alicia Parkway. In Riverside, 215 southbound before Central, stalled out vehicle in the middle lane. It is heavy from the Riverside interchange and in Colton. 215 southbound for the 10 and connector. Got a bridge fire and they're going to be shutting down that connector road. KFI in the sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
It's showtime. Join us at the Bart Hall Show, March 29th to April 2nd at the Long Beach Convention Center, presented by Progressive, and celebrate 75 years of Hall Show excellence. The leader in outdoor recreation since 1946. Go to hallshows.com. Hallshows.com. This report is sponsored by Audible. Find everything you love listening to on Audible. Here's celebrity memoir, mystery, true crime, sci-fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a bloody old nightmare, and no one wants that, Zach. But your air conditioner lasts longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
Well, it's critical adjustment, so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just for $129.
Well, air conditioning and plumbing. We'll use PCL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to sell. Line number 1047 781. Our friends at SolarMax Technology are living a business's dream. They're growing like crazy. They're hiring installers, sales reps, and customer service technicians.
So imagine supporting your family, getting great benefits, and having a chance for growth with the supportive team at SolarMax.
You will be proud to work with SolarMax. They're local, they're based in Riverside, and they offer the highest quality solar panels and do everything under one roof.
Contact SolarMax today and be part of the clean energy solution. Apply at solarmaxtech.com/careers. solarmaxtech.com/careers.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. With over 2 million phone calls last year alone, more people in more cities across America want more Morgan & Morgan. When you hire Morgan & Morgan, you're also hiring a family business. And after 35 years, we now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you. Injured or Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an offer near you.
Seriously, Mike, deal with this justice again.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission expert at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AAMCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
You know what, Loan? I'm going to listen to you every night and make sure to get the better person to figure this job out. I really enjoy this show.
I'm kind of like beer. The first time you taste it, it may not taste great. Even if you don't like it, you're at least drunk at the end of the evening. Low calorie, you can keep it from the That's right. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Cole, that's the 10K Coach KFI, and 40 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. That app is where you can also get podcasts after 4 o'clock. Until then, we're on live every day from 1 until 4. Yeah. Coming up after 3 o'clock, we talk about ECU idea to go after the oil company, another bureaucracy, some sort of special commission, which cracks their pockets. Anyway, we'll talk to an oil company with Rabbi. After the news at 3 o'clock, we got some gibberish to play from the audio from Newsom as he's doing his tour around the city, his Doki tour, where he's holding all sorts of media events. They draw attention to
come up in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk about Karen Bass, too, because there's already complaints that her inside state program is taking people off the street, putting them at the hotels, so pushing other people out of the hotels who end up back homeless somewhere. It seems like we're putting some talk about it. Oh, but it is kind of musical chair. It is. It's sort of like, well, to make room for these people in the hotel, we have to send the other homeless people, the formerly homeless people, out. And end up in the streets. One thing I didn't mention with regards to the Trump story, which is where the build-up was over the weekend. There was a call for people to protest, so there was this feeling by some of the media that Tuesday, New York City could look like January 6th in Washington, D.C. from a few years ago. Are thousands and thousands of Trump people going to march in the streets of New York City demanding the DA not indict the former president? Part of the whipping. I don't think they can afford the toll. The George Washington Bridge with Lincoln Tunnel. And because it's a thing that's trying to impact the presidential election. I did pay off a porn star. Come and fight for me. I know. Does any of these people stop and think this through? He paid off a porn star. He tried to cover it up. And I'm not saying it's a crime, but this is all self-inflicted on his part. Exactly. I mean, he cooked his wife normally, and not screw around with a porn star, and not try to cover it up for hush money, and then cover it up illegally by falsifying his business documents. You can choose not to do all that stuff. I saw a funny quote from Kevin McCarthy, who's now the Speaker of the House, and of course the California Republican. He said Trump isn't really calling for people to protest. That's not what he's saying. It's like, I don't know, it sounds like what was reported is a social media post protesting. Jesus, really a threat. They're going to have some sort of hearing. They're demanding that the DA in New York, Alvin Bragg, hand over documents. Although I did see one good point about him. He promised, and we've seen this, he's another good persona. He was not going to go after nonviolent crime. I said, yeah, you remember that? He doesn't even have to go after violent crime. New York City is as big a disaster zone as any city in the country. It's because Alvin Bragg believes in no prosecution. So there's a lot of violence, there's a lot of mayhem going on, and he's going over Trump sticking around with his business documents. I mean, this whole crowd, nobody to root for it. And Trump even put that in his email that the New York City DA, the Alvin Bragg, remember that internet grocer that was getting beat, so he reached out to the guy with a knife or something, and Bragg went after the grocer. He tried to defend himself and stabbed the guy with a knife. And Bragg went after the grocer, who was trying to, so he gave up because the backlash was severe. Yeah, so Bragg is a 5-star jacket. So, but now he's going to be a hero for all the left-wing a-holes that want Trump's head. But like I said, one thing is I'm just thinking like they don't take this with a good faith, so they're not really, a lot of that media is not latching on to this. You know what? It is a good thing. It's convoluted. You try to read. I forced myself to read through it over the weekend. Actually, this is hard work. This is not the kind of thing I normally want to read. And so I had to read it. So I try to find the hook, right? When you're covering a case, especially we're going to do it on the radio where there aren't any pictures or graphics to show you, we got to be able to process it and then explain it in a way that everybody can understand. And this one is just, this is a headache. And it's really not clear what a crime is, like who got harmed. Okay, now speaking of crime, we moved from New York City to San Francisco, where a CNN correspondent who was there to report on the rampant street crime in San Francisco had her rental car broken into. Even with higher security, who was supposed to watch the car. You see, it got robbed again. Then got a picture of the car's shattered rear view window. He had security to watch our rental car, plus 2 cars. 2 figures under 4 seconds. This is ridiculous. Oh, I told you I saw this for free. Yeah, I was there a couple of years ago, and I saw 2 guys pull up in a car with masks over their face, and they just, like a complete keycap and everything, and they smashed it through the back window of a parked car, and it was over in seconds. They grabbed a whole bunch of things out of the back of it. They saw the family come later and owned the they were tourists and they were looking at like, what the hell happened? So, if you're a tourist in San Francisco, you cannot leave your rental car out of the street and never ever leave your stuff. Don't, because that's what they do. They drive by and they do a quick glance if they see something in the seat or in the back, trunk area, not in the trunk, but that little, like in an SUV, that's that's when, and that's what they do. They snap that back window and grab it. So, and they go to the nothing in sight, looking through the window. And they go to the places that tourists go, like Fishing North or North Beach or the Giants baseball park. In December, more than half of the city's residents said that they had been victims of theft or larceny. Wow. Half. I would expect 20%, even in a bad city, 30%. Down there, it's like something got sold from me completely wrong. There is a clip, and I heard it right at the last minute before the start of the show. I'll go find it for tomorrow. There's a clip of this San Francisco supervisor begging the police department to send resources and police into her kitchen because it's so out of hand. This same woman issued a tweet 3 years ago in 2020 calling for defunding of the police. And now 3 years later, because crime is so rampant in her district, she sounded like she's about to cry because it's so bad. It's like, hello, lady. This is what you wanted. You got it. You got it? Oh, play it.
We've been begging for more cookies and for more officers. In the mission today, I've been begging this department to give the mission what it deserves in terms of police presence all year long. And I have been told time and time again, there are no officers that we can send to mission. It hurts, and I feel betrayed by the department. I feel betrayed by the mayor. I feel betrayed by the priorities of the city. It is not the Board of Supervisors' priorities. We want our residents safe. We don't want our residents getting shot, getting assaulted, getting killed because of the mission. It's not theft. In the mission, people are getting shot and killed. In the mission, people are getting beat up. In the mission, people are dying.
That woman, Hillary Rose, she's a Democrat. She's on the San Francisco Supervisory Board. And this is what she wrote in 2020. I want to make it clear that I believe strongly in defunding the police and reducing the number of officers on our force. For decades, we've had an imbalance in our city's budget with hundreds of millions of dollars going to the San Francisco Police Department to have them do work they are not qualified to do. And in 2020, when Mayor London Breed redirected $120 million from law enforcement to other initiatives, and homicides increased 20% in 2020, another 17% in 2021, and at the end of that year, Breed made an emergency request to the board to add more funds to the police department. They are just fools. All right, when we come back, we'll talk about Lisa's latest idea to go after the oil companies in California. Trying to KFIA 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app, and Deborah Mark Live, the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
All right. It's Brother Huckabee can give you Harry Sale saying, "Go school to the next spring." Go get it.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Tomorrow could be the day on Deborah Mark Live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Service Employees International Union of California says it stands with LA School District workers expected to strike tomorrow. The union's 3-day walkout to protest Center Tuesday will start in less than 24 hours. Executive Director with SEIU Local 99, Matt Arias, says he's puzzled by the district's attempt to report a nearly $5 billion in reserves.
Not all bathrooms are open. Late lunch may be dirty. There's not enough staff to support students. There's not enough staff for sure to support special ed students.
LAUSD made new offers to both unions Friday while it filed charges against Local 99, calling the strike unlawful. The district's request for an injunction was rejected yesterday, confirming the workers' right to protest. In LA, Chris Adler, KFI News. The news is brought to you by the County Dental Implant Center. A group of activists in LA has started a new website filled with personal information about LAPD officers. The site, called Watch the Watchers, was created by the group Stop LAPD Spying Coalition and mostly used info obtained through police records. A person can enter the name of an officer, including the chief, and get their date of hire, ethnicity, rank, assignment, and department email. The group says it is suing to get the height and weight of every officer. Organizers say the site is intended as a tool to empower community members. Governor Newsom is working to have voters choose whether the state should invest more in treating people with mental health issues.
The governor's proposed bond measure would raise between $3 billion to $5 billion. Newsom says the money would create at least 6,000 new mental health treatment beds in what he calls state-of-the-art facilities.
And we have to address and come to grips with the reality of mental health.
Newsom's proposal would also direct at least $1 billion from the existing Mental Health Services Act to house people with mental health and substance abuse issues. The ballot measure would go before voters in 2024 if approved by the legislature. Boy, trolling. Hey, if I knew.
Dogs with disabilities have met up with people with disabilities in Brea to inspire one another, one wag at a time. Enjoy to everyone they meet.
Green Sector's founder Debbie Pearl says the unstoppable dogs are her pet therapy ambassadors.
Teaching everybody that it doesn't matter what kind of disability you have, that you know that there's no boundaries.
This Easter Field Senior Services participant said Friday he's happy to see the dogs moving around in wheelchairs.
The world does damn dogs like this, but as a physical activity.
The unstoppable dogs are all rescued from abuse. In Brea, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The legislature in Idaho has passed a bill that would allow inmates sentenced to death to be executed by firing squad. The bill is headed to the governor's desk after passing with a veto-proof majority. Firing squads will only be used if the state cannot get the drugs needed for lethal injections. The Death Penalty Information Center says only Mississippi, Utah, Oklahoma, and South Carolina have laws allowing firing squads if other execution methods are not available. We are going to go to the 5 next.
If you want to sell your home, you have to know that the market is changing, and it's constantly. There's a drastic rise in interest rates, mortgage rates, and that means it's important for you to take action now.
Well, before you call it an agent, do this. Call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is a great alternative for selling your home, because then there's no dealing with agents.
Commissioners for paying for repairs and waiting months to sell. They'll make you a competitive cash offer, and they can close in days. Again, no agents, no commission.
Seller's Advantage is going to make the selling process so easy. Sellers walk away happy. See what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews.
If you're ready to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage now. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS. 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 SellersAdvantage.com.
Seller's Advantage will buy your home, make it easy, so from your door, have to want yourself happy with Seller's Advantage.
DRA number 0196165.
The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby Miners Injury Attorneys. The Dow closed up 383, S&P 500 up 35, NASDAQ up 45, and the average price for a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.85. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Just as they used since 1972. Southland weather from KFI is going to be very rainy and windy tomorrow. Highs around 60 for Metro LA and Inland Orange County. Mid-50s for around 60 for the San Gabriel and the Canada Valley. Upper 40s in the 50s in the Antelope Valley. Lows to upper 50s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 61 in Dana Point. It's 60 in Anaheim, 58 in Diamond Bar, and the same in Simi Valley. It's slow on the 5 in Griffith Park. This is the southbound side. We're seeing delays that are leaving the 134 freeway. You remain on the brakes all the way to the 605. And 605 southbound loading up on the people over there. Getting away from Beverly Boulevard as you roll towards the 5 freeway. We've got Mike O'Brien in Riverside, KFI in the sky.
Trouble to the 60, you go 60 eastbound at Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. It's just like a stall there in the middle lane. That is just going through Riverside here, so it's coming out of Rubino Boulevard. Now, out of East LA on the 50, not all that bad. You do have the storm there from Atlantic on and off the Rosemary Boulevard. We're going to plug this through industry up towards 57. I'd say much better than normal there. If you're coming out of the Cold Pass, this is southbound
porch of a ladder or a dolly or something like that in middle lane coming up on El Toro Road. So watch out for some sudden delay. Hey, app on your side. Hope gets you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Or stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
John again, sir. John Cobell for King CFO, KFI, AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We sure gone. You can hear the show after we're doing at 4 o'clock by accessing the podcast at KFIAM640.com or using the iHeartRadio app. Coming up this hour, Gibberish from Newsom as he makes his tour around the state. Talk about triple mental health, homelessness. So anyway, we got to do quick and quiet, and then we'll talk about Mayor Facchetti and some blowback over her Inside Space program that's apparently is taking some people off the streets, putting them in hotels, but perhaps pushing other people out of those hotels who were already homeless before. It's like a little show, a little musical segment. Yeah, musical secret. We'll get to all this, but we'll start with Newsom, and of course, his new plan to deal with the oil companies and what he calls windfall profits. He gave up with the legislature passing some sort of windfall profit tax for the oil industry in California, and instead of creating a watchdog division within the California Energy Commission to investigate the alleged price gouging, allegedly, like another small bureaucracy which will collect information, they say, from the oil companies and determine whether or not they're making too much money. Let's talk with Kevin Swagel. Yeah, Vice President of Strategic Communications for the Western States Petroleum Company. Kevin, how are you?
Well, is it Friday yet? I mean, look, it's a lot already for Monday with this stuff.
Yeah, what do you think he's going to do with this agency, with penalties to the oil companies?
Well, look, I think only California, maybe just under itself in California, are victim of it. We actually think that creating a new expensive bureaucracy with 20 or 30 board members and putting them through things for investigating, subpoena power, and all sorts of things, and having them basically in charge of our fuel supply, adding taxes, adding costs would be a good idea. So this is not a formula to success, and this is the third pivot that Sumner has made on this issue, knowing the first two aren't going to work. Now his idea is like, let's just go wrap a bunch of new taxes and a whole lot of bureaucracy to see how it turns out in between this.
Now, this being nothing, I mean, it looks like, was it your case that he failed with the legislature? So he's just throwing this out there to make people think he's doing something?
Well, yeah, look, I mean, this special session has been in for 106 days now, and started off, he called to have a special session on a windfall profit tax. He kind of devotes pretty quickly on that, realized he's not going to get a super majority. Switched it to a penalty in the fall, had his first hearing where he heard some experts in the Energy Commission where they said, it's not about profits and earnings, this is about fuel supplies to California and isolated markets. Had another hearing a few weeks ago, heard the clean energy was stronger. In fact, this experts saying it's not at the final level, it's downstream, there's a lot of issues. California's just went to place to work. And then now pivoted to this. It's just sticking to the bureaucracy. That way, what he doesn't have to set numbers, the governor doesn't have to stand on numbers of his own, things are too fun to do.
So you think some of the people who testified before the commission or the legislature, they have explained why the gas is so much higher. It's not just taxes. Taxes, no, but there's other factors that are specific to California. Do you think it's been adequately explained?
It's been explained over and over again. Now, look, tell us more transparency in the industry. We're happy to provide it where we can, and it's protected for privacy issues, so traders don't misuse that information. But yeah, the idea that this is really on here fuel supply. So other policies we have that restrict the ability to create infrastructure, for example, that handle times when we are short on supply. If we have more infrastructure, we might have a little bit extra in the system to keep costs down. Certainly the taxes and regulatory environments we talked about a lot is played against all that. And then it's just the high cost of doing business. I mean, if you're a gas station owner somewhere in LA, your real estate might be a little bit different than it is in a different part of the state or a different state. And so all of those factors combined to make California expensive. We have special fuel blends, as you know, and again, we are the energy island that we talked about a lot. We don't have supply coming from Texas or other places. We have to produce it here or ship it in from overseas. And that creates, it makes it a tough market for us.
Sorry. I don't know if you know all this, like the history of it. Yeah. But before all the climate hysteria, let's go back, 40 or 50 years. Why wasn't there a pipe built from Texas to California? Because California was the promised land back then. It was clear that millions of people were moving, and it was going to become, one of the big population centers of the country. So why didn't they build energy infrastructure leading into the state?
Well, we didn't need it because California is actually one of the most productive states when it comes to oil production in the country, and our history is largely based on that. So that when the oil was still in the state, we were producing huge amounts of what we needed to produce, and so the idea that we'd have to ship that from 3 or 4 states away didn't make a lot of sense to folks then. Now, certainly public policy has changed. It's been nearly impossible to get production permits. Other bands have made it, cut our production down to about 25 to 27% of what we need.
You think most of this is self-inflicted?
Oh, yeah, look, California does a good job of causing our own problems with our public policy. And this is one area where we can see the history of it play out. And you can also see, unfortunately, where this is going. We talk about all electric and needing 3 times electricity that we have today and transmission lines and all of those. You can see what's going to happen if we don't think forward.
The stuff they lay out for the electric car, that's supposed to go on to it, just sounds so fanciful. They can't possibly generate the electricity needed for it.
Well, the governor was down in Lithium Valley today or yesterday talking about lithium. Well, look, if we're going to be 100% electricity in this state, we're going to need all of that lithium. We're going to need all the lithium we can find in California, all the copper, rare earths, graphite, you name it. So we can find in the United States. And we need some money in the next couple of years to get where they want to go. So this is what we're saying. There's a better way of getting to our climate goals than to, ban and mandate our way forward. It's not going to work out. It's sort of crazy how obvious it is to the public, yet we have these discussions in Sacramento over and over and over again.
Now, here's the one thing with the public. They'll hear headlines, and I think they're accurate, that the oil companies are enjoying record profits, and so they just don't understand. Why isn't it a proportional profit? We know that the price of oil, price of gas went up, but then the cost more. But how come the profits are so insane on top of it? It gives the impression that there is a lot of gouging of it.
Yeah, no, look, again, when earnings are high, it's pretty easy for the public to come to that conclusion. And our explanations don't always feel that satisfying. But what I think it comes down to is a couple things. One, there's a supply issue, and what we see in the market is based on supply and demand. This last week, the California Energy Commission had taken a bunch of data in from refiners looking at their gross profit. And before any expenses, we're going to see the expense, the net profit numbers here later, it was about 66 cents per gallon profit. Now, that's a healthy profit. Is that the $2 or $3 that was implied last fall by a lot of politicians, by our governors? No, it's far short of that. In fact, you can hear me talking about that number in the last couple days. So we'll see how it nets out. But, look, it has been growth. In the last year or two, it's been a very strong year for this industry. Next year might not be as good as a few years ago. It wasn't.
But people think like they could knock off, 20 cents a gallon. But they're having an excessive profit. Then why are they charging so much? And are they all polluting? Why is it one of the companies, for the sake of grabbing more market share, knocking off some of the price? Because it's still going to have a great profit here.
Yeah, look, again, I think with any commodity, you look at that, and the commodity we all use every day, it's sort of a bullseye of that type of discussion. But again, looking at the market,
Is it what I said? Is it true? Is it true that they could easily knock off and break and really knock out of them?
Markets don't work that easily, unfortunately. And one thing you can say is that you mentioned investigations. There's been multiple attorneys general that have looked into it. They never find any collusion. They don't find any wrongdoing. They always conclude that it's a market issue. And a publicly held company, can't simply just say, look, we're going to do this blanket discount. That doesn't work. And each market's different. LA is different than San Francisco, and these companies are global companies. So when you look at earnings, that's just not California earnings. That's a global earnings. So, again, we understand the public perception. Nobody likes high gas prices. We get it. I get it. No, I don't like anybody else. But there is a market story behind all of that. But, more importantly,
there's a public policy story behind all this, and public policy contributes to all this. And this is where the governor and the legislature and others could really make an impact. If you loosen up infrastructure policy, for example, if you look at the way that we are tax regulatory programs and what those impacts are, if you look at the impact of bans and saying we're going to be 100% this or 100% that just a few years out, all of those things have real impacts on consumers and also connect to their market. I mean, we may not see investment in California when it comes to production or refining at the levels we enjoy today if these type of policies continue to happen. If we need a couple of refineries these days, gas prices will probably look a lot different. Kevin, thanks very much for coming on. Maybe the best. Good to talk to you. Kevin Schlegel, Vice President of Strategic Communications for the Western States Petroleum Association. More coming up, Johnny 10 KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere the iHeartRadio app. Deborah Mark live in 24-hour KFI News.
Thieves have been targeting women who are out shopping across Southern California. The thieves work in pairs in groups of 3. Investigators say the groups behind the theft in recent weeks is from South America. Amazon CEO has told employees in a memo that the company plans to eliminate 9,000 more jobs in the next few weeks. And North Korea says it simulated a nuclear attack on South Korea with a ballistic missile launch. The launch over the weekend was North Korea's 5th missile demonstration this month in protest of the U.S. and South Korea's largest joint military exercises in years. Southland weather from KFI, rain and very windy tomorrow. Highs in the upper 40s to around 60. This report brought to you by Vanguard University in Orange County. We're going to a crash on the 133 in Laguna Beach. This one's on the northbound side. It is about a half mile before the next nature center turnoff. It's just past the 733. Ohio Patrol telling us that only the right lane is open. The lanes are jammed coming off of the 73 freeway. I just checked it out. It's going to take you about 5 minutes to make your way through, but it's good traffic. It's very dense to that stretch. We've got Michael Brain, Diamond Bar, KFI in the sky.
Trouble for the 57 northbound, approaching Pathfinder. Problem building in the right lane, and that's heading to going quickly backing up into Orange County, leaving Connor saying this is way fast there. Now, the 91 eastbound, if you're heading up towards the Inland Empire, start to Carson. That's going to load up from the beginning of the freeway up Lakewood Boulevard. It'll be a nice stretch out to the 57. Terrible there to the 57 over to the 55. And then in Corona, it's like a problem coming up the middle lane through the 15, and it's already jamming up through the 71. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Anita Martinez. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University, ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more.
This recording is sponsored by BlindShirt.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at BlindShirt.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blinds blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at BlindShirt.com. Whether you're just starting your watch collection or expanding it, check out Bob's Watches for one of the largest and finest selection of pre-owned modern and vintage luxury watches. Rolex, American, Cartier, Tudor, buy, sell, or trade. You can count on their trust, honesty, and transparent pricing. Free overnight shipping, all watches independently certified authentic. Get $200 off. Just Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle and click the link to get your discount. Just Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle and click the link to get your discount. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ga.gov/online.
From 1909 to 1979, Gateway Hospital in California performed thousands of sterilization procedures as part of the King's Law. After 1979, this practice continued in cases quickly. If you are left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a child from a prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For our confidential application, call 1-800-777-9229. Deadline to apply is December 31st, 2022. Join us this March to make March Matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Every time you stop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny Tech Show, John Gold out there, and KFI, KFI, Corey, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Well, we continue to talk about Governor Tiffany Jr. I'm talking about his attack on the oil companies, and the passage now shows him trying to get the windfall profit tax. A fancy way of running for president. Look at me. I'm standing up against the oil companies. Now he's been doing our tour around the state. We have a clip where apparently he's trying to explain his tour. He was in San Diego recently. He was in Southern California, LA area, a couple of days ago. This is something else to get attention. He decided not to do a state of the state speech and instead do some media tours. And he's explaining to Spectrum News reporter Daniela Pardo, this is an excerpt of an interview, that everything he's doing on this tour comes back to trying to figure out the homelessness problem in California. Here we go. What we're doing is spread throughout the state of the state tour, and that's our job. The prison reforms that we're trying to advance, to focus on making sure that we're part of community redevelopment here in the reality of the work that we're doing as it relates to the broader healthcare delivery system. It's tomorrow's announcement, big announcement on mental health and reform. I hope people see it the next issue. The issue of homelessness is the ultimate manifestation of our failure as a state nation. We own it. We have to own a greater sense of urgency and responsibility. And so in many ways, that short speech I gave at the State of the State is a longer narrative on the State of the State tour of making real and showing the work in this space so people have a sense of more confidence that we're building momentum, the flywheel, creating peace, real progress, because they feel respected as their tax dollars. That was a highlight reel. Did he actually take serious stuff, or is it just that one? But it was flywheel in there, and like to say, in this space. And so, what's the flywheel? You see that before it's something in the industry that they use in production or something like that, or what does it have to do with anything? Not even talking about fishing on the flywheel. I mean, there's other people, passed down half dead in the street. This is why he's awful. And he's going to have the same thing as Kamala Harris on the national scale, because people are going to listen to people like that and go, what? Take it away. Yeah. Right now, the only people covering him are the non-slobbering media at right? Most of the rest of the national media hasn't focused on this group yet, because he isn't officially running for president, but he will someday. Do the people on the inside know that he's approved and they're just scratching the check? Or do these people really get caught up in the celebrity and their own career advancement? Because Kamala Harris, everybody's put her off in Washington. Everybody. So it's 100% turnover. So the career life is crazy. I'm not working. In fact, this is going to be a detriment to my career to have her on my resume. Yeah, but I got to cover this over as quickly as possible and go look up for somebody else. But well, his problem is different. He put it out years ago that he talks his techno joints. A lot of Silicon Valley references. But what do you think they're hip? But they're just awful. They're annoying. How do you keep you that it's like somebody that texts you with just all letters, to try to tell you what they're saying? How does he even track what he's saying? Does he track what he's saying? Because you can think off the top of your head and kind of talk yourself into it. Oh, I think it's just off the top of his head. Right, okay. But as he's thinking that he's thinking no sense. No, I don't think so. He never texted himself and saying, oh, wait a second, I just kind of got off track. Well, I forgot what my point is. I mean, I kind of understood his point. He's trying to say, the most progressive narrative here, that all of our problems with homelessness track back to the failures of our capitalistic system. That's what he comes to folks about. Mr. Multiple Wineries funded by the state. We are responsible for the homeless. They're not responsible for themselves, is what he said. They're responsible. He's got one of the wealthiest oil families in American history. Oil family that financed his entire business career. He doesn't exist without massive amounts of getting money. Yes, I mean, I propelled them into politics. So they pump 1 trillion gallons of oil. There's a huge fortune. They're just gathering some of that so he can diddle around in his vineyard. And And then he becomes Mr. Electric. He becomes a better knock in the head. Yeah, and then he's giving us lectures on capitalism and why that causes homelessness. And effing you. You heard him. A completely phony baloney. You heard him hinting there about a big announcement that piece of audio was to a couple of days ago. Yesterday in San Diego, get this, he wants $3 billion in a bond measure to build new mental health campuses, residential settings, and permanent supportive housing. I think they're going to put it on the ballot next year in 2024. $3 billion. More money to be spent on that rabbit hole. Billions and billions and billions. In the last 19 years, I think it was November 2004, they passed a 1% bonus tax on people making over $1 million. So that was the Gerald Steinberg tax. Yeah. The former head of the state senate and now the mayor of Sacramento. It's a 1% surtax on people making $1 million or more. The counties ended up with billions of dollars and they didn't know how to spend it. There were stories coming out that they had accounts overflowing with cash and nowhere to go. Well, it's funny because he also wants to take $1 billion from that fund to also open up these mental health care. Because that money is sitting around. They got to now rewrite the law in order to access it. You know, the law was written in a very restrictive way, so you can't spend it on everything you think they should spend it on. But unless you change the laws for conservatorship to get these people off the street and into these mental health campuses, this is another waste of money. You have to force them in. Right. They're wandering around out there because we're not taking any action for their own good to get them into the health they need. We won't do it. That's well, then it's going to be a failure. It's going to be a massive waste of money, and they know this. That's the thing. They know if you don't force all these crazed, drug-addicted vagrants into treatment, if you don't force it, then the whole plan will fail. But he said, if Britney Spears and Amanda Bynes into conservatorship, but we can't get all these dirty homeless people we're seeing on the street who are clearly more whacked out. I think I can handle if I ran into Britney Spears and Amanda Bynes. I think they don't navigate around that. But the people, I mean, in that part, because Amanda Bynes walks by an exit, I can navigate around her. All right, when we come back, we'll talk about Mayor Bassetti. She's apparently being criticized for her Inside Space program and putting these homeless people into hotels because the claim is that others are being pushed out of the hotels to make room for the new hotel people. Funny, KFI and 640 Live everywhere the iHeart Radio app. Deborah, is that you humming? Yeah, what is that noise?
Some weird noise in this undisclosed location. I mean, an undisclosed location, Ken, so I can't tell you exactly what's going on.
Put her in the bunker?
I am, yes.
They put her in the Amanda Bynes room. It's like a city union street. Some kind of vibration. The Amanda Bynes room.
I don't know what that noise is. I'm not naked.
Okay.
I do have nightmares, though. I do have nightmares.
You know, I love about her. She will clarify anything.
Well, I do, but it's funny.
I just want you to know I'm not naked.
I have nightmares sometimes that I am running around in the outside world like Amanda naked, and I don't understand that. And I wake up, and yes, it's terrifying. I don't know. But it's
I only have the shoeless one. I just have one for something. I have no shoes. I just know what happened. I said, how am I going to get to where I'm going? I have no shoes. You were recording all that, right?
Oh, God.
Oh, I record every show. All right, very good. Deborah has news.
The 12th atmospheric river of the year is set to hit the state this week, bringing heavy rain and strong winds. The National Weather Service is the heaviest rain for LA. It's expected to start tomorrow morning and continue to Wednesday. Most communities are expected to get between 1 and 3 inches of rain, but mountain and hill areas could see up to 4 inches. The National Weather Service says the entire state is likely to see some rain, but the biggest area of concern with this storm is the Central Coast. The news is brought to you by Jacoby Myers, injury attorneys.
This is it. This is all as well.
Governor Newsom has toured geothermal plants at Imperial Valley to get an update on the production of lithium. Newsom says the so-called Lithium Valley near the Salton Sea area is one of the most lithium-dense areas in the world. He says lithium is essential for car battery production and helping California become more eco-friendly.
I'm very proud of the progress that we're seeing. I'm very mindful of it. The 30,000 acres that we're committed to by 2028. We haven't finished that yet, but nor is it 2028.
The lithium plant Newsom toured is one of 3 in Imperial Valley. The goal is to start producing more as the years go on. Officials Officials with the lithium plant say the plant will create more than 4,000 jobs with increased production. President Biden has issued the first veto of his presidency. The veto comes as Biden tries to block Republican-led efforts to overturn a Labor Department rule allowing retirement plans to consider environmental and social factors when making investment decisions. The rule ended a Trump-era ban on managers of retirement plans considering these factors. Republicans in Congress who pushed to overturn the action argue the ESG is just trying to get woke. Southland weather from KFI, rain and a lot of wind tomorrow, highs around 60 for Metro LA and inland Orange County, mid-50s for around 60 for San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, upper 40s to mid-50s in the Antelope Valley, low to upper 50s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 59 in Villa Park, 62 in Westminster. From the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic center, let's go places. We're going to a stall on 710 in Commerce. And Boulevard is just 54 from the highway to Collegeville Colbert stall out of lane. The traffic is still pretty messy as you make your way away from the 60. Let's check out Corona with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
The Corona draw is on, Angel. 91 eastbound, pushing the 15 there. It just keeps the left lane there. Bump for the bumper, back to the Green River, and at that point, he's passing the normal corner, goes way back into Anaheimville, starting to about where Change Clark Scale. 15 northbound in Ontario, into Cucamonga. 15 northbound, a little before Foothill. I think you just create noting on that problem. It's still very heavy from the 50. The only good news, up ahead, not too bad as the whole path. About 15, though, that's step one from the top of the desert, there, top of the hill. Pretty much from Oakville Summit to the 138. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Nicole Martinez.
Our friends at Solomac Technology are living a business's dream. They're growing like crazy. They're hiring installers, sales reps, and customer service technicians.
So imagine supporting your family, getting great benefits, and having a chance for growth with the supportive team at Solomac.
You will be proud to work with Solomac. They're local, they're based in Riverside, they offer the highest quality solar panels and do everything under one roof.
Contact Solomac today and be part of the clean energy solution. Apply at solarmactech.com/careers, solarmactech.com/careers. But now, we want our fresh produce to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our fruits and veggies, checking for things like stars. In fact, only the best produce, like zesty oranges and crisp carrots, treat ourselves. Because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards mean fresher produce. So, fresh for everyone.
You'll find a great selection of the freshest produce every day. 1-pound packages of organic strawberries are $2.99 with your car. Well, fresh for everyone. At KFI Full Supporter Deal Surveyor here with renowned home wrecker, Tommy Termite. Tommy, what looks good on the menu today?
Well, I wanted the roof, the related corn, and for dessert, I think I'll have the wood.
Really? Tommy Termite? Who wrote this? But termites will happily eat your house and then stick you with the bill. So I suggest calling Pacific Coast Termites today. Call them at 800 Pacific. What doesn't happen is tenting, no double bagging your food, no pet sitting. I've sent it before. It is a nightmare. You do not want to go there. Mention KFI, get 10% off termite treatment, a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800 Pacific. That's 800 Pacific, or visit PacificCoastTermites.com. PacificCoastTermites.com, 800 Pacific.
Pacific Coast Termites,
The clean, friendly way. Injures are America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people. For official rules and more information about context of this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
More stimulating talk. Morning, John Ken Show. John Colbert, Ken Campo, live from 1-4 every day on the radio. Then after that, on the iHeartRadio app, the John and Ken podcast, John and Ken on demand. You can get that right after 4. Yeah, you sure can. Let me be the first to tell you, it's going to rain. You didn't know? I want to tell you what breaking news. It's going to rain heavily beginning later tonight, all into tomorrow, then into Wednesday. And then, who knows, you make rounds.
So turn around.
Oh, crowd. He's coming your way. Ready? So keep an eye on those 4 mountain people. They get some snow, too, mixed in there. We now turning our attention
100 days. Can I just say this? Oh, yeah. Now would be a good time to go get food. I suppose that is good advice, okay? Do they still have the old snow up here, or did that go away? I don't know. I don't know how much snow there is. I thought you were going to go to your place in Arrowhead and check it down. It's the kind of stupid thing you shouldn't do. Well, few people want to do that. I'm going to go see what snow. This, tomorrow, we believe, it's the 100th day of their Bethany. Yahoo! The Times already did a poll. What was the point of that? Oh, it's just going to prove already that people are skeptical about the homeless. Well, that's the number one problem. Which I found to be really a ridiculous poll. They approve of her. She's got one job to clean up the homeless, and they don't think she could do it. So when you pay her right, you said because she's likable, she's friendly, and she smiles, yeah, that can go far with this. That is the fatal flaw in human beings. That they're more likely to respond to an emotional feeling than they are to an intelligent analysis. It's pointless to try to talk to most of these voters rationally anymore. They just don't respond to it. Their brains freeze up. You can't approve of somebody because you like their smile. You have to look at what they do. And they don't, that's what's fascinating is they don't believe she's going to do it in the future. It wasn't a judgment on, what's happening now. It's like, what are your expectations? Not much. So, they released these numbers. The city will have housed a total of 4,000 people in her first 100 days. Not all of them are from her Inside Safe program. Some were already being helped through other initiatives. Wow. But now there's this story that largely they're taken to hotels, but it looks like they are playing musical daydreams. Princeton Parker was a 38-year-old living in his tent on LA's west side. In fact, just outside of downtown. 38. 38 people. I love the ages of these people. I always noticed it. 38. He was delighted by his move to the Hotel Silver Lake. At the edge of Silver Lake, a historic Filipino town. The rooms were large, his friends from the encampment are close by. I felt like I finally had a home. Oh, but they moved him. And it took him to a hotel in downtown LA. And then that didn't work out, so he ended up in a third hotel in Hollywood. He's been lonely and isolated ever since. Now, I don't want to feel sorry for this guy because certainly he'll get your back together. Because he had a friendly high school kid. My friends hear me at this hotel. It was great. Have you thought about going to work, Princeton, and finding your own place to live, even if it's in Nebraska? Sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Tempo, that is the wrong answer. No, that is the real answer, and the only way out of it. Because this is a morass that will go on for decades if you allow it to continue like this. But the idea is we have to set everybody up in housing, and it can't be moved. Look how entitled this guy is. I mean, he was there in 3 hotels. But since they moved him out of the second hotel, I was extremely excited to be at Hotel Silver Lake, and they just took that from me. They just took that from me? You didn't free rent, right? You didn't own the hotel room. You weren't paying for the hotel room. Yeah. They took it from me. So you're taking my tax money from me, Princeton. How do you end up with the name Princeton? And you end up flat out on the street. What's that story? Of course, the hack reporter, David Van Eyck, doesn't ask Princeton Parker, why aren't you working? What's the last job you held? Why did you leave that job? What keeps you from getting a new job and earning money instead of sponging off the taxpayers and bitching that you're moving from hotel to hotel? What makes you think you deserve a hotel? What makes you think we should put up with you living on the sidewalk? So we're back to Hugo Soto Martinez is the LA councilman that took over from Mitchell Farrell in to conclude the incident at Central Park Lake. Apparently, recently, Inside Safe, you mentioned this the other day, now there are campus near Central Park Lake. They put out a fence around it. So they sent out Inside Safe outreach workers to move those people, and apparently the claim is they moved them into hotels, but that displaced other homeless people, maybe like that guy we just mentioned, who had to be moved to downtown LA. Yeah, at the front of the story, what's his name? Princeton Parker. He fixed the game in order to appease people on the west side. They moved some of the homeless into a hotel. Now to appease people in the Silver Lake district, they moved people into the hotels, and now the west side people are kicked out. And is that what they're going to do? They're going to try to get a headline in every district to make it look like to the roots they're making progress. They're making progress, when in fact they are moving people around, and all these people are going to be back out on the streets. And do they all count as homeless that are housed? Like if he's put away in 3 different hotels, does that count as 3 people who got homeless services from back then? Here's a 53-year-old woman, Carolyn Shane Smith, who was moved last month from a homeless encampment into Hotel Silver Lake, but apparently they're trying to relocate her to a different hotel, and she's pushing back against it. One of my favorite parts of these stories, there was, I think it was an accident. They were complaining, and this is something that goes back to the real heart of the problem, that the Inside Safe program is taking people from their encampment and taking them to different neighborhoods miles away from where they were encamped. So the activist said, that's not right. That's their neighborhood. That's their community. No, it's not. In other words, moving somebody from Silver Lake to downtown or somebody from the west side to Silver Lake, it's just not right. When you're doing drugs in the street, it's not your neighborhood. You don't have a community when you live home. No. It's not. You're sleeping on a public sidewalk. The communities are formed by people actually in housing, apartments, homes. Yeah. People who pay taxes and they pay for schools, and they have families, and then these families become friends. That creates a community. It's not random people who stumbled off buses and spend their days sprawled out on the ground. It's not a community. This was one of the Carolyn Shane Smith, 53. Yeah, 53. She wakes up every day as an adult for 35 years, and she can't figure it out. I don't know how that happened. 35 freaking years. And then she bitches and complains about the thousands and thousands of dollars we're spending on her. Well, she works in interior design, but she suffers some sort of major health crisis. Well, what's the details on that? I don't know. I'm looking at her. She's sitting on the stairs here. She doesn't look like she's disabled, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, it's always vague, right? A major health crisis. Why don't you tell us the story? What's the crisis? And is the crisis over? I mean, they do, there's medication for things. You're being too real, and you're being too demanding, Mr. Coco. Yeah, I am. You need to just tamp it down. It should all be unquestioned. Whatever these people want, that's what they're counting on. All right, we got more coming up. Johnny 10 KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. We've got Jeff and Mark. Oh, live in the 24-hour newsroom. I'm here. 2 people have been arrested for allegedly making threats against Bell Gardens High School. Cops say the threats were posted on social media, and 2 people were arrested yesterday. A group in LA has created a website filled with the personal information of officers in the LAPD. And another storm is moving into the Southland, and that means rain, wind, and snow. Forecasters say the rain will start late tonight with the most intense rain tomorrow morning. We will go to the 22, and we will check in with the KFI in the sky next. If you got lousy vision all your life, I certainly did. My vision was 21,000. 1,000. Imagine that. Well, I just see we're colors. I'm serious. There's no detail. And I went to Dr. Charles Mayer at Saddleback Eye Center. In a matter of minutes, it all cleared up. Starts with the laser light LASIK exam. His laser measures your eyes over 1,000 times and perfectly maps your vision. Then you go for the LASIK procedure. And I swear to you, it takes 20 minutes. There is no pain. There's no discomfort. And you walk out of there 20/20 or better in most cases. This is what he did. He's magical, but he has been doing this for decades. It works if you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, you need reading glasses. So it's not only you can do it quickly, but there isn't anything. You must be one of the first 14 callers now. First 14. Get a free laser light LASIK exam. Call Saddleback and Dr. Manger at 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. Two in Garden Grove. The
is a crash on the westbound side of the trains here in Garden Grove, right at Harbor Boulevard. It's blocking the right lane. We're seeing the lanes that are backing up away from the city drive. We've got Mike O'Brien taking a look at Corona, KFI in the sky. So let's see.
It's just good out of the left lane over to the right shoulder, but considering where that is, it's always headed there anyway, and now it's a floor that goes way back into Anaheim Hills from Rear Canyon Crestdale. Now, north-south side of the 15, we are from before Foothill Boulevard. Looks like they cleared out of lanes there, but still suffering from the 60. And 605 southbound, shuffling now from Whitney Boulevard down to 85. Like O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Nico Martinez.
Listen to the Low Champion, Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Dodgers reliever Daniel Hudson says he won't be ready for opening day against the Diamondbacks. He's working to recover from that torn ACL. Phoenix Copley is the Kings' confirmed goaltender for tonight's game against the Flames. NFL owners ready to extend the contract of Commissioner Roger Goodell. They'll take care of that at next week's owners' meeting. I'm Dan Gosowski.
Stunning design, unmatched intelligence, and a compact ready for anything built. Sometimes exceptional is the rule. The Mercedes-Benz CLA, member of the unrivaled SUV family. Learn more at mgusa.com.
This report is sponsored by California Department of Public Health, Office of Problem Gambling. No one chooses to become a gambling addict, but they can choose to get help from a professional counselor. To learn more about no problem gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health, Office of Problem Gambling.
He scores! You just can't miss watching college ball at Morongo. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
It's Irish total magic. From 16 to 8, 10 to 1. You can watch every score, everywhere you eat, stay, and play.
Number 4.
Lifetime wins. You can win up to $100 at free play when you earn 500 points on your reward cup. Now to the 30th.
3.
Your deal done right. Get a free haircut when you purchase any color tool. A big Bob this month.
Number 2.
Ray Gun Gift Giveaway. Get a Grammy camera picture when you earn 500 points on your reward card for the 27th or 28th.
And the number 1 reason.
Rob Schneider, live May 26th. Get your tickets now.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good time for everybody. Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty all-nightly, and no one wants that stuff. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $429.
Dell Air Conditioning and Plumbing. ReallyPCL.com. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to sell.
License number 1047-781.
I'm attorney Darren Capanelli, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut off. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COPS, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COPS.
Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hosted by Lenny Kravitz.
This individual award recipient, Taylor Swift.
And performances by iHeart Icon Award recipient, Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson, LL Cool J, Keith Urban, Pat Benatar, Emil Giraldo, Lotto, Money Long, Cody Johnson, and more.
Rock on Spot and listen on iHeartRadio.
Next Monday night at 8 p.m.
And now, a few words from your dog.
And it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM640 or stimulating talk.
It's working? Hold it. No, it's not you. Johnny Ken Show, Johnny Cobell, and KCFO, KFI, and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. It's not you, it's me. All right, so something we believe in strongly
over the years on our show is what we call the creeping crawl. So what we're talking about now is a bill in Sacramento. Boy, this guy's already on court. I think he's the head of the public safety committee. And they were a Democratic assemblyman from LA. Yeah, from LA. No, he's a crazy person. Oh, he really is a woke, crazy person. And he's leading the charge to make sure that any bill that comes to the public safety committee does not result in any new people being imprisoned or any extended prison time. They block it all. That's been their work. But this idea, each year, the state of California sets aside about $40 million to give it to the dreaded nonprofit to provide defense and other legal services to low-income immigrants and their families. What we're largely talking about is illegal immigrants, because a lot of it's about not being deported, okay? So the idea he has now is to remove one barrier to getting legal support. That would be for a murderer. So follow this. If an illegal alien commits a murder, is sentenced to prison in the state. And let's say it's a life sentence, but there is parole, or, well, the way things are working now, it could be supposedly without parole. Well, let's say the day comes, and thanks to all of our other laws in California, they get their release. Well, money from a legal fund to make sure that states don't deport the murderers. I'm not kidding. See, in the past, they allowed the money to be used for those who were like low-level, non-serious, non-violent offenders. Now he wants to add everything, including all serious and violent felonies. Robbery, murder, you name it. He wants them to get your tax money to fight deportation. This is like a triple punch to the face. If the illegal alien breaks the law and comes here, then he kills you. Then we all have to pay for his defense so he doesn't get deported. So let's start from the beginning. He kills you. Well, in the real world, in the good old days, he gets the death penalty. Oh, but that's off the table. And that's been off the table for years in California. All right, so he gets life in prison without parole. But now we're changing the laws and we're finding loopholes. Let's say he was underage or a youthful offense. Oh, let's say he's old. All right, so now we're finding ways to make sure he is released. So now this next step is to make sure he has the proper legal defense so the feds don't come along and try to support him because he's not in this country legal. And you're safe, right? You're dead, right? The illegal alien killed you. But you're safe, and your surviving family members, their tax money will be used. They'll have to pay to keep this guy from getting deported after he killed you. Yeah. This is the America that we have here in California. But this Reggie Jones Sawyer is a nut. He's a piece of work. He is an absolute nut. We've watched this over the years. Remember the sanctuary law that was passed a few years back? That Kevin Dillon owns work, drip, drip, drip. That's what I tell you. Yeah, exponentially, they get a little more, make a little more progress every year. To me, it's compared to the homeless. We were just talking about how people think it's unfair that homeless people who are parking at camp in your community, in a park, can't be moved to a hotel out of your community because they've already set down their roots in your community. It's the same theory here. People have come into the country illegally, but they settle down, they got a life in California, but they commit murder. Well, so what? So that's when they're done serving their time, we don't want them deported because they are a member of the California community. If you follow this logic, yeah. Well, they got so comfortable, they felt comfortable enough to start killing people in the community. Yes, because they have connections, they have family, and we don't want them deported because they are apart. It's anarchy is what it is. They have a lot of nice sounding other stories and theories, but it's actually about destroying the way we live. That's this story points out that there's pretty much no other state that provides free legal counsel to people who are facing deportation. Who else would think of it? Every day there's a story. I kind of don't think of it. It's hard to believe. Hey now, lots of rain coming in. So, if you're here legally or illegally, it doesn't matter, you're getting wet. So, good old place, yeah, umbrellas to be illegal. Oh, that's cool. You don't get much to all right. LAUSD might be striking. That might affect a lot of people listening to KFI.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. And maybe not a good answer. Eminent domain, they might actually grab 44 businesses in Inglewood to make room for trains to SoFi and the Kia Forum. There's no real way to get there now. You have to drive and park, and parking's a nightmare. So they're trying to put a light rail into there. So I think they're going to run it right up. A friend of mine went today to Billy Joel's TV next concert. Kroger one. Yeah. It's a whole traffic situation, parking situation. So 3 hours to get home. Yeah, it's just a problem. Yeah. It's the first time he's gone there. He goes, I'm not going back there for anything. Yeah, they got to fix that. I mean, a lot of people are turned off by that. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, now you call somebody 3 hours to get home, and they're not going back there. They don't care what it is. It's still getting good enough. No. It's like the Hollywood Bowl. We're halfway through the concert, you're like, how the F am I going to get out of this? It's all my wife does. Every time we go, halfway through anything, she's already spotting the That's perfect. You want to walk to the top of the stand, you can watch the last play.
They don't say this in New York City. You get an easy subway right to Yankee Stadium and then the City Field, right?
Right.
They don't say this.
All stadiums have a subway or a light rail. Anaheim does. San Francisco does. Yeah. Oakland does. San Diego. They all do. Except New York, Philly, Boston. Yeah. They all have Chicago. Yeah. Right there. Except us. And we just got one. We're just getting one to the airport. People have had that for 30 years. It's pretty funny. It sucks. All right, well, it's on. Yeah. Let's go. Come on.
Period. Full stop.
Let's go. Bros, there has to be a driver's 24 hours. Hey, you there. No. Screw off. It's great. KOST-HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. Well, looks like that's going to happen. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour news. Remember to the Service Employees International Union in the States say they'll stand together with LA school district workers as they prepare to strike. The SEIU's mass riot has been 3-day walkout as they protest unlawful treatment of employees to get funding needed for children in the district. 3 days, even if it's a week, 2 weeks, whatever, if the outcome is improving the community schools and by investing in the fields that provide the services, students will be better off at the end of the day. The district may waive proposal Friday at the same time to file charges against the union for what it calls an unlawful strike. The request to halt the walkout was denied yesterday, but the set up at the line starting tomorrow. The Facebook group is providing resources for parents who need child care during the strike.
Parents supporting teachers is an online support group with almost 30,000 members. So people can expect school staff to be on picket lines, but there are options for parents. Every USC is going to have a select group of campuses open for families who absolutely need to drop their children off. Dr. says people in the group are working together personally to help working parents. One day, one parent is going to take this group, and the next day, somebody else's grandmother is going to take a small group. More resources, including where to get free meals, can be found at lausc.net. Chris Atlas, KFI News.
Two adults have been arrested for allegedly posting online threats against Bell Gardens High School. The department says it was able to identify the person who made the online threat yesterday. Says during the investigation, detectives pulled over 2 people in a car for a traffic stop. We searched it and found 2 stolen guns, body armor, and a high-capacity magazine. The department says it continues to encourage the community to reporting information that poses a threat to others. Miami is considering imposing another overnight curfew in the wake of spring break violence that included 2 fatal shootings on unruly crowds. The city imposed an overnight curfew that ended this morning, making it the 3rd straight year officials have approved such restrictions. Miami's mayor says he doesn't want spring break in his city. Miami Kid had arrested 322 people on a variety of charges since February 27th. The Federal Reserve is going to close the 2-day meeting on Wednesday with its latest decision on whether to keep raising interest rates in an effort to tame inflation. CBC's Rebecca Jarvis says there's a sense of caution on Wall Street after UBS said it would buy Credit Suisse for $3.25 billion to avoid a 3rd bank failure this month.
The Credit Suisse deal followed a week of volatility and panic set off by the collapse of 2 major U.S. banks, Silicon Valley and Signature Bank.
The bank has been increasing rates in an effort to make borrowing more difficult and slow the economy. Analysts say odds are tilted again toward an increase of 25 basis points in the federal fund rate to a range of 4.755%.
The United Nations says humanity still has the chance to prevent the worst of climate change's future harm. The UN panel of scientists says to do this, nearly two-thirds of carbon pollution needs to be cut by 2035. The UN calls for an end to new fossil fuel exploration and for rich countries to quit coal, oil, and gas by 2040. UN Secretary General says humanity was on thin ice, and that ice is melting fast. And President Biden hosted Ted Lasso star gave a two-day kiss at the White House. ABC Senator Travis says the White House called the meeting a meaningful conversation about mental health issues. The Biden administration has put a spotlight on mental health, focusing on training more providers and trying to make care more affordable and accessible. A White House official says Biden's watch Ted Lasso is familiar with his message of positivity, hope, kindness, and empathy. The third season of the Emmy-winning Apple TV Plus series began streaming last week. Southland weather begins by rain through the night, lows below 50 degrees. Rain all day tomorrow, and a degree or two cooler. Highs around 50 at the beaches, around 60 at Metro Orange County. Close to 70 in Northern Pine Valley, to around 60 in the high pressure Antelope Valley. Chance of rain should be gone Wednesday, and after that, mostly sun, a little bit of clouds lingering, but a little bit warmer each day. 12 degrees after that, goodness for the weekend. Right now in Anaheim, 16, Newport Beach, 62, Toledo, 69, Long Beach, 61 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. Dow finished up 383, NASDAQ was up 45, S&P was up 35, the average price of regular gas in California, $4.85 a gallon. Don't wait, maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Texas for you since 1972. Hey, I'm referring to Waxdown coming up on Harbor. It's a crash. It was blocking lanes. Highway Patrol a few minutes ago said, everyone's off to the right shoulder in Gulf. So, when moving up, getting away from that 57. Across to Omega, Santa Monica with Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky. East Coast out of the fan, you hit the brakes this week in Lincoln Station, all the way to downtown Los Angeles from there. If you're heading to the airport on the west side, 405 southbound, loaded at now, Santa Monica Boulevard, absolute lofty there. Still reaching up a bit, sort of takes off the 105, and it's sort of stopping from there to Carson. Now, with that trouble that was the road, the 91 east side of 15, it could be accident there, but heavy volume this time of the day, and it is bumper to bumper. Now from Anaheim Hills, almost all the way to Riverside. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. As we talk about in West LA, it's 405, let's head out to the southbound side away from Santa Monica Boulevard and stretches all the way through to 710. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez. This hour of KFI is brought to you by Sunlux Solar. Go solar today at sunlux.com. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Keep a real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Captain Dowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now to get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free. Call 800-857-5656. That's 800-857-5656. Call Service Champions for an $88 per kitchen heater tune-up or visit ServiceChampions.com. More stimulating talk. All right, rain's coming in. A little bit today, a little bit last night. But tomorrow, boy, oh boy, there's that big atmospheric river coming in. Or 12. So that's a big deal. And then Foot Locker is closing 400 stores by 2026. 400 stores. And another big deal we're following here, egg prices are now at a high of, so high, they're like $4.20 at 1 dozen, whatever. So Dollar Tree is no longer stocking them. You know, my wife likes going to Dollar Tree. I occasionally go to Dollar Tree with her. And occasionally I go to Dollar Tree on my own. And every time I go, I say to my wife, hey, did you need anything? And she's never said, yeah, give me a dozen eggs. Never? Never. I didn't know they sold eggs at Dollar Tree. Where do they sell eggs? I don't know. I've been hiding my ass. All right, LAUC is going to strike, maybe, Mike is racing for it. And Chris Adler is with us, brand new report here at KFI. Chris, you're on KFI. How are you?
Sam. How's it going?
Oh, it's going great, except the weather's coming in, and then the LAUSD is striking, and there's no eggs at Dollar Tree. So how do you think it's going?
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be out there in that room, in the strike tomorrow. Making sure we've got the update. So I'm right there. I'm right in the thick of it still.
Any legal voices, right?
You know what? I'm just getting word right now as we speak that the SEIU Local 99 agreed to do a confidential mediation process with the district to try to address the differences. But they said because the district broke that confidentiality again by sharing it publicly on social media, they are saying absolutely not. They're moving forward with the strike, and now they're ready to strike. And now they're saying they're not in negotiations with the district.
Wait a minute, there's no new negotiations or current negotiations going on?
At this point, right now, they're saying they're so fed up with the disrespect by Carvalho and the district that this strike is basically inevitable. They're going out tomorrow morning.
All right, and then is everyone back to school on Friday? Is that how it works?
Well, that's the plan, unless the district continues to deny the request of that 30% pay increase plus benefits and reducing the class sizes. They are saying that this is now not just about money, it's about blatant disrespect.
Right, yeah. Well, everyone gets disrespected. That's the workplace for you, you know, what the hell. All right, so will the strike go any longer than Thursday?
Well, at the rally last Wednesday, SEIU Local 99 said if this continues and they don't get what they want, they are prepared to add additional strike dates, although those have not been solidified or announced, but they said they are prepared to add those additional dates.
All right, and they're going to be any campuses where the kids can go and be staff for 8 hours or so?
So the district is opening up some sites, so people can go to lausd.net to find those sites. The county is opening up some Parks and Recreation, also helping out with child care, so they can go to the Parks and Recreation website to find out where that will be. So there will be some facilities open to offer the child care, and then the district is also offering free meals to the kids, 6 meals for each student to make up for the missed meals that they will be getting on these strike days. And parents can go to the website again, the district website, to find out where those pickup locations will be.
When you hungry your kids attack all 6 meals at once, or you have to separate them?
I don't know. That's too valuable.
You know, right? It seems like those meals are probably light anyway, so that's exactly 2 or 3 of them at a time.
Yeah, and, it's really wild covering this story because it's divided. We've got some in the public that are ready for it. Some parents really want this strike, and some parents are saying, you know what, these workers haven't done anything for our kids, they don't deserve the funding. So it's divided.
Yeah, I think the union's crazy to settle for even 40%. I think every one of those teachers should make $150,000 minimum. And these guys, teachers making $47,000 a year is criminal.
That's the argument right now going on in the union. Is they're saying it's just not sustainable, especially with inflation, with the cost of everything gas. Even if they were making $50,000 a year, it wouldn't be enough to provide and live and even rent a home in Los Angeles.
It's not enough. You got to make a minimum of $150,000 a year to really do good at your job and concentrate on your job and not worry about money and what you're going to eat and all that stuff. I hope they get it. I hope they get the 40%, 50, 90, 80, 100% increase. They deserve it.
Well, I'll be out there covering it. I'll give you a lot of updates.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chris. There she goes, everybody. All right, Chris Adler is her name. Brand new reporter here on KFI. She's good, right? I think that was the first time we've had her on. I know we had her on last week, but her phone cracked down. But man, that LAUSD strike, it's coming, and it's coming on a very wet day. So tomorrow's going to be a nightmare for a lot of moms, a lot of dads who have kids at LAUSD. Because you're going to be soaking wet, you're going to have to drag your kids around either to work or drop them off at a friend's or relative's and worry about them all day, and then have to go pick them up after you're done working, or maybe even leave work early to go grab your kids. It does. So how did they let it get to this point? Where they're paying these teachers nothing. It's expecting so much out of them.
I don't know.
And they keep saying, the school district is too big. You cannot manage it because it's too big. That's true. But then why don't they ever break it up? Maybe they like it there. Maybe you can get lost in there. You can get lost in maybe not such a great teacher. Just if you're a good union member, you can sort of just, go with the flow of the river and not make any waves. That's possible. But it's something that change there, because if not, parents have had it, the teachers have had it, the parents have had it. 2 years of being locked up inside the home with COVID and the really strict rules that LUSD was mandating of the kids. A lot of students didn't go back to LUSD. This is true. They'd rather homeschool these kids than take them back to LUSD. So the parents have had it. The parents have had enough of the union, the LAUSD. And LAUSD teachers have had enough as well. They're making $45,000 living in LA. How do you do that? Let's say 19, you've got 5 roommates. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you make $45,000 a year and pay $2,000 a month rent or mortgage and survive. So it's unsustainable. It'll always be the news, and it's not getting better. It's actually getting worse. So there you go. It's worse now than it was when I was at LAUSD back in the 70s. It's much worse now. And they've got a lot of time to fix the problems, and they fix none of them. Absolutely none of them. So we wait and we see what happens. Chris Allen will be out there all day tomorrow to get you at LAUSD. KFI is your station to tune into. We'll talk about this weather. When is this big rain coming? Tomorrow, we'll see if Elliot was right. And we'll continue watching all of this rain. What's wrong with this rain? We're live on KFI AM at 640. 1 hour close at KFI 24-hour news. Actress Amanda Bynes has been put under psychiatric evaluation after roaming naked near downtown LA. Over the weekend, she was released from it. But she was released from a 9-year conservatorship just last year over her mental health. A federal judge says JP Morgan Chase Bank can be sued by U.S. Virgin Islands and women accusing the late financier Jeffrey Epstein of sexual abuse, who say the bank knowingly benefited from Epstein's abuse. And officials in Australia are removing millions of rotting fish from a river in the outback after floods and hot weather dropped the oxygen levels in the water. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, it is slow in Hollywood.
Everything at the north-south side of the 101, the delays leaving Santa Monica Boulevard, and that's a slow ride ahead all the way to White Oak and Encino. We've got Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
We're at the Old Nature Garden Grove for the 22 westbound, just approaching Harbor Boulevard. Looks like the dog of the shoulders there, but goes to recover off the orange cluster back to the 57 to 65, 5 interstate, I should say. Now, 57 southbound is going to affect it. If we are backing up now from the crest all the way back to the 91. North of the 57, right back through Anaheim, it's going to pull up those Imperial Highway up to Birds to the 60 in Diamond Bar. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I need to come out today.
This is the remote champion, Alfred Williams. Here for training on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Dodgers reliever Daniel Hudson says he won't be ready for opening day against the Diamondbacks. He's working to recover from that torn ACL. Felix Copley is the Kings' confirmed goaltender for tonight's game against the Flames. NFL owners ready to extend the contract of Commissioner Roger Goodell. We'll take care of that at next week's owners' meeting. I'm Dan Gutowski.
Intelligence runs in the family. Innovation runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz range of SUVs. Every member is waiting to impress. Learn more at MDUSA.com.
This report is sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online.
Chief Marketing Support. Patricia Samuel, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
For your guaranteed savings refund and 50% off tax prep. Look at Jackson Hewitt. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients buying a participating location. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50%. Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Whether you're just starting your watch collection or expanding it, check out Bob's Watches for one of the largest and finest selection of pre-owned, modern, and vintage luxury watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor. Buy, sell, or trade. You can count on their trust, honesty, and transparent pricing. Free overnight shipping, all watches independently certified authentic. Get $200 off. Just Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle and click the link to get your discount. Just Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle and click the link to get your discount.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I told you about how your nose is the body's care filter. The Navaj's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navaj will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navaj? Well, care. Quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use an Neti-Pop. Navaj uses suction power, so it's foolproof. There are nights when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navaj. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaj is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navaj, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Pray.com's meditative prayer contact is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. This meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, sleep better, and more.
Close your eyes. Ask yourself to trust and open yourself to the Holy Spirit.
Listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ground completely saturated, beyond comprehension. If you see what looks like a puddle of water, that is the pothole that goes down 18 feet. Stay the hell away from that. And that's what I'm doing, man. I slow down and circle around it really carefully. They'll handle it like an obstacle course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, over the weekend.
By the way, we're looking at the story coming. We're going to talk about this second. Now you'll see bad news.
And Foot Locker.
All the referees, where are they going to work? Right? All those refs. No, they still do that. When you go to Foot Locker, they still dress like a referee.
I think so.
All right? That would make me comfortable. All right? Like, referees don't get t-shirts out of a field. And I think that was the reason why they put them in refs out there. As an honest referee. They're keeping out of socks. I like when you buy shoes, they always ask you if you're good with socks. Like they're going to upsell you.
Yeah.
And I always tell you, nobody ever goes for that. Not once in the history of Foot Locker. Which maybe one of the reasons why they're closing 400 stores. But never once in the history of Foot Locker did someone give the socks and thanks for money. Because you know what? I have no socks. I'm stockless. For the last 3 weeks, I've been looking for someone to offer me to buy stocks, and you're the first guy that did. Let's roll a couple of dozen into the bag. Just tell me free selling.
Do you go to Foot Locker or you doing Foot Locker?
I've been to Foot Locker and I don't know how long. But they're probably 400 stores. These guys are huge.
Guys, they're always in the mall, man. They were big doings for the longest time. for people to go to get shoes and for kids when they get that age of working. Yes, I love Foot Locker. You know, I also I thought was cool, and then I guess they got some flack where they had to reduce it. But they have Foot Locker. Then they had Foot Locker. Ladies, yeah, ladies, yeah. A ladies Foot Locker, and you can slide in there and get girls' shoes. I don't know what's the kids Foot Locker too, didn't they? Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, the kids Foot Locker. They kind of did the same thing as like in the '80s, Toys R Us. What they put on, they expanded like they did. There was a Kids R Us that was just like clothes and stuff. Yeah, those kids. Yeah. Stephanie, did you work in a kids Foot Locker? I thought you did. No. I'm not being weird. I just thought you looked there for like a Foot Locker for kids. Yeah, you seem like a Foot Locker gal.
I used to love Foot Locker. I used to love it. Because, I mean, you felt like you were in kind of a special athletic place.
Right, the referee.
So, yeah, blow that whistle, Brad. Come on.
That's right there, whistle. What, I was going to ask this question. Tell me, are you a Foot Locker gal now?
Yeah.
You like Foot Locker? Yeah. Did they upsell you with socks, or was it just me?
No, they did.
Yeah, I don't understand that game. I really don't. But I enjoyed it. What I didn't like about shoe stores is when you say, oh, you have these in a 12, and the guy's gone for, 2 years, and he finally comes back and says, well, we don't have those, but we have this, and then like, oh, my Ochi came back just immediately and say, you don't have them. You don't have them. The hell? I like Foot Locker. And then after Foot Locker established itself on that beachfront, then that store lid popped up. And I thought, man, oh man, these guys are going to make a living just selling baseball hats? And I guess they're doing well, the lid. I don't know. Lid next to a Foot Locker, man, you got a day. Right next to a food court, Foot Locker, food court, and lid, man, oh man. I don't know how you pass that up. That's a great intersection. But they're closing 400 stores. And that's sad to see because I'm old school, and I like those stores. I like those. As we see more and more people do the online thing, we always thought that clothes, and I guess in this case, specifically shoes, those are the things that it seems like, well, those will never go away because you need to be in a store and trying on shoes. That's right. But I'm betting that those going away too. It's like, eyeglass stores. Warby Parker, let you take 5 at a time online. Nobody goes to eyeglass stores. Look, you go to a CarMax, and you can buy a car, and if you don't like it, you can return it within 30 days. You can return anything nowadays. You go to CarMax, you buy a car, you go again and put 1,500 miles on it, you can return it in 30 days, they give you your money back. I don't know how often they'll do that. I don't know if you can return one, every month. I think it's a limit on what you can do there. But that's a pretty cool deal. But anyway, so I was talking about, I was going out on Saturday, I think it was Saturday, to the track, and I saw what looked like a massive sinkhole on the 5 freeway from Burbank / Glendale, right on the border there. And as I passed it, I looked down and I'm like, I think that's more than a pothole. And lo and behold, it was the #1 news story on Saturday night on all 3 or 4 major stations, and it wasn't a pothole. They called it a pothole, but it wasn't. It was a hole in the freeway, and it was like 2 feet by a foot. It was a massive hole. It went all the way through the freeway. It was an overpass, and it went down to Western or whatever that street is below there. And it was a massive hole in the freeway. It took like 15 Caltrans guys to plug that sucker up. That was a big deal. And they're lucky nobody died in that thing. And you could hit that thing in your car could explode. But I think that's the tip of the iceberg. I think there's going to be a lot more of these. With all the rain we've gotten, I think we're in for a lot of road repair for the next couple months. Let's get some more on the store and some news into it here and then see what's going on. Ominous indeed, and even though this is technically the first day of spring, doesn't it really seem like this is the winter that will never end? Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, I agree with you. Dark clouds already hitting the foothills here, George Redlands, and if this storm is as powerful as forecast, not only could there be trouble in the bird areas, but yes, up in the mountains as well. Yeah, you're looking at maybe a foot, maybe 2 feet of snow in
dealing with high wind and rain, and as Brianna mentioned, this is going to be a colder storm, so they're dealing with snow as well. So what was the guy was waiting, Brianna? As Brianna mentioned, this is, that reminds me, my sister-in-law, yeah, my sister-in-law, my wife's sister, her name is Brianna, and she got married about 4 years ago. And the guy that she married, her brother, gave her speech, and I think he was the best man. And he kept pronouncing the name Brianna at the wedding instead of her real name, Brianna. And I thought that was odd, but I thought that was funny because it's one of the highlights of the wedding.
It sounds like he knows him pretty well.
And they were dating like some high school. So he got a different booted the man, which is so great on so many levels, right? He like, he's 19 or 20, he barely cares about what's going on in front of him. I don't know, what he's doing recreationally, but man, I wish I could go back there again. When you go to a wedding with your mom and dad tell you gotta go, and you know if your brother gets married, you barely know who he's marrying, and it doesn't seem to phase you. Oh man, I like the disconnect and the freedom of that. I really do. Like if I screwed up my brother-in-law's wife's name at a wedding at age 50 or 40, whatever it was, that'd be a big deal for me and my family. My mom would have gone crazy. But in that family, it wasn't a big deal. They're always they're pretty understanding of people who are just mellow in life. And I like families like that, man. I like the mellowness of that family. I wish I had a family that was a little more mellow. I really do. But you wish you had a family that was more mellow? Yeah, there's more mellow on crap like that. When you screw up at a wedding with your sister-in-law and you call her by the wrong name, I wish people were just like, oh, that's cool, dude, no worries about it. I'm not the most outrageous thing in the world. Right, exactly. But in my family, my mom would have gone family.
There was lots of respect.
What's her name? Who is she? I can never remember her name. You worked there, she was a news lady. She used to live in La Cañada, Flint Ridge. She's in Washington. No, there's another one, and she passed away of cancer. She's very, very funny. She's very good. She's on Taylor's back. She's on... Tracy Miller? Yes. Tracy Miller. Yeah. Tracy Miller was on the air one day, and she said Orion Pictures is selling to MGM or whatever. And my mom and I were in the car listening, and she goes, it's Orion. And I go, okay, it's Orion. She goes, do you know her? Yeah, I actually do know Tracy Miller. She goes, will you call her and tell her? I'm like, I will not be doing that. I will not be making that phone call and saying it's Orion, not Orion. You can do it if you want, but I'm out. And my mom did it. She called the news director, their station manager, and said, hey, can you please tell Tracy Miller it's Orion and not Orion? And he's like, yeah, I'll get right on that later. Sorry. All right, Graves coming in, Graves! It could be a doozy, man. Inches and inches and inches, depending on where you live. You're going to get soaked. But we're all going to get soaked together, so it'll be fun. We're live on KFI AM 640. Well, proud and KFI 24. Kevin Newsom has proposed a bond measure to expand the state's ability to treat people with mental health issues. The governor says the state has to come to grips with the reality of mental health illnesses. The question is, what can we do more and do better? Newsom's proposal would create at least 6,000 new treatment beds through a $3.5 billion bond. The plan would also direct at least $1 billion from the existing mental health fund to house people with mental health and substance abuse issues. The measure goes before voters in 2024 if approved by the legislature. This report brought to you by two James accident attorneys. LA police say a man who crashed into two cars in South LA, leaving one person in critical condition, was wanted for assault with a deadly weapon. The fire department said the crash late last night happened at the end of a police chase. Police said they've been looking for the man before the crash. One person had to be freed from the wreckage by firefighters using hydraulic tools. At least two other people have minor injuries. The man's been hurt during a Civil War reenactment in Veruca Valley. Riverside County Sheriff's Department says deputies went to Jensen Alvarado Historic Ranch Museum Saturday and found the man had been hit by some kind of projectile from an artificial gun. They say it was not a live round. The man was taken to the hospital for non-life-threatening injuries. They say no arrests have been made, and they don't believe foul play was involved. President Biden issued his first security code rejecting legislation that would have prohibited retirement plans from considering climate change when making investment decisions.
During the Trump administration, the Labor Department issued a rule banning considering environmental, social, and governance factors, or ESG, in retirement account investments. Under this administration, the Labor Department rolled back that ban, and Republicans on Capitol Hill led an effort to reinstate it.
Senator Travis Biden vetoed the bill because it would put the retirement savings of individuals across the country at risk. And the two Democrats in the Senate voted for the Republican-led measure. And actor Adam Sandler has gotten the Mark Twain Prize for American humor at the Kennedy Center in D.C. Sandler was the 24th comic to be awarded one of the industry's top honors. Sandler thanked his friends and families last night for helping build his confidence throughout his career. Sandler was performing stand-up 5 nights a week in New York City. Sandler was a cast member on SNL for 5 years, and eventually went on to star in comedy like Happy Gilmore, Grown Ups, and Big Daddy. The group that grossed over $2 billion worldwide. So check the 91 freeway. Next, Dr. Manger over at Saddleback Eye Center wants to give you the all-new laser light laser. If you see this rain coming in, it's going to examine your eyes and make your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly match your vision. The laser light laser exam helps my doctor, Dr. Manger, give you crystal clear vision. Now give away a laser light laser exam for the first 14 callers only. Stand by. You get the laser light laser exam, taking over 1,000 measurements of your eyes for free. Getting your eyes tested by a laser that measures your eyes over 1,000 times. Beautiful, man. If you're nearsighted, far-sighted, contacts, glasses, the whole lot of you. So phone them up, get the laser light laser exam, and make them take over measurements of your eyes. And they'll do that for you. And every one of the first 14 callers, I get it, and I see beautifully. You can see you right now, man, is back there. All right, phone them up. You want the first 14 callers, you get the laser light laser exam for free. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. Rain, cool temps out there tonight, goes around 50 degrees. Mostly rain tomorrow, and it's cooler, a couple degrees, and rain slowly goes away by about midday Wednesday. Cloudy and a bit warm after that for the weekend. Right now in Mission Viejo, it's 58, coming to reach 60 degrees. Eating Doritos.
This is just one of 2 major areas. Partial lanes that block due to the 3-car wreck. And delays are backing up, getting away from Valley View. We got Michael O'Brien checking out downtown LA. Pay up on the side.
Trouble for the 101 northbound. Looks like right at the 4-yellow interchange. We got a vehicle fire there. That's in the middle lane. So extra tight out of East LA interchange and up ahead. More brake lights starting about Santa Monica Boulevard. That can be tough most of us in Sherman Oaks out to about the Cedar Boulevard. Now, southbound 101, same kind of stretch there. From Sherman Oaks on and off the base to the 170 split. It's still losing up a few miles through the Columbia Pass, and then you're back on the brakes to Santa Monica Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. Michael O'Brien, KFI, and this job.
Coast to Mesa, slow-moving 405 northbound away from Harbor Boulevard. So it's a lot better by the time you make your way to Magnolia. KFI in the side helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Attention Southern California. Ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. More than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Temperdize, which is free decor and honor. Good solar American style. Declare your independence with Temper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Temper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Temper Solaris before net meter changes and rates go up even more. 877-211-5591 or visit TemperSolaris.com.
I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself.
That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at UC Connect.
It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional fields around the world.
Regenerative medicine healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the aching joint.
Putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing.
At UC Connect, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery.
People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only way.
Learn more about regenerative options that can help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8. Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a no nightmare. No one wants that back. Your air conditioner lasts longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
Well, it's critical adjustment, so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Yellow Air Conditioning and Plumbing. UseCPL.com. Or the cool line number 1047 781. More stimulating products. Download the free Radio app for your music, radio, and podcast. You're just ready. What a great song, Taylor. Let's crank this up. On TikTok, it's the Eastern Europeans all dance to this. That's great. That's great. KFI 8 on the 640 Cowboy Show. Egg prices are too high, too damn high for the eggs. So Dollar Tree, so long as selling eggs. I don't know who's buying their eggs at Dollar Tree. Foot Locker's closing 400 stores. That's tough. I love that company. And Orange County is preparing, like we all are, for another week of rain. But they've got bad vibes on it. They have this slide in San Clemente, so they're really nervous about how much water is coming into this next atmospheric river. People are keeping an eye on a San Clemente cliff, where 4 buildings have been red tagged and are in danger of falling down that hillside. Every time it rains, it appears more earth slides away. About 30 people were evacuated last week from the mix of vacation. That sounds like a really bad lyric in a song. Every time it rains, it appears more earth slides away. You know, I mean, that's not, I guess that's not the title of the song. Maybe it's the lyrics, but it seems like it needs another wrinkle. Every time it rains, it appears more earth slides away. About 30 people were evacuated last week from the mix of vacation rentals, homes, and apartments. Officials say it's unclear if any of the buildings will be able to be salvaged. Oh, that's horrible. That's the worst. Let's get back to the right later. And the storm coming in tomorrow, starting tonight. Tomorrow on Wednesday. As Brianna mentioned, this is going to be a colder storm, so they're dealing with snow as well. And with so many of the hillsides already saturated, there is concern for mudslides as well as rockfall. Down the hill, many of the streams and creeks are filling up with all this runoff. But even those who don't live in the mountain and burn areas, while they may be affected here in the Home Depot parking lot in Redlands, many people are scrambling to make repairs to rooftops before the big storm comes in. Yeah, I noticed that this weekend. A lot of people at Home Depot and at Lowe's trying to get repairs done for the big storm. Water coming in from the roof, leaking and ceiling. And the thing is, you don't know where the water's coming from, so we've got a shed on the second floor, and we're going to lay a tarp over the wall. You know what I always found interesting? There's I think the Jewish Center, I think I last saw this was the Jewish Center. There's a place called the Jewish Center, a big hardware store in Burbank. And when it rains, they have like 30 buckets around the store, capturing these drips of rain. And I always thought it was, it wasn't confidence building, where you go into a hardware store to get materials to repair your roof, and your roof is almost everything that happens in politics. Here's a that's happened before, has been debated before. Nice. And there's a bunch of things inside the store that can make that go away. And hope
like I imagine all the roofers are taken up. And as far as the mountains are concerned, they're still accepting the damage from that big storm that was in late February. So far, San Bernardino County has counted 41 homes destroyed by the storm damage and more than 500 homes damaged. A lot of the trouble depends on what this storm does. If it moves through quickly, there might not be a lot of problems. But if this storm parks itself over the moon, there could be more trouble. All right, so in Stage Fair tomorrow, starting at 1 a.m., 1:30 a.m. Starting tomorrow, 1:30 a.m. So tonight at 1:30 a.m. Stage Fair is 18 inches of snow. So Arrowhead typically gets more, so they might get 24 inches in Arrowhead. And then they're going to get 6 inches on Wednesday. So it looks like a total of 25 inches of fresh powder. It's going to be dumping out there over the next 2 days. And then Thursday, 0% chance of precipitation. Friday, 0. Saturday, 0. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, 0. However, Wednesday, 4 inches. So it's gonna feel like a lot again. 25 inches in 30 hours is a lot of snow, a lot of precipitation, and that sucks for an area that's already had it. An area they're done with winter up in Big Bend. Now for the San Fernando Valley, back here in the flats with all those San Fernando rats. It's we're talking about 70% chance of rain tonight, 100% tomorrow, and 90% on Wednesday. 100% chance of rain on Tuesday, 100%. That's a lot. Hourly forecast. Now let's go with okay. So in the last 24 hours, we're saying 0 inches of rain. That's very nice. But tomorrow in the San Fernando Valley on Tuesday, up to 3 inches of rain in the San Fernando Valley. Wednesday, another inch, so up to 4 inches of rain. And then after that, nothing until next Tuesday or Wednesday. And then the light's done. So we're not out of it yet. We're still, even the high for, this coming week are unbelievable. The high tomorrow in the San Fernando Valley on the second day of spring in sunny Southern California, 56 degrees. Wednesday, the high in the San Fernando Valley, 53 degrees, low of 44. 53 degrees is the high on Wednesday. 53. That's incredible. All right, we're keeping an eye on all of this rain. Please keep it on KFI, your LAUSD flag rain station. If you have a kid in LAUSD, you gotta listen to KFI. If you live in Southern California, it's going to rain, you got to listen to KFI. Tomorrow's a big KFI day. So tune out all the other stations for tomorrow. Tune into KFI. We'll keep you covered. We're live on KFI. We're not pro on KFI 24 News. LA County and City Parks will be offering extended programs, including breakfast and lunch, as parents try to find child care for 3 days at the LAUSD strike begins tomorrow as scheduled. The New York Young Republican Club are protesting in New York City in support of former President Trump and says he expects to be elected tomorrow over hustling case of adult actress Stormy Daniels before becoming president. And the coroner to the stars has died. LA County coroner Ed Wynn retired in 2019. Due to the deaths of Michael Jackson, Houston, Brian Murphy, and Tom Higgins. Was 73. Rain is tonight. Rain is bad cooler tomorrow. Rain halfway through Wednesday to clear up the rain will be about midday Wednesday. Then partly cloudy for the weekend. This report brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. Let's head out to downtown for a bear.
This is a call signer on the North Side of 1, and I'm coming up on the 110 freeway. Highway Patrol is telling us that all lanes are currently blocked on that part of 101, and it's jamming the drive up all the way from the 5 freeway with these maps. If you're familiar with the Circus Street area, you can dwell off at 4th or at 1st Street. Since it's the best before the Grand area, I would take Circus Street all the way over to Grand to reconnect with the 101. We've got Michael O'Brien, Corona, KFI in the sky.
We've got a mess on the 91. 91 eastbound at the 15. There's still an earlier problem there. Lake Anaheim Hills to Green Oilers, and then again from the 71 on and off into Riverside. The very top of the 15 is the Corona. At the tight one now, leaving Magnolia down to El Cerrito. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Hurry into Jackson Lewis for 50% off fast trip. The period before April 9th. Limited time offer for new clients finding at participating locations. Max savings $200. Visit jacksonhughes.com/50 for terms. This report is sponsored by Catalina Island Company. Escape to Catalina Island this winter for adventure, wellness, and everything in between. Relax on the beach, explore the hiking trails, or spend the day on the water. When you arrive midweek and book 2 nights, your third night is complimentary. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And change not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rate, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 100 is so this week's broadcast report. Roger Ladar, Marketing and Communications Officer, MasterCard, talks about messaging, sonic and sonic landing, and sonic communication across the board. The principles of measurement of the thing, like the parameters of your measure of the thing. We know them, and what we find is our investment is paying for itself. In theory, we have been popular by heart across multiple platforms, both for brand enhancement as well as for performance function. I think the cut-through of the message and the recall of the brand are much higher. Also, it has been very beneficial for us to integrate some of our campaigns into the native content of iHeart. It has been a very nice partnership, and it continues to be a stronger in the future. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience's conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Call Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Call 800-666. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. The clean, friendly way. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take it with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, the top of other stations and there all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Can you tell me more about these tiny homes fitting 6 people?
Yes, it's a nice little desk set with some pens and paper, a beautiful plastic chair to fit your home from.
Is there containers for your heroin? No. What about a needle disposal?
No. Serious get it. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I'm with husband, nothing to put enough. One thing that's good, walking just a little enough, and what so I still find all you go. American, you say it, but you just don't mean it.
640, it's Thomas. Rain is coming in, so be prepared. Foot Locker closing 400 stores. That's not good. Horrible sign that the economy's not doing well. And Dollar Tree, no eggs, man. Gotta find them somewhere else. Unbelievable. But the big story is that rain. We'll keep you up posted. And the other big story is the LAUSD strike. The 3-day strike is going to start tomorrow. If you have kids in LAUSD, you're going to have to find a place for
For the first time since 2019, a major multi-day strike is expected to impact LAUSD. Tens of thousands of workers, including teachers, custodians, bus drivers, and more, plan to walk off the job and onto the picket line. Unfortunately, we haven't had a wage increase since 2018. The union says over 80% of their
It's criminal the way they pay those teachers. They should be charged for a crime.
The union says
Not the teachers, the people that.
The union says over
And we just want to be able to afford housing and necessities in our lives.
That's right. She speaks for a lot of the teachers. I agree with her.
We adore the kids.
I think that's right. Until they get to high school, then the teachers.
And we just want to be able to afford housing.
That's correct. In the area that you see.
And necessities in our lives.
Yes, I am behind these teachers 100%.
We're calling for a 30% increase and more full-time work.
They should get a 100% increase, 200% increase. 30% is nothing.
While UCLA is calling for a 20% pay raise, class size reductions, additional resources for immigrant students and families, and more. Dennis Schwartz is co-founder of Parents Supporting Teachers.
We have some of our most underpaid workers doing some of the most challenging jobs on our campuses. The majority are receiving health care. They've been negotiating for years to no avail.
Certainly support organized labor, but also actual kids and ultimately I feel like they're probably I don't think adults.
Today, LAUSD Superintendent Albertus Carvalho said, quote, "We should not be depriving our students of an opportunity to learn. With hours to go, I continue to appeal to union leadership to return to negotiations. They can find a solution that dignifies our workforce and avoids their unnecessary shutdown of schools while protecting the long-term viability of the school system." LA Mayor Karen Bass says that in the event Los Angeles Unified Schools are closed, the city is ready to provide safe places and meals so that students are cared for and parents can continue working. That includes several facilities across the school district jurisdiction, grab-and-go locations, and some after-school programs as well.
What is that?
Grab-and-go locations.
Grab-and-go
Grab-and-go locations.
How about education? Grab-and-education.
Grab-and-go locations and some after-school programs as well. And for details on those resources that will be available for families starting tomorrow, the strike in fact does just begin. It's achieve.lausd.net/update.
That's easy to remember. What the hell, right? If you're driving around, just remember this.
Achieve.lausd.
Wait, what is it?
Yeah, it's achieve.lausd.net. It's achieve.lausd.net/update. It's achieve.lausd.net/update.
All right, I got it. All right, it's going to be a really crazy day tomorrow with the rain, and then you got the schools for plugging out for a couple days. And the storm's always in the news. LA Fire Department warns you to stay away from this LA River. This thing could crash. And if you're near it, as an observer, you can get dragged into it. Heavy rain is coming as Dallas has been forecasting, and right now the LA River is calm today. By later tonight, though, with heavy rain in the forecast, it will turn into a raging river again. Now, LA City Fire are already deployed, keeping an eye on things. In recent days, they've already rescued 6 people out of the water. A strong warning from the fire department: stay away from the water. We're forecasting the next 24 hours. I don't know where you are in life where you have to be told that. Away from the water. Stay away from the water. Stay away from the water. We're forecasting the next 24 hours for the heavy rain. Fires all people in the city to stay inside and best to stay away from any moving water. The water may not be inches, there might be a few inches running really fast, but that's enough to displace you or your vehicle and send you where we have to come out and help save you. At Fire Station 88, sandbags like at other fire stations are available for free. These two are taking advantage and loading up their trucks with what they need. There's a lot of rain coming. And hillsides, you get a lot of water on the hillsides, and you try to stop it so you don't get much fire. Although I already got one. Trying to stop it from sliding more. For the people who live near the river, the rising water in this outwater jailers neighborhood is a concern. Some of those walking their dogs out here this morning told us they'd seen water rise nearly to the top. Wow, that's wild. That's like 25 feet. That, they say, gets to be scary, especially when you get too close. I think safety is, the most important thing. I think people take risks unnecessarily. I mean, taking a dog for a walk or taking your children for a stroll. Not really a risk. I don't know what you're talking about.
the rain starts coming, but when the rain starts to come down like they're going to, stay at home. Just like the news tells
Oh, you stay at home. That's telling us what to do all the time. I don't like it. I mean, watch the news. You just want to get back. You want to, you many women to tell you what to do all the time. Stay at home. You stay at home. You stay at home, bro. You stay at home.
Stay at home, just like the news tells you. Stay at home. No need to be out there on the road. No need to be unsafe unnecessarily.
Yeah, sometimes I don't listen to what the news tells me. Oh, wait, we're talking. And again, the 3 things you need to know about tonight and tomorrow. Stay away from the river. More lessons, right? Stay away from the river. Like if you're 2, this is how somebody would talk to you. Stay away from the river. Okay, Dad. Stay away from the river. And number 3, just simply stay away from the river. Ah, okay. Medium. You turn into 3. Listen to it again. Here we go. And again, the 3 things you need to know about tonight and tomorrow. Stay away from the river. Stay away from the river. And number 3, just simply stay away from the river. Have I mentioned stay away from the river enough? That's the warning. And as David mentioned earlier, it's a matter of life and death because this is going to be very dangerous when the heavy rain hits.
I didn't put number 2.
Yeah, I didn't know what number 2 was. Stay away from the river. Yeah, stay away from the river. What was number 1? The 3 things you need to know about tonight and tomorrow. Stay away from the river. 1. Stay away from the river. And number 3, that's the biggest stay though. The second stay is bigger. Stay away from the river. Stay away from the river. And number 3, just simply stay away from the river. Have I mentioned stay away from the river? I don't mind.
What was that about the river?
Oh, these people.
They said to go on.
Oh, good. It's always on my way.
They said to run with your sandals on in the middle of the river. And leave your cell phone at home. It's weird. There's every question. Yeah, I always like this part. Good for Angel. All right, the love affair continues between these 2 idiots. All right, I can't when your winter tattoo turns into spring roll.
Home at time.
You know what? 2.
Los Angeles and time.
Live everywhere on the video.
Make it known for everybody. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom in Manhattan Beach. There's a new monument that's intended to better reflect the racist history of Brewster's Team. The property was stolen from the Brewsters a century ago. Historian Allison Rose Jefferson says at least the new plaque better explains what happened. Using their property to enrich their money through a racist act to take black people out of Manhattan Beach.
But she says it's uninspiring and has inaccuracy.
It does not teach the black people that were pioneers in terms of helping to form the community of Manhattan Beach.
The mayor apologized to the family Saturday and called on the city council to make it formal following 3 years of the city refusing to apologize for stealing the land for racist reasons. In Manhattan Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Actress Amanda Bynes has reportedly been seen wandering around downtown LA naked. Beautifully says Bynes was allegedly placed on a psychiatric hold after she called 911 on herself. People say the She's a Man star didn't have any clothes on when she flagged down a car yesterday and claimed she was coming out of a psychotic episode. Once was taken to a nearby police station where she was evaluated by mental health professionals. TMZ says they decided to be placed on a psychiatric hold. The Supreme Court set to hear arguments in a water rights case brought by the Navajo Nation against the federal government in several states, including California. Navajo Nation is asking the Supreme Court to ensure the tribe has access to enough water. The Navajo Nation says 150 years ago, the U.S. government signed treaties that promised them a permanent home. A promise the Navajo Nation says includes a sufficient supply of water. ABC's Mark Renowar says the case comes as Western states are trying to deal with drought and an overtapped Colorado River. The federal government is keeps the claim saying more water for the Navajo Nation could would cut into already scarce supply. The luxury airline based in Taiwan will begin offering flights from Taipei to LAX starting next month. Starlux Airlines will offer the Trans-Pacific flights 5 days a week. When service begins, it's excited to help create memorable journeys by providing unique and exclusive service to people traveling from LA to Taipei and other Asian cities. The airline is new into the U.S. marketplace as partnered with the LA Clippers. Racked as the team's official international airline partner. 3 men have been found guilty of killing rapper XXX in Pacione, who was shot outside a motorcycle shop in Florida while being robbed. The men were found guilty of first-degree murder and armed robbery by a jury that deliberated
President Biden spoken to Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, announced he's softening the country's judicial reform. Jordana Miller says Israel agreed to freeze settlement building for 46 months.
Israeli and Palestinian leaders pledging to work together to de-escalate surging violence there after a rare round of multilateral talks in Egypt Sunday with top U.S., Jordanian, and Egyptian officials.
White House welcomed the cooperation, but Miller says it's an open question if positive results will come out of it. The agreement also comes as an Israeli minister said there's no such thing as a Palestinian people. Russia's President Putin visited the occupied port city of Mariupol in his first trip to the territory of Ukraine that Moscow allegedly annexed. The BBC and panels received a surprise visit over the weekend comes a year after the city was captured in a campaign of death, destruction, and displacement.
And during Saturday, Putin travelled to occupied Crimea, trying to show its business as usual West war.
The International Criminal Court issued a warrant for Putin's arrest Friday for war crimes. It says Putin is allegedly responsible for abducting children from Ukraine and sending them to Russia. And Disneyland is extending the May the 4th unofficial Star Wars holiday into a month-long celebration. The park's Hyperspace Mountain will return to Anaheim from May 1st to June 3rd. The Star Wars month will feature themed food, beverages, and epic encounters inspired by the cinematic galaxy. The event is expected to take place in the Tomorrowland and Star Wars Galaxy Edge-themed land. Rain can stick through the night, lows below 50 degrees. Rain all day tomorrow for the most part, with a degree or two cooler. Highs around 58 features, 60 metro area Orange County, close to 70. Inland Empire in the valleys around 60 in the high desert. Chance of rain should be gone roughly by midday Wednesday, and then after that, mostly sunny during the day, and a little warmer, degree or two, after that for the weekend. Right now in Fountain Valley, 58, Lake Forest, 60, Morningdale Ray, 57, Manhattan Beach, 56 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby Myers Injury Attorneys. Dow Jones up to 83, NASDAQ was up 45, S&P was up 35, the average price of regular gas in California, $4.85 a gallon.
Wait, maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby Myers now. This is for you since 1972.
Get to a Stone Garden Grove.
Over 22 westbound coming up on Fairview. It's the right lane that's been blocked. The way to backing up off of the 57. It's affecting the 57 southbound. This lane is loading up away from Capella, and 5 northbound also slowing down from almost the 55 freeway. Downtown LA with Margot AFI in the side.
It's a mess for the 101 northbound. Right at 4 level, right to 110. That's an old-fashioned barbecue there, vehicle fire. 2 right lanes are blocked, and it is slammed from the beginning of the freeway to the interstate, even affecting the North 5 there, coming out of Commerce. Now, southbound side is 5, on the brakes down from East LA Interstate, pretty quickly truck down to Lakewood Road here. If you are heading north on the 405, on the west side, you're on the brakes now from the 10, most of the way up to the 118, at least just at the in fact, most of the way to the 5 will be on the brake. Or if you hit the LAX, stuff outside of the 405, clearing up now, that's out here to the Boulevard, and that's going to be stuff now to Rocky Terra. Michael Graham, KFI in the sky.
Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound. The slow drive leaving the 55 freeway. Everything looks a lot better once you pass here. KFI in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID, and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest GetRefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to GetRefunds.com. Click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com, GetRefunds.com. This is Jacob Emerald. If you've been in a truck accident, call 444-24 more stimulating costs.
And I don't understand.
Big boy to tell us to roll over the second hour of the program. Rain's coming in. Foot Locker is closing down 400 stores. And Amazon
is laying off 9,000 more workers. Boy, oh boy. So what's going on with the economy, man? What's going on? There's a couple of emails there in March. Cool enough to send us an email. Hi, Tim. Hey, hi, Mark. I just went to a show and you said something about teachers making $40,000 a year. Tell me inside school district. You're way off the mark, my brother. 90% of the teachers average about $90,000 a year. Full medical benefits. They absolutely nothing to go to the doctors. Just one teaching time. There's another one from a guy named or a girl named Jamie. I wouldn't call her name. She's retired LAUSD. Hey, Tim. Recently retired LAUSD teacher here. How's it going? 2 years ago, you're a bit mistaken about the pay. The first year teachers coming around $56,840 benefits are lifetime. Medical, dental, eyes. Each year, a single is another $41,000. Family of four, close to $160,000, which is considered part of their pay. But they pay into a very healthy pension. I make 97% now of what I was making when I was working. Wow. I love to have that. And I had every holiday off all summer, which came to 18 days a year. Prorated my salary for a 50-week work year would have been $162,000, not counting benefits. 78% of LAUSD teachers are married or partnered up for a second income. Not a bad gig if you put years into it. Or put your heart and soul into it. You're tenured after 3 years and receive a pension if you only work 5 years and then quit. I'll take to say that the incompetent teacher would get about 25% and not get too fired. I was admired and I hope this gives you some clarity. Keep in mind that our students do some of the lowest scores in the nation in testing. Ding dong, retired LAUSD teachers. I get all that. But I still don't think it's enough. It's a really difficult, grueling job. Because the administration, or the people who run the LAUSD, they make it difficult for the teachers. Like, when I was going to school, if you walked back to a teacher or if you goofed off during class, they threw you out and you got detention. And then if detention didn't work for you after 3 or 4 times, then they suspended you.
Did a little press conference.
Here we go. LAUSD. What's the news? Conversation Sunday today. Despite our invitation for a transparent, honest conversation that perhaps would result in a meaningful solution. The superintendent avoid a fight. We were never able to be in the same room or at the same table to address these issues. I want to be clear about one thing. We cannot run a school system without our indispensable partners represented by SEIU 99 or our indispensable partners represented by our support staff members are critically important. The work they do is valuable. It is important. They are part of the lifeblood of our school system. Secondly, we understand the frustration. A frustration that has been brewing not just for a couple of years, probably for decades. And it is on the basis of recognizing historic inequities, to recognizing the economic imperatives before our workforce that we began these bargaining sessions with historic proposals on the basis. And that's where we are at this point still. With the last proposal being a 23% increase, a recurring increase in addition to a 2% cash in hand bonus in recognition of the contribution of our support personnel represented by SEIU 99. We've run out of time. I made myself available alongside my team for hours today, hoping that we would in fact be able to have a conversation. For a whole host of reasons, some of which I do not understand, we were never in the same room, or even in the same room. So my appeal is that as we go into tomorrow,
apply to the event that will take place tomorrow. That our partners decide to come into the room where we can in fact act on an agreement, a solution that will narrow the bandwidth of this strike. It is with that in mind that I feel compelled to be very honest with the community. And at this point, we lose hope in terms of possibly avoiding the strike tomorrow, and formally announce that all schools across LAUSD will be closed tomorrow. We are ready, recognizing the level of poverty facing our children. We are ready to feed our children. We are ready to also fight for student supervision, recognizing that many of the members of our community have to go to work and they need to drop off their children somewhere. We have the locations here, they're easy to access. Number one, the 24 grab-and-go sites for food distribution. Secondly, the 154 schools with student supervision. The 18 Los Angeles County Department of Parks and Recreation sites with student supervision throughout our year. The 30 city recreation and park sites for student supervision as well. 17 LA Public Library locations will be open to the public, also providing parents an opportunity to have their children meaningfully engaged in a supervised and safe way. Also, to our partners, many of whom are represented here today, this will be fed. Is this an ideal condition? No, it is not. Is it the best we can do at this point? Yes, it is. Some may argue that despite the strife, that an ethics will result in thousands of our support personnel and teachers not being in schools, that we should have maintained the schools. That is just not possible. We can move forward with either teachers in schools or support personnel in schools. If both are absent simultaneously, there is no way of guaranteeing safe and secure supervision of children across Los Angeles. Tomorrow will be a difficult day. We are not arriving at tomorrow, the first day of the strike, without having exhausted all invitations to our partners to meet and negotiate with us. Let's be mindful also how this started. This is not a strike that was called on the basis of economic conditions or compensation demands. This is a strike that was called on the basis of allegations of unfair treatment, unfair labor practices. We take all allegations very seriously, but there is a process to investigate, and it takes time. And we are doing that methodically and diligently. We respect the rights of our employees. We do not abdicate their responsibilities ever. But that's how this strike began. There's an expedited way of actually creating a strike opportunity. A traditional strike for compensation issues or economic reasons has to go through a much longer process. The one that forces the parties to the table, one where if the parties do not arrive at a solution, then enters an impasse condition. That impasse requires mediation and possible fact-finding to really understand the financial conditions of this. The larger narrative on the street is one that speaks about salary and compensation. That is not why there is a strike tomorrow. I believe this strike could have been avoided. But it cannot be avoided without parties of division. It cannot be avoided without individuals actually seeking to win another, whether it is directly or indirectly. And today we have a golden opportunity to do that, but that just didn't happen. I'm not returning home tonight. I will be available to speak with anyone represented. Tonight, early morning, all throughout the day tomorrow, as we have said, we would be willing to speak with our partners throughout the weekend. We are available to have a conversation that will result in a solution of good parties. And for me, what that means, there's a contract. A contract that sets a historic precedent in terms of compensation for all employees. And we will do that. In fact, we continue to look locally, statewide, and across the country to find a contract work that we have on the table. And there are still additional resources to put on the table. But we need an opportunity, a venue, a space, and the time to negotiate. I'm available, my team is available, we will be available tonight, all throughout the night, and tomorrow. We hope that notwithstanding the reality of the first day of the strike tomorrow, we are inviting our partners to the table. We are here to negotiate. As we go into tomorrow's first day of the strike, and despite the city stations that we have lined up, and the child supervision site, I do expect for some issues to occur. There may be some fights that may see too many parents attempting to drop off children at closest sites that identify also 2 or 3 other alternatives to that site. We will get to this. We will get to this. And at some point, we will agree to a contract, but not without the necessary guidance. Negotiations are not based on fixed positions. We have been with a fixed position for a long time. We want to land a historic contract that honors the work of our workforce, but one that also understands the needs of our citizens. There are those who say that kids won't necessarily be hurt by these actions. Well, 2 years ago there was a strike, there was a pandemic that robbed them of education opportunities. And for me, 1 day out of school is 1 day too much. 2 days out of school, or 3 days too much. Schools are not the places where they simply get education. They do get great education as a result of great teaching. But they also get food and healthcare support, and social and emotional support, and mental health support. They happen to be the safest places in our community to live. And that is why we are available for conversations around the clock to review the time of this strike. We do not believe at this point that tomorrow's event is avoidable. With that said, I will be here for as long as it takes, waiting on a call from a willing partner to have a meaningful conversation. I'm not in this alone. We have our vice president with us. There's Dr. Goldberg. We have school board member Dr. Lucille Weaver with us as well. We have partners without whom we could not bring the food and the supervision to our community. People like Mercy Santoro, Deputy Director at the Los Angeles County Department of Parks and Recreation. We thank you for your support. Belinda Jackson, Assistant General Manager for the City of Los Angeles. We could not do this without the leadership of our mayor, Mayor Cam Bass, who has interesting conversations with me 2 to 3 to 4 times a day, attempting to bring solutions to the issues we're facing. And we have also with us Sergio Anton, Communications Director for the city, attempting to impart each one of these individuals has played a pivotal role in bringing resources to our children and their families going into the first day of the strike tomorrow. Desafortunadamente, hemos llegado a un punto donde no podemos ignorar la There he is. Oh, there, bad vibes. They are going out on strike. They're not even talking. They're not at the same table. They didn't come in. Nobody's chatting. So, I don't know. You got kids at LUSD. It's the wrong school district, man. It keeps saying I told you so, but everybody is going to be out of school tomorrow. And by the way, it wasn't real confidence builders when the Carvalho, the superintendent, is speaking, and then everybody behind it has a mask on. It seems like, so 2020 or 2019. But they're going to feed the kids, and the public libraries will be open. I don't know what alternative that is.
you can send your kids to a public library and hang out with homeless guys all day. I don't know if that's something I'm looking forward to. But the kids are pissed, and I understand being pissed. They were, when I was going to school at LAUSD, 3rd grade through 12th grade, if I screwed up or one of my fellow students screwed up, they got detention. And if that didn't work, after a while, you got suspension. And if that didn't work, you got expelled. You're done. They threw you out, you can't come back. But now, you can just sit there and be a huge nuisance to the teacher, and the teacher can't do anything about it. Nothing. They have to sit there and take it. And you know how long your patience would last with crazy kids all day? Not crazy, like talk of 22 crazy kids disrupting the entire class. It's wild. There's no negotiation scheduled right now. None. They're not talking. They're not in the same room. And that Superintendent Carvalho, he's not going home. He's staying there at night. He just wants a phone call from anybody willing to negotiate on any side. The teachers want 40% more. And it is amazing that, when people of very modest needs need help in this country, we're not there for it. Remember in Flint, Michigan, when the water was bad, they couldn't drink the water in Flint, Michigan? It took a year to tackle that incident, and very little money came in. And then Palestine, Ohio, when that train derailed, nobody even mentioned it for 2 weeks, and there's still very little money going in to help those people. And then the kids with college debt, they're looking for $10,000 to $20,000 worth of debt relief. They can't get anything. Nothing's passed. But when Silicon Valley Bank goes out of business, boom, there's $30 billion over the weekend. There's $30 billion over the weekend into that bank to help them to prop it up. So I get it when people are saying, when it says there's no more money, there's no more time, and then he went on to say the kids won't be hurt. And he is under the belief that they absolutely will be. He said 1 day is one too many, 2 days are two too many, 3 days are three too many, and I think that's, you see the pattern there, and it goes on and on. Jackie Goldberg in charge, or one of the names he mentioned, and he's obviously torn between labor, who put her into office and everything she ran, and now working for the school district. You're on the other side of the fence, and so she's got to be careful what she says. And so this Carvalho, he's in a no-win position, and everybody is. Everybody was in the superintendent at LAUSD. They come in, they pull their hair out. There's nothing they can do. It's too big. They waste a lot of money. It doesn't produce well-educated kids. So I don't know why they don't just tear the whole thing down and start over. Take a year off. Or have somebody come in that knows, skills at work and break their sucker up. But right now, it ain't working. And we have a school district that's that big, 420,000 students, and it's not working for any of them. That's tough. It's a tough deal. So the Carvalho, the superintendent, is speaking to Mayor Bass 3 or 4 times a day. She's got other stuff going on. There's no time to pick up the phone 3 or 4 times a day. Hell, I don't talk to Telio 3 or 4 times a day. And we're only on the up to 3 hours a day. This guy's running a major, the biggest school system in America. And there's no solution to this. It's not good. And if you can afford it or somehow, avoid LAUSD, I know it's very difficult for a lot of people. I understand that completely. But if next time you move and get another apartment or another house, where you're going, check out the health of the school system. In one of these smaller cities where the school systems work, and there's kids that are educated and want to be part of society, and don't have to go through these negotiations every 20 minutes. That's the way to move. There's a lot of great school districts out there. LAUSD is not amongst them. It's not. So I know it's very difficult financially. A lot of people are strapped, and it's tough to get your kids, to move to a different area and get out of there. But Sometimes you just have to pull the trigger. Maybe settle on a smaller place in a city where the school system works. Your kids don't have to go through this, and you don't have to go through it. But LAUSD has been doing this for 40 or 50 years, where they just can't get it together. And this is another example. They just can't get it together.
All right, so we start tomorrow. There's no way to avoid that. And I heard the superintendent, he's staying overnight, not going home. So negotiations, they're not happening. I don't know why he's staying. Nobody's calling him. They're not at the same table. They're not in the same room. I don't know where the negotiations or negotiators are. But there's nothing going on. It's just a complete waste of time. So starting tomorrow, your kids, who you pay for, with your tax dollars to get an education, it's not going to be available for them. On Tuesday, Wednesday, a lot of rain is going to make it even more difficult. So you got to get to your job, or your 2 jobs, or your 3 jobs, support your family, and worry about your kids. Man, oh man, you're in for a really long, tough week. Well, if you can get through this week, maybe things will turn around. But it's going to be really tough when you start tomorrow when those kids go to school. Real Live on KFI AM at 240 is the big news conference is LAUSD officially on strike as of tomorrow. No way to avoid it. There'll be some campuses open for meals and to fit the kids. Libraries will be open. There'll be no learning. So if the kids lost a year and a half or 2 years at home with very unsuccessful distance learning, now they're going to be home again, not learning anything. And rough school system at LAUSD. But people know it's not nobody hides it. It's a really big, huge school system that doesn't work for any of the kids. For very few of the kids. And so it's, I don't know, the solution is to break it apart, because they don't seem to be talking about that at all. I realize on KFI 240, more now frozen, KFI 24-hour news. We run all the time. Daily school district, as you can hear from Tim, come with you. All schools will be closed tomorrow as workers and teachers prepare to strike. Superintendent Cavallo says there was no movement in any negotiations with the union representing 30,000 service workers. He says it could have been prevented, and it's not ideal. I do not believe at this point that tomorrow is avoidable. With that said, I will be here for as long as it takes, waiting on a call from the willing partner. Because meal stations will be available for students and children. Childcare drop-off locations will also be available during the day until capacity is reached. This report brought by Semper Solaris. The LA News offering a place for kids in LA school districts to go as union workers claim their strike. More than 500,000 families will be impacted during this strike. So the news says kids can get in for free and chaperones pay $5. You can bring a report card, student ID, or school newsletter to get in. The news says kindergarten through 5th graders, and also joining the community safari day where group staff supervise or send staff. A student's been arrested for a shooting outside a high school in Dallas that killed one student and hurt another. Lamar High School in Arlington, directly between Dallas and Fort Worth, has a student population of around 2,700. Classes were about to begin when someone heard gunfire outside. Jim Ryan says the school was on lockdown during the investigation because the suspected shooter never entered the school building. He was arrested just after officers got there. Republican lawmakers in New York are pushing to make it harder for defendants to get out of jail before trial by increasing the use of cash bail and pre-trial detention. All 14 states have introduced 20 bills restricting cash bail. Criminal justice advocates for measures to do more harm than good, especially in marginalized communities. Republicans say they'll protect the public from people accused of violent crime. New York City's Mayor Eric Adams has signed a package of life safety legislation and the fires set off by the lithium-ion battery. This is a new introduction into our firefighting apparatus. Adams says these bike fires are basically explosions. There's been about 219 fires related to the e-bike last year. Fires caused 147 injuries and 6 deaths. The new law requires the bikes and batteries to use UL safety standards, bans the resale of bikes, and restricts the reconditioning of these batteries. We'll take a look at the 5 freeway coming up. If your home is older and you need a repair and you're thinking about selling, call Sunday today. SUNDAE.com is the website. Sunday's real estate marketplace is a unique way to sell your home as it is, fast and at the best possible price. Sunday connects homeowners, that's you, with thousands of local buyers, that's them, who can bid on your home and ensuring you get the highest possible price. On average, homeowners receive 22 cash offers within days.
estate experts have helped over 900 families who rent the LA area move quickly for the best possible price for their home. The team has over 30 years of local real estate experience. Wow! And that part, no showing, no repairs, no cleaning, no kidding. Plus, you can pay 0 fees to Sunday, and you can close it as quick as 10 days. All right, all the time supporting Sports Sunday at UAE.com/offers. To get started, phone them up. 825 offer, 825 off. Sunday's Voice and California Real Estate Broker for information and more information at Sunday.com/disclosure. Rain and cool temps tonight, right around 50 degrees, mostly rain tomorrow. And it's cooler. Rain slowly goes away by roughly midday Wednesday, then partly Friday, and a bit warmer after that, just a little bit for the weekend. 57 in Costa Mesa, 58 in Palma, is slowly Sun Valley.
It's the point northbound. The way is backing up away from Lankerson, taking you ahead to the 210 freeway. It's also affecting the 170 northbound. With the way from just about Sherman Way heading to the 5. This is Michael Bryan, KFI the side.
Yeah, look out for the finish. Heading eastbound. Yeah, you right out of Santa Monica there, Cloverfield. From there, heading into mid-city, and it reaches up just over there, a mile or so. Back on the brakes from western into downtown Los Angeles. We'll take stretch of the westbound plan from the East LA Interstate out to the 111. But beyond that, not so bad, or it's just good to 110. Beyond that, that's what that is, it's Santa Monica. Yeah, we had a little far downtown. That's the 101 northbound at the 111. And that is a problem of vehicle fire, please, to the 2 right lanes. That's the type now, see the East LA Interstate. Michael Bryan out, KFI in the sky.
The drive on the 5 is still moving in Hudson. Northbound from Jamboree, you're on the brakes all the way to Harbor and Anaheim. KFI on the side. I'll get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
What I would tell people is that you don't have to be in pain anymore. Meet Dr. Justin Garzone, Medical Director at UC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using advanced regenerative medicine to give people lasting relief from chronic joint pain. What's exciting is that I get to see patients with our treatment actually get better. As you discover regenerative medicine, it's an all-natural way to use the power of your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue. We're using things that are already in your body, and we're simply concentrating it and then putting it in an area of your body that you're having so that your body can start the regenerative process. For pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, don't assume the old treatments are the only treatment. Avoid drugs and surgery and get lasting relief. Call PC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call PC Kinetics 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8. Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty all night. No one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a illumination.
This critical adjustment so you'll stay cool, deep breath energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $429.
Right air conditioning and plumbing. ViralRabbi.com. We'll keep you cool for the party stuff. Right number 1047-781. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Survive Nasal Care, and I love Survive. I told you about how your nose is the body's care filter. This Survive's powered sucker will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and Survive will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Survive? Like him, quote, Survive is the best thing I can walk on, and it's amazing. For this one, I Survive every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Survive, I was a clog and nut. Now I do so much better, unquote. Those are two of over 100 stories trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Survive is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Novant, NAV, free nose, healthy life.
Homeowners, stop worrying about drinking harmful water. Get a drinking whole house water filtration and conditioning system for $0 down at just $49 a month. Go to TRILLIONAIRE.com.
Hey, follow us on all these things at KFI AM 640. You just heard a press conference at LAUSD. They are striking. Starting tomorrow. The vibes have gone bad. So if you got a kid, you always go see that. I feel bad for you. A lot of stuff you got to worry about now. You got to worry about your job. I'm worried about the kids. Are they going to be okay? Dad's working, mom's working. Hold on. So it's starting tomorrow. You got to keep your radio on KFI because we'll have updated. We'll update you all day. So if there's a miracle and Mayor Bass moves in and installs the strike or Apollo does or Union, whatever, we'll have it for you all day long. We'll have it ready for you. So keep it on KFI for all of your LAUSD information. All day long. All day. All right, the storm is coming up again. That's also a big story. You would have a lot of rain, a lot of snow in the mountains, and that's a big deal. Is that Foot Locker is closing 400 stores. I know what's going on with the economy. Amazon is laying off 9,000 people. The people that I know that they order a lot on Amazon, I don't know any of them that have slowed down. So why are they laying off 9,000 people? You would think that they could hire 9,000 people tomorrow and still keep going. Everybody loves Amazon. But maybe people aren't ordering as much as they did during the pandemic. I don't know. Is Belly ordering? Oh, yeah.
Yes, I do think Amazon order. I don't think I am.
What do you order a lot of? Just like household stuff?
I just got vitamins yesterday.
Wow, that's cute.
I got dog treats the day before that. I bought some of that food box that you and Dean were talking about.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for the food box for the tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you ever order something, or did you ever get a package? You're like, wait, I don't know what it is. And then Ricky is pretty, oh man, must have a glass of wine.
Yeah, there's some things I don't remember hitting the button on. Yeah.
There was a woman on cable news. I remember I was listening back. I don't know who it was. But she said that she was often had a few glasses of wine. And when somebody on TV admits to a few glasses of wine, they have like 3 bottles. And so she's looking at towels, and there's an X where you can check off the box and have the towels. What are they called? It's like not laminated. What is it called? You put it in box. In box, yeah. Oh, there's another term. Like monogram. Right. So she did the box. She didn't buy the towels, and she just said Stuart went with it. About a week later, or 2 weeks later, she gets a box of 11 monogram towels. And she just threw it up. And you can't return monogram towels. They don't take them back. No. So we got a whole house of monogram towels. Yeah, the one thing that I bought when I was too buzzed, I think I may have had 2 glasses of wine. Maybe a little more. Is I woke up on Friday and I get a package from eBay. And Jen says, did you order anything on eBay? I'm like, no, it's on eBay. It's like a week ago, but I didn't order it. She said, well, after you did, there's this here. And I'm like, oh, what is it? So I open it up. And it's 52 cassette tapes. And each tape has 2 or 3 full episodes of Mama's Family. And I now own a bootlegged version, because there are tapes from a TV itself.
Can I get season 3?
I called it commercial for it, and I hear people talking inside them. But I have the entire series of monofilms on old VHS tapes. And then look and see how much they were. Here, like 165.
That's solid, yeah.
It's horrible. But anyway, so Amazon laying off 9,000 people. I don't see how they can do that. Everybody loves Amazon. Everybody's ordering at Amazon all the time. Like lottery, what is your popular company do? Yeah, a lot of people like to win lottery, and they like lottery news because they would have the hope that you can win lottery and your struggles would be over financially. Hey, it's a Powerball drawing in California residents that That's their luck. A new study reveals California is the luckiest state. Wow! Having the highest number of lottery jackpot wins over the past 10 years. The Golden State takes the lead with 15 mega million wins and 11 Powerball jackpots from 2012 to 2022. That gives California a total of 27 jackpot wins over the past 10 years. And why is that? Well, because there's 40 million of us that live in California, and we're all on lottery tickets. Now, well, we're not here luckier. Apparently, Finland is the happiest. For the 6th year in a row, Finland tops the world happiness report. Wow, okay, Finland. Let's go Finland. It measures social support, income, health, and freedom to determine the ranking. Denmark, Iceland, Israel, the Netherlands round out the top 5. I don't like it. I don't like the pattern here. Denmark, Iceland, Israel, the Netherlands round out the top 5. United States, crazy. 60. Wow, what happened to us? You like always like the happiest place on earth. We're 50. Now we're 15. I don't like the numbers. I don't like the numbers. All right, the big story before we go to break here. Rain coming in tonight, all day tomorrow. You're going to be surprised tomorrow when you get up and you get outside and it's raining. When you get up, it's raining when you go to work. It's raining when you go to lunch. When you go back to lunch. When you get home. When you go to dinner. When you go out walking the dog. It's going to be raining on your ass all day long. All day and all night. So be prepared. Lots of water is coming your way. And LAUSD is great. So 2 really bad stories happening tomorrow. We have too much rain, and we don't have enough teachers going back to school. So we got an LAUSD strike hitting us on the same day as this. So what does that mean? Heavy news day, heavy KFI day. Remind by KFI, we're now closed. We get like 24 news. As you can hear, an LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Caballo says all of the district schools will be closed tomorrow as last year's negotiations failed to prevent a strike with the union representing 30,000 service workers. 5 teachers in Connecticut, including a 16-year-old driver being killed in a fiery crash in New York. Only a 9-year-old survived. The youngest person killed was 8. The oldest was 17. Amazon says it's cutting down 9,000 more jobs in the next few weeks. Amazon says it'll still hire in some but marking the second largest round of layoffs in the company's history, adding to the 18,000 employees that laid off in January. Rainy cool tonight, rainy tad cooler tomorrow during the day, and then rainy halfway, kind of lingering through Wednesday, daytime. After that, it'll be roughly cloudy during the day. This report brought to you by Wendy's from the Southern California Trail here with Travis River. They're all in summer, especially we'll look at freeways after the freeway. All right, if you've been thinking about quote advanced hair restoration, do yourself a favor, simply schedule your free consultation today. Find out if your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning your hair is in fact optional. Now imagine, it's a magic to relieve, knowing that a full head of hair is right around the corner is a real possibility. Advanced hair's one-day treatment is virtually pain-free, right? And your hair starts growing back the very next day. It works for me, it works for tons of our listeners, and a lot of us thank you personally for inspiring them to take control. So there's exceptional standard of care always makes this the perfect time to pursue your needs. Now do yourself a favor, schedule your free consultation right now. If you choose to move forward, which I think you will, you're going to get $250 off and $250 free hair breath. The phone number, 844-333-HAIR. Making that call is literally the hardest part. Advanced Hair successfully restored my bald spot and your new hair is all backed by the the industry-leading guarantee. 844-333-HAIR or the website, advancedhair.com. This is installed in e-commerce.
Systems of the summer is making the way of runs the southbound side from the method at Atlantic Street. Middle lane has been blocked, and the line has been kickstarted and now the result. Backing up from the 60 beyond the south, the driver may go ahead to the 605. You've got Michael O'Brien, Corona, KFI side.
So drive for the 15 Angels, 15 southbound, loading up good, past Magnolia, from there down to Wyvern Street to do the work for this. Once you actually got into Elsinore. Now, 91 eastbound, which is problems earlier at the 15 in Corona, they have cleared, and I can't believe it, it's actually recovered very nicely. The worst of it now in the Anaheim Hills. 91 eastbound from where they touch scales over the green weather. Michael O'Brien is saying, fire this guy.
Hey, O'Brien on the side, get tonight.
When you want the best deal, all the best deal. Choose leggings 2 for $6. Pick from James Single, spicy chicken sandwich, 10-piece crispy nuts, or a medium strawberry lemonade. Get any 2 for just $6. Choose wisely. Choose leggings 2 for $6. This report is sponsored by Caltrans and CleanCA.com. Californians can agree that there is no place in their lives for litter. So let's come together and create a litter-free California. Join them at CleanCA.com. Let's do it together. Brought to you by Caltrans. Everyone knows that oxygen is a pound of skin, right? Because we don't see a sound of service clean, cleaning, and safe, and that's especially true when it comes to air conditioning system. The service care and protective system costs a little bit of $50. But that's that much bigger, more expensive pound of clean. We replace systems all the time, but just we don't get kind of things. So instead of lasting 12 or more years, the systems get up to 60, 70. So let's do an ounce of prevention care to our pound of skin. Also expensive for $80 cleanup a day. If you keep system clean, energy efficient clean very working well. Also expensive right now, there's an $88 precision cleanup. Another 833-777-7777 or online at servicechampions.com. There's no other thing that your LA Kings take on Island Football in the Calgary Flames tonight at 7:30 p.m. Watch live on Valley Sports or Valley Sports Plus. And this week's marketing, Cook Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio. Specifically, audio and content. Audio has been a key component for us. Our consumer is on the channel to win to the omni-channel. We use audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing on other digital channels. When there's priorities driving for everybody to listen to the radio. I think these are also influencers that are huge component for us. We're working with how we were able to really tease out the influencers in market. And we're authentic to colors. And because it's authentic, because it's being trusted by the customers and the listeners, it's really an effective strategy. The number one part of our heart is marketing access to all. Everyone, drive conversation, trusted influencers, and insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. Our heart media is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2023 iHeart Radio Music Award. It's Festival with recipient Taylor Swift.
Our performances by iHeart Award recipient Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson, LL Cool J, Peter Van, Pat Benatar, Emil Geraldo, Money Long, Cody Johnson, and more.
And listen on iHeart Radio.
Next Monday night at 8 p.m.
The following program will be recorded. And now, a few words from your dog.
To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/Wiggle.
Got the red lottery coming in. We got a big strike at LAUSD. It was a big 2-6 story. And Amazon laying off 9,000 workers. That's a lot. That's a lot, man. All right, I was watching updates over the weekend on sports. You know, mild sports fan. When I like the highlights, the updates, find out what's going on. Who's in the Sweet 16? Who's not in the Sweet 16? All of them. And then they went to the marathon, and the marathon was run yesterday in LA. And I heard that for the first time ever, a woman won the LA Marathon.
And I thought, well, that's wild, man. That should be the lead-in story. It should be buried in sports. For a woman to win the LA Marathon is huge. So I would tweet it out, because I'm pro-women, right? That's the work of Yeah. Yeah, you like the ladies. I love the ladies. And so I thought that's a huge, huge story. Huge story. And then I found out, after I tweeted and embarrassed myself, that the women got an 18-minute and 19-second head start. That's not winning. Yeah, it is. Really? Yeah. Okay. All right. Women. How about if I raise you for $100? We'll raise a mile. And I get an 18-minute start. Want that? No. I'll clobber you. So in fact, I'll finish that mile before you even start. So what are you? You bet. You don't think I can run a mile in 18 minutes? Yeah, I don't know if I could. I can get close. You'd have to put the Funyuns down. No, I think you can travel with the Funyuns. Oh, not Funyuns travel. You go right around one on each finger. Yeah. Those are good marathon treats. Yeah, I can bring 11 with me on the run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. 11 Funyuns. Oh boy. I got one on my still my thumb. There you go. Big ass thumb. Yeah, that's something. That's right. So the elite women, which I find that offensive if you're not an elite woman, right? So they call them elite women. The elite women started at 6:41, 18 minutes and 19 seconds ahead of the elite men. I didn't know that. Did you guys know that? When you heard that a woman won the marathon, did you know that she had a head start? Yeah. Oh, you did? I didn't know that. Did you, Stephanie? I had no idea. I thought she just kicked ass. But she had like a 20-minute head start on these guys. And she did win, though. Gotta give her that. I don't know what she won by. Let's see here. The Kenyans did well. No surprise. Top 3 places in the women's field. So we're trying to figure out how much the team beats the men by. So she got an extra $10,000 bonus for being the first, for beating all the men. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Except for I don't know if you can call it cheating because they allowed her to do it. Yeah. But she's quite the head start. I mean, it's the overall winner then? Is that what you're saying? And not the winner of the women? No, if the women beat the men, they get a $10,000 bonus. But you do get the bump before. Isn't it because men have a larger lung capacity? You cut out after larger, what did you say? Lung capacity? I don't know. I'm sure. I'm down to 5. Because they had a longer stride. Oh, that might be it. That's probably it. Because they're taller for us on a longer legs. But 18 minutes and 19 seconds is a lot of time. And to prove that, I'm going to take an 18-minute and 19-second break and not say anything. And you'll see how long a period of time this is. You ready? All right, here we go. We're going to go 18 minutes and 19 seconds without saying anything. Yeah. There we go. Okay. No, Belio! Man, you are old school radio. You are old school radio, Belio. You can't do it, huh? I did not enjoy that. I saw you got your feet under you. You're sitting on your feet. You're sweating. Man, oh man. Your head just looking downstairs. The carpet looking. But I like it's the principle shows you weren't bothered at all. You weren't bothered at all. That's right. Forget it. Yeah. What do you call that? By the way, I will say this. I do like to investigate new things nowadays. And Doritos. You know Doritos with that nacho cheese flavor on them? They're always very good.
Yeah.
But they have a new Dorito out there.
I had it over the weekend.
It's great.
It's spicy.
Wait, you're talking about the barbecue one?
Oh, I was talking about the real spicy one.
Oh, no, I have the Doritos sweet and tangy barbecue. It's really good. It's the same seasoning they put on their regular chips, but they put on Doritos, and man, it's sensational. They really knocked it out. Really good. It really is great.
I have the spicy sweet chili.
I mean, I bought it here, so the expiration date is, late February. But that's good for here. That's a winner down here at this kitchen. But this is really good. If you get a chance, get the Doritos sweet and tangy barbecue flavor. It's really good. You think it's more junk food. Good for you. All right, strike is happening. LAUSD tomorrow. Rain is happening as well. We're covering both. Big day tomorrow for KFI. We're live on KFI AM 6-1. Spring is here. The trees feel in spring. We leave. Schedule.
KFI.
KOST 822.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Air Radio app. Just as you've been here, I'm Michael Trojan, live from the KFI 24-hour news in the Service Employees International Union of California. As it stands with LA School District workers expected to strike tomorrow.
The three-day walkout to protest Center treatment will start in less than 24 hours. Executive Director with SEIU Local 99, Matt Arias, says he's puzzled by the district's attempt to hoard a nearly $5 billion reserve.
Not all bathrooms are open. Playgrounds may be dirty. There's not enough staff to support students. There's not enough staff for sure to support special ed students.
LAUSD made new offers to both unions Friday while it filed charges against Local 99, calling the strike unlawful. The district's request for an injunction was rejected yesterday, confirming the workers' rights to protest. In LA, Chris Adler, KFI News.
District Supervisor in San Francisco is calling for more policing in the city despite having advocated to defund the police in 2020. Democrat Hillary Roman made it clear to add more officers to the Mission District during a budget meeting last week. She said she's been paying the department to give the mission what it deserves in terms of police prices all year. 2020, Mayor London Breed redirected $120 million from law enforcement to fund other city initiatives. The LA County Sheriff's Department is warning women about a shopping theft scam that's been on the rise in recent weeks. The scam works like this: that these start a conversation with a woman or volunteer them to distract them. While the woman is distracted, another thief steals the woman's wallet from their purse sitting in a shopping cart. Detective Angela Lopez says the scam is happening across Southern California.
Also, this is a big one, Trader Joe's and regular markets that drops the dawn. Target's another one, anywhere where there's a shopping cart involved.
Lopez says a group of thieves in South America is behind the crime. She says women who get their wallets stolen should report the theft immediately. Boy, trolling KFI News. Grand jury in New York investigating former President Trump over a payment to Stormy Daniels has heard from a final witness. He used to be close with Trump. Lawyer Bob Costello says he came forward to provide information about Trump and to say he did not believe Michael Cohen could be trusted. What I'm going to do, ultimately, is release the materials that I gave to the Manhattan DA's office and the Trump story to the media. And let you guys read every testimony in 2 days after Trump said he expected to face criminal charges and urged supporters to protest a possible arrest. Not clear when will wrap up their work, but an NYPD truck started dropping off portable metal barricades that could be used to block off streets or sidewalks. An aid worker from the U.S. who was kidnapped in Niger over 6 years ago has been released from custody. The Biden administration says the release was a result of years of effort. In 2016, the man was kidnapped from his home in the West African country by armed men who ambushed and killed his guards. He's been doing humanitarian aid work in Niger for more than 30 years. White House says no ransom was paid and no concession was made to the man's captors. Too many species on sea ice and their ice is melting. The United Nations says humanity still has a chance to prevent the worst outcomes of climate change by cutting almost 2/3 of carbon pollution by 2035. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres says our world needs climate action on all fronts, everywhere, all at once. The climate fight. But today's IPCC report is the how-to guide to refuse the climate fight. It is a survival guide for humanity. Guterres says humans are responsible for virtually all global warming over the last 200 years. It says leaders of developed countries must commit to reaching net zero as close as possible to 2040. And the legislature in Idaho passed a bill that will allow inmates sentenced to death to be executed by firing squad. The bill is headed to the governor's desk after passing with a veto-proof majority. Firing supplies will be used only if the state cannot obtain the drugs needed for lethal injections. Death Penalty Information Center, because there is one, says only Mississippi, Utah, Oklahoma, and South Carolina have laws allowing firing squads of other execution methods are unavailable. We'll take a look at the 5 freeway coming up. Oh, sorry. I apologize, Dan. Well, it was my fault. All right, let's talk about Verondo. Rob Schneider's going to be there live May 26th. Get your tickets now. That'll always sell out. Also, the Ray Gun gift giveaway. You get a slamming sandwich maker when you're at 500 points on your rewards card on the 27th and 28th of March. Also, it's utter and total madness. From 16 to 8 and then 4, you can watch every score everywhere you eat, save, and play. You do done right. Yes, you get a free haircut when you purchase any color treatment at Stage Spa this month. Also, swipe and win. You win up to $100 in free slot play when you're at 500 points on your rewards card. And now through the 30th. So get on down there and start. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, conveniently located along the I-10, about 90 minutes wherever you are. Morongo, the time. Rain through the night, lows below 50. Rain all day tomorrow, and the degree or two cooler. Highs around 50 at the beaches, 60 metro area, Orange County, close to 70 inland and high in the valleys, around 60 in the high desert. Chance of rain, for the most part, to be gone by midday Wednesday. After that, clouds, but mostly sunny during the day, and a little warmer, degree or two after that for the weekend. Right now in Irvine, 58, Overton, 59, Burbank, 57, Orange, 58 degrees. KFI Financial Report sponsored by Petroleum Myers Injury Attorneys. Dow finished up 383, NASDAQ was up 45, S&P was up 35. The average price of regular gas in California down to $4.85 a gallon.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Something commerce.
It's on the 5 making their way southbound, and this was at Atlanta. It says here last check, there was a stalled car reported there, and then there was a crash reported, but now it's been cleared out of lane, and delays are recovering from just about the 60. Let's check out Downey with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Southbound side of the 605, you got a little problem right around the 5. Looks like it's through the shoulder, but if you watch precisely when you're back to South Beverly. Northbound 605 along the bridge now from the Imperial Highway, on and off up through the same stretch there. It's pretty choppy almost all the way to the 10. Then eastbound and on the bridge now from Santa Monica out to Mid-City, reaches up a bit, more fully leading western into downtown Los Angeles, and up ahead of that, City Terrace on and off the Rosemead Boulevard. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
It's slow in the Cajon Pass. This is North 15 between Kenwood and Cleghorn. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
This hour of the Conway Show is being brought to you by Purigan Water. Get a complete whole house water filtration system for $0 down and $49 a month. Go to PuriganWater.com. Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. When the U.S. starts telling another country to end the war now, it's time to take a hard look at your own protection plan. If you've been on the fence about buying gold and silver, it's time to act. Securing your IRA or 401k with real gold and silver is a portfolio protection plan, and Oxford Gold has made it as easy as 1, 2, 3. Call Oxford Gold right now and ask about bonus opportunities you may be eligible for. Call 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station. All I wanna do is
The Corey Conway Show, Ding Dog. Rain's coming in. That's starting very soon. This evening will be pretty rough. And then tomorrow all day long. Up to 2, 3, 4, 5 inches in some parts of the San Fernando Valley and the SoCal area. Up to 25 inches of snow. There's a real possibility of San Bernardino Mountain. It's not like they need it. So that's going to be a rough couple of days for the mountain men and mountain women up there. And then IKEA. If you stopped at IKEA, you might be in for part of their settlement. I guess it's the printed receipt.
where if you use a credit card at IKEA, they're not allowed to show more than the last 5 digits of your credit card number. And evidently IKEA was showing much more than that. So $24 million going back to guys and gals like me and you. And then the LAUSD strike starts tomorrow. All right, composting has become really big. And I don't know, a bunch of people would do it. I imagine Mark Thompson has a compost pile somewhere. Stephanie, are you a composter? You compost? I'm not a composter. Uh-huh. You know what it is? That's why you throw your trash, all your yeah. You take all your table trash and stuff like that. For people that don't know what it is, SciTunes on YouTube did a very cool piece on how to compost and what it is.
Have you ever thought about where your leftover food goes after you throw it in the trash?
No.
Or the consequences that it has for our planet?
No.
In the U.S. alone, about 37 million tons of discarded food were brought to landfills in 2015.
37 million tons.
That's equal to the weight of 100 Empire State Buildings. Woo! In landfills, food scraps and other organic materials are broken down by bacteria in the absence of oxygen, which produces methane.
Okay, that's where we get methane gas. That's why wherever you see it dumped, you see these big, huge ventilators or vents near it to vent out all that methane gas so it doesn't explode. That's what's going on there.
Potent greenhouse gas with even greater capacity to have heat in our atmosphere than carbon dioxide. Composting is an eco-friendly alternative to discarding our food waste with 3 important advantages.
All right, here they are.
First, composting allows food scraps to degrade in the presence of oxygen, meaning no methane is produced.
Wow.
Second, composting mimics natural nutrient recycling processes, breaking down biodegradable materials to produce organic fertilizer, a sustainable alternative to synthetic fertilizers that require high amounts of fossil fuel energy to produce. Third, composting diverts waste from landfills, preserving natural ecosystems that would otherwise be cleared for landfill use. And the best part, you can compost in your own backyard.
Yeah.
Click the link in the description. So
there you go. Angel, you said you seem like a composter. Are you compost?
No.
Yeah, thought so.
No.
So, you do any of that composting? I've had to, we've had to have the separate bin now in Claremont for well, I think beginning of last year, it was required that. Really? Yeah, we had to put the food scraps and stuff into the green bin as opposed to the trash bin, and I have 3 different colored bins, and they make you use them all. I've been looking at the electric ones that will compost stuff right on your counter. Right inside. Yeah. That's a good thing. Yeah. Keep all your trash right there on your. Yeah. Well, yeah. We were using like the things with the bags in them, but it's the flies that are attracted to that thing, and the stank, and it's just you get the dust or the pollen, not the pollen, but the moth or whatever. It gets like that dust when you lift up the covers. It's horrible. It's going all in your lungs. And yeah. I don't know. Belly, would you compost it with the compost center or area in your home?
No, I do not.
I don't either, but I'm thinking about it. I like using, organic soil. I might as well make it myself. If you throw all your table scraps into an area, but it has to aerate. I mean, it has to be able to find air on all 4 sides for it to really break down properly. And if you do that, you throw all these scraps in there, and after about a year and a half or 2-year period, all the the worms, the insects, and the mushrooms that come in and eat all that crap, you can have beautiful soil to work with, and be able to put on your plants and natural fertilizer, which is kind of cool. But Trojan's got a good point. While you're in the process of it, it does. We've had it before. I can smell it. We throw all that crap in one area. If you're not filling it up a lot, like if you're not putting a whole bunch of stuff in there all the time, what you are putting in there is going to sit in there a really long time. Right. Yeah. So you gotta, if you can, and you have a big yard, you really got to set it away from the house. If you're using one of those outdoor ones, yeah. And if it's really smelly, that means it's not getting enough air. Not to mention, the rain we've been getting lately. Yeah. But nobody wants to go outside to put the stuff in the compost bin to that rain, so then it's just building up inside. But, there's mud everywhere, and it's a Home Depot, get yourself a bag of fertilizer. Thanks, I knew you got time. Here come the emails. Here come the emails. It's not the same thing. You're an a-hole. I get it. All right, the big news story is this strike tomorrow. Big strike, LUSD. And then all of this weather coming in tomorrow is huge. The 12 atmospheric river is coming in tomorrow. So you got to be very, very conscious if that is happening. All right, then Mexico, there's a travel warning. A lot of people like to go to Mexico for spring break. All right, there's a warning out there. Let's get it in you so you can protect yourself.
Octavia McGee and Eric Williams survived a violent encounter after crossing into Matamoros, Mexico from Brownsville, Texas, for one of them to get a cosmetic procedure. Their friends, Zinzel Brown and Jackie Woodard, died after federal sources say they were mistaken for Haitian smugglers.
Thousands of Haitians that are in Mexico now, and what you have is you have these smaller factions, these cartel organized groups that are recruiting Haitians to carry out some of their organized crimes.
The Gold Cartel is responsible for the death of 2 Americans in Mexico, but the cartel's influence is spread throughout the U.S. Lieutenant Christopher Oliveras with the Texas Department of Public Safety says cartel's main objective is to go after, steal, and get information out of drivers.
These cartels are going to continue to operate and become even more bold and become even more powerful as no action being done. That's why it's very important that the federal government takes action now, designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says he will introduce bipartisan legislation in the coming days to designate cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Second step that we'll be engaging in is give the military the authority to go after these organizations wherever they exist. Yeah, let's make that happen. You're not going to see guys from the U.S. Army crossing the border into Mexico to grab these guys. That'll never happen. Not to invade Mexico, not to shoot Mexican airplanes down, but to destroy drug labs that are poisoning Americans.
But the White House says that won't help. Designating the cartels as FBOs would not grant us any additional authorities that we don't really have at this time. And right now, the specific state in Mexico that those 4 Americans were traveling to is under a level 4 do not travel advisory right now. But law enforcement here tells me that they are inviting Americans to avoid all areas of Mexico, even the more populated and resort areas like Cancun and Cozumel, because you never know when you could be caught in the middle of cartel violence.
You know, but the kids that are going to Mexico, I was watching some of them interviewed on news over the weekend, and they were asked down in Mexico, why did you go to Mexico when you knew it was so dangerous? And without exception, their reasoning was, well, they can't get all of us. I'm like, wow, man, that's ballsy. Right? That's kind of a cool way to live. Like, they're there, they can't kill us all. I'm like, whoo! Man, just to go have a couple of drinks with a friend and lay on the beach, putting your life at risk like that, and your philosophy is, no way they can get all of us. Oh, okay. I mean, interesting way to cope through life. All right, we're live on Camp I following the strike tomorrow's LUSD, following the weather coming in tonight and tomorrow. Lots of rain. This is going to be one of the bigger storms we've had all year. We've had some good. We're live on KFI. One up pro. KFI's 24-hour news. LA County and city parks will be offering extended programs, including breakfast and lunch, as parents try to find childcare for 3 days with LAUSD strike as parents beginning tomorrow as scheduled. The New York Young Republican Club is protesting in New York City's DC in support of former President Trump, who says he expects to be arrested tomorrow over hush money paid to adult actress Stormy Daniels. And the corner to the stars has died. LA County Coroner Ed Winter retired in 2019, but he led investigations into the deaths of Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Brittany Murphy, and Tom Petty. The producer was 73. We'll take a look at the 91 freeway next. All right, how about Sweet James again, with this rain coming in tomorrow? There's going to be a lot of people on the freeway that get a little squirrely out there. And you know what that means? Accident after accident all day long. So the road's going to be slicker. There's going to be a mess, less visibility. So you got to be safe out there. But if you do get in an accident, you got to call Sweet James. Sometimes no matter how careful you are, accidents happen. And if it happens to you and you get injured, well, you need to know who to call. The accident attorney is Sweet James. 800-500-5200. Don't take it on alone. Let Sweet James accident attorneys help you get the medical care you need, get your vehicle back up on its tires, and maximize maximize your compensation. If you're hurt, call the attorneys we recommend. 3-stage tax attorneys, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, or go to the website, a lot of information there you can use, sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. There's a crash in Anaheim, Hill.
It's the 91 coming up on the 241. These guys were blocking lanes, but now they're off to the right shoulder according to the Highway Patrol. The big delay still serves up, heading away from just about Weir Canyon. So it just becomes very slow, very fast. And then you're opening up after you pass the reps. Traffic looks good heading towards the 71. It's also slow moving in Corona. This is the 15th southbound. Look back up from Magnolia Avenue, looking better by El Cerrito Road. It's also slow moving right now in Sherman Oaks, 101 southbound from the 405 to the 170, 134 split. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
The Kings are trying to catch Vegas to stop the Western Conference in the NHL. LA sitting 2 points behind Vegas at 90. Tonight they'll play the Flames. UCLA women's basketball trying to get to that Sweet 16. Their second round tournament matchup is against Oklahoma. And the Texans add some big names on offense, tight end Dalton Schultz and running back Devin Singletary. I'm Dan Gutowski. During Staples Pizza-Palooza, Teacher Save Big, or you save like 20% on all Crayola products, plus 80-count Lysol disinfecting wipes for only $1.99. In-store only, offering $3.25 off supplies last. Help your favorite teacher stock their classroom at Staples. This report is sponsored by Momentum Agency. Visit MomentumRefresh.org to see where they will be next. Momentum Refresh, when an ADA restroom isn't enough. Momentum Refresh provides an innovative solution for restroom equity that is safe, sanitary, and comfortable. Check it out at MomentumRefresh.org. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blind safety sweaters to satisfied customers across the country with 20,000 five-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com. A good night's sleep is more important than ever. A good night's sleep is great for the next day. A bad night's sleep means you're miserable the next day. And if you add all those days and nights up, you know how important it is. The Sleep Number 360 Sport Bag is all about proven quality sleep and makes a difference. Customize it down each side of the bed. You feel firmness level, comfort level. That's your sleep number. Mine has to be 100. If I don't get a good night's sleep, I am not a happy camper the next day. And my friends, if I had any, and coworkers know it. And now for April 10th, save $1,200 on the Sleep Number 360 i10 Smart Bag plus special financing through March 9th. Subject to credit approval. Go to SleepNumber.com for details. And these sets are only available at Sleep Number stores or at SleepNumber.com. There are 30 locations in Southern California, including Orange, Porter Ranch, Brea, Rio Small. Visit SleepNumber.com. That's SleepNumber.com.
Pray.com's meditative prayer podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, sleep better, and more.
Close your eyes. Ask God to come and fellowship with you. Open yourself to the Holy Spirit and ask Him to
Listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
One of the biggest mistakes that ever made in my life. The waiter came up and said, "Those people are here because of you." I said, "Oh," and leaned over and go, "Hey, thanks very much." And they recognized me and started gushing. That was the most brilliant move of their life. Like that. I bought them dinner. They'll handle how much can 2 people cost? Oh my God! Get live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM Supported Talent Show. Rain is coming in. And you can't get eggs anymore at some stores. At Dollar Tree, it's too expensive. And Amazon, laying off 9,000 people. If you work for Amazon, it's going to be sweaty. LAUSD is striking too. I know people are sort of tired of hearing it, but when people have to arrest kids, you can't get too much information on them. And people are depressed out of their minds. The students, the teachers, the parents, administrators, me, everything.
The superintendent saying that it appears at this point that a strike is unavoidable. The district setting up child supervision sites and feeding points for the 500,000 students who apparently will not be in school tomorrow morning.
My view is that as we go into tomorrow, despite the event that will take place tomorrow, that our partners decide to come into the room.
LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Cavallo says the district is trying all it can to prevent tens of thousands of workers, including bus drivers, custodians, and cafeteria workers, from walking off the job tomorrow morning. The teachers union is set to join them. The union canceling a confidential mediation session this afternoon after it says the LAUSD broke its confidence by sharing it with the media.
No, the only thing that will stop it is 3% of student order equity pay a wage increase in order to bring it back to the table.
With the last proposal, what's going to bring it back to the table?
The only thing that will stop it is 3% of student order.
How much?
3% of student order equity. They cut out that percent. 3% of student order equity pay a wage increase in order to bring it back to the table.
With the last proposal being a 23% increase, recurring increase, in addition to a 3% cash in hand bonus in recognition of the contributions of our support personnel. More than 80% of FEIU Local 99 members work less than 8 hours a day and earn an average of $25,000 a year. They want to see more full-time work. The department is also offering a school club program from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. for all elementary school students, 1st through 6th grade.
Man, those students get hammered tomorrow. Because typically they go to school from, 8 a.m. till 2 p.m. or 2:30, 33. But now that they're on strike, they got to drop them off like at 7 o'clock so mom and dad can get to work, and then they're going to be there till 6 o'clock at night.
And for many parents and students, the 3-day strike will be a challenge.
So far, my wife's plan takes a couple days off work and made me stay home with the kids, and I'm not doing more overtime. You know what the students should do? They stay together and have their own strike, and they should stay out for 2 weeks and see what that's like. Where the state doesn't give LAUSD a dime for 2 weeks, and it just strangles LAUSD. I think the students have all the power at LAUSD, because the school district only makes money when kids show up to school. And if the kids don't show up, that school doesn't get money for that day. That's why they tag kids all the time, and they constantly give them, recognition for showing up. You get that, that award at the end of the year for student of the year that didn't miss a day of school. You know, like came to school with COVID and the flu and, what kind of body aches. But the school is not going to get anything if those students stay out. If all the students at LAUSD took a week off, that school would go broke. Nobody in LAUSD could afford that. So the students don't really have the ability to organize like the unions do. So if the students did, they could sink that school district in about a month. If they just stayed out of school, they could sink it.
The superintendent says that he will be available all night in hopes of reaching a compromise. Those first ticket lines are set to go up at 4:30 tomorrow morning.
Wow, 4:30 in the morning. Maybe striking. So you'll see that all over the place. And as pissed off as you are, don't swerve to try to, choke them with a puddle, with your tires. That's not cool. Plus, you could run into them, and you're thrown in jail for a long time.
That's kind of funny, though.
It's going to happen tomorrow. You're going to get some people driving by those, union members and just, oh, no, man, I'm driving. But there's going to be a lot of rain tomorrow during that strike. And so be careful out there. There's going to be a lot of teachers, a lot of union members on the sidewalk and in the streets. And so be conscious when you drive by them, that you get severely injured for those cats. You want to do that. It's a strike, and tomorrow, all that rain comes in. Starts tonight. That's kind of exciting. We'll see it tonight and all day tomorrow. Between 2 and 6 inches of rain. 2 and 6 inches of rain in the flash. Don't be
And yeah, it's still like crazy. And up in the mountains, up to 25 inches of snow. 25 inches of snow in the mountains. And they can't handle it anymore, man. They are absolutely done with all this snow. But they're going to get some more. So you got to keep it on KFI tomorrow. I know I keep saying this, but tomorrow is a must listen to. You know, there are some days where, you know, you can half-ass it, I guess, if you wanted to. Tomorrow's not one of those days. Tomorrow's the day when you wake up in the morning, you turn it on KFI, and you go from one show to another, to another, to another, to keep your update on LAUSD and the rain. There are no days with which you should not be listening to KFI. That's right, but tomorrow's an extremely important one. Tomorrow's much more important because the rain and the strike. It's almost like a PTA night, like a back-to-school night where everyone comes in early, you know? I don't know. We'll come in early. We'll see. We'll have ready for it. All right, we're live on KFI. One House Closure, KFI's 24-hour newsroom. Police are looking for an armed robber who hit 2 locations on the same day in Larchmont Village. The LAPD says the man allegedly responsible for both robberies last week had a handgun and took cash, debit cards, cell phones, tablets, and designer bags from people. Some residents say they're taken by the robbery.
This is like it's kind of been a common thing around here for a while. Someone was saying they want to move away from neighborhoods and stuff like that. They're not feeling very safe and whatnot.
This man who works in a store in Larchmont Village tells KPLA businesses in the area have been trying to work together to share surveillance footage of the street after the nearby break-in. Police described the shooter as a black man about 30, 6 foot tall, and 180 pounds. Businesses in Inglewood could be demolished to make way for a transit station and 650 new parking spaces. The city says it hopes the proposed Inglewood transit connector is running in time for the 2028 Olympics. The nearly $1.6 billion automated transit system would connect the Metro P line to the Kia Forum, SoFi Stadium, and the Clippers team to its dome. As the city's draft plan, displaced businesses can be reimbursed for moving expenses and property law. Pack of Dogs with Disabilities have visited a group of seniors with disabilities in Brea for some test therapy. Dream Sector's founder, Debbie Pearl, says the unstoppable dogs help remind people no one is defined by their disability.
They're having a wonderful time. They love everybody. They just love to be social. And, this is the best place to do it. They get a chance to visit and get love and be loved and give love back.
Pearl says the dogs are all rescued with different histories of abuse that put their hind legs in wheelchairs. Mr. Field SoCal said Friday is a wonderful experience for the seniors to see the dogs over on its talented. North Korea says it stimulated a nuclear attack on South Korea with a ballistic missile launch. The launch of the weekend was North Korea's 5th missile demonstration misfunction protest of the U.S. and South Korea's largest joint military exercises in years. State media says the North leader, Kim Jong-un, instructed his military to hold war drills and sharpen the war readiness of his nuclear forces in the face of aggression by his enemies. An assemblyman in L.A. has introduced a proposal making it harder for campaigns to mislead voters when spreading around petitions to qualify for state elections. Isaac Bryan says the bill would create new oversight of signature collection, require more transparency about the group's campaigns, and ensure at least 10% of petition signatures are gathered by unpaid volunteers. We'll take a look at the 101 freeway next. All right, time to talk about advanced hair. It's been over a couple of years since I started sharing my advanced hair story with you, but some of you are still facing hair loss. I can't figure it out. So don't settle with balding if you desire a full head of hair. Advanced hair makes the solution very easy. It takes just one visit. Your natural hair starts to regrow a very nice day, and it's all backed by the advanced hair guarantee. It's no wonder why tens of thousands of people, including myself, have received the FUE treatment, the advanced hair's top-rated position. Some of the work involved drops, receding hairline, thinning hair, men getting younger, older, wiser. That's why we're seeing a full head of hair. It doesn't only make you or change the way you look. It makes you feel more confident, more proud, more youthful, and regrowing your hair where you were once balding absolutely life-changing. Schedule your free consultation, get $250 off and $250 free hair growth. It's a big deal. So phone them up, 844-333-HAIR, 844-333-HAIR. And don't forget to ask about the Advanced Hair Guarantee. Go to the website, advancedhair.com. Rain, cool temps tonight, around 60 degrees. Rain tomorrow. It's a delicious degree or two. Rain should be from us on midday Wednesday or so. Then a little bit of clouds for mostly sunny Thursday, Friday for the weekend. It's just 60 in Placentia, 58 in Laguna Niguel. There's a crash in Hawthorne.
This one's on the 105. If you make your way along that eastbound side coming up on Crenshaw Boulevard, it's been cleared to the right shoulder. The traffic remains a mess, leaving the 405. In Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound to past the 241. This class has been moved to the shoulder, and traffic's still a little crowded coming away from Weir Canyon. Look, we're taking a look at the Cajon Path. 15 northbound, it's a bit crowded from Kenwood. Looking better by Craig Horn. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nico Martinez.
On IC's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Our friends at SolarMax Technology are living a business's dream. They're growing like crazy. They're hiring installers, sales reps, and customer service technicians.
So imagine supporting your family, getting great benefits, and having a chance for growth with the supportive team at SolarMax.
You will be proud to work for SolarMax. They're local, they're based in Riverside, they offer the highest quality solar panels and do everything under one roof.
Contact SolarMax today and be part of the clean energy solution. Apply at solarmaxtech.com/careers. solarmaxtech.com/careers.
I'm Martin Coach, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered sucker will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Tara, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. There are nights when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such a relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Call Service Champion for an $88 per kitchen heater tune-up or visit ServiceChampions.com.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters. KFI AM 640 Broadway Show. All right, keep going. Let's go. Rain coming in, teachers going out, and Amazon losing 9,000 employees. Deal. It's a big deal, man. All right, I got a word with Angel Martinez. You want to Angel Martinez?
Sure. Anderson Conley Jr.
I heard somebody, a buddy of mine said you were at Doc, Day at the Dock?
Oh, yeah, Day at the Docks down in San Diego Bay. Yes.
What is that?
Yes. It's a sport fishing event that the Port of San Diego hosts annually, and it's been dark for the last 3 years due to COVID. So this is the first time back.
Like this is woman all here. Mark.
Mark.
He doesn't fit.
Yeah, and I don't have any younger sisters.
But it looked like, I saw it online, it looked like a huge deal.
Yeah, it was huge. It's this big annual event that they have, and this year was exceptionally huge because it was the first time back after being dark for 3 years. So people were excited to get out, and it was a lot of fun. But while I was there, this guy and his wife and kids walked by, and he stopped and he goes, "Are you Angel Martinez?"
Oh, really?
Yeah. And he goes, "Yeah, I'm a huge KFI listener."
Oh, what's going on?
His name is Tim, and his wife's name is Teresa. And
were you there selling your sandals?
I was there with Navi Sandals, a whole bunch of new sport fishing sandals that were making their debut this past weekend.
Wow. How did it go?
Pretty cool. Yeah, it was a good weekend. It was this Sunday, but it was a good day. And it was all day long, early day. Got down there at like 6:30 in the morning, so it was a long day. But it was great. The weather was beautiful, and a lot of fun. Great music, just a lot of people there.
You know, you have the personality for that. If I had a booth, like let's say I was working at a sawdust festival or like a swap meet or flea market or something, I would be okay with just greeting people who would come up. The people that would irritate me are the people who have booths around me that would come over, and those guys are always very positive and upbeat and fun to hang out with. But man, they get on my nerves. I don't know what it is about them.
Yeah.
The people at the Jason booth.
Oh, okay. And they're just a little too...
They're too hot.
Overly caffeinated.
Yep. Too hyper. They love getting there early. They want to know what's going on. They always want to make some kind of business deal with you, like, hey, I got this show going on. Maybe we can split a booth. It's really good at that place with the card beef sandwiches that Stan has. And oh my God, it's always useless, crappy information. Those weirdos.
But I tried a new line to get people to come into my booth.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, so there are a lot of guys there because it's all sport fishing. And, that women don't sport fish. There's a lot of lady anglers, but it was mostly men.
Mm-hmm.
And so some guy would walk up and he has shoes on, right? And I'm like, hey, I can help you out with that problem. And he's looking at me like, what problem is that?
That's great.
And I'm like, look at you don't even have flip-flops on. I've got flip-flops.
Those are the perfect footwear for fishing,
Oh, yeah. The fishing line that I have.
Yeah.
Awesome. And a bunch of the guys at Sport Fishing Newport Beach helped me out with it while I was designing it. So they're dialed in.
Yeah, that's great, man. I'm glad it worked out. So shout out to Tim and Teresa, right?
Yeah, and they think they're going up to Big Bear this weekend. I said, I don't know. They said, well, are the boats going to be open? I'm like, good. It's 2 feet of snow. I don't know if it's going to be open.
I'm going to be you, and you be anybody who asks you about roads, and I'm going to give you the perfect out, okay?
Okay.
So I'm you, and you're somebody going to Big Bear this weekend.
Okay.
Right.
Hey, Angel, I was just wondering, I know it's Monday, but I'm going to Big Bear on Friday. What can I expect my drive to be like? Are the roads going to be open? Oh, tell me that's what I know. That's perfect. I'm going to do that from now on. Bring me some magic 8-ball and I can just say that instead.
So you got to use the whole F word. A's and Martinez, man. Always getting out there. Hustling that footwear. I like that, man. That's cool. All right, we have, again, weather coming in. I know it's going to be redundant. It's not. It's bad. And it's all going to be flooded, especially up in Northern California. We listened a little bit to this first story here, but the audience changes. They come in and out of KFI. We hope they come in for longer than they go out, but we'll do our dip their toe in. So
keeps on coming. More snow in the Sierra Nevada.
Yeah.
We're Tahoe got snow again this weekend on top of the massive amounts that had already accumulated this winter. It's a mixed blessing because we have seen in our local mountains, some homes and businesses have been damaged, in particular from the weight of snow on the rooftops. But it's a boom for a community heavily dependent on snow tourism, and of course it is essential for the water supply.
Lots of power there to go around for everyone. That's a definite pro, and we know we need the water up here in the lakes in the last few years. But it's been really, really great to get some extra water, and hopefully this summer we'll have less of a fire risk.
Something to watch out for. Eventually it is going to warm up and that snow will begin to melt, and if it melts too quickly, there could be major problems with flooding later this spring.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? That 6 months ago we were talking about how you got to take all your lawn out, you got to take your grass out, there's no more water, and literally 6 months later, the news stories are all now, oh man, we can't use any more water, everyone's flooding, we simply can't use another drop of rain. That's amazing how quickly that turns around, huh? So we went from yin and yang. All right, giant snails, you escargot people out there, giant snails have come ashore.
Customs agents at the Detroit airport made an unusual discovery in a passenger's luggage.
Wow.
Check this out, 6 giant African snails. They were found alive in a suitcase owned by a traveler who arrived in Detroit from Ghana. The critters are considered a prohibited organism in the U.S. because they can cause diseases in humans, and they can wreak significant havoc in the environment if released in the wild. Some of the African snails can grow up to 8 inches long and carry a parasite that may lead to meningitis.
Wow. Welcome to America. Aren't these big-ass snails? 8-inch snail. Man, that's you. Was that your nickname in high school? 8-inch snail? All right, we got to take a small, tiny break here. But we're keeping an eye on everything. Then we got the rain, we got LAUSD striking, and then the economy not doing so great. And all of that news for you all night long. And I hate to keep saying this, but I got to remind everybody, tomorrow is a heavy, heavy KFI day. A lot of rain, a lot of kids affected by this LAUSD. It's the biggest school district in America. Excuse me, the biggest school district in America going on strike. In the middle of one of the biggest storms that we'll see all winter. So it's a really bad combination tomorrow, and you're going to need a lot of information, and you can hear it all right here on KFI. From Jennifer Jones-Lee, Bill Handel, Gary and Shannon. Gary's out tomorrow. Mark Thompson will be in with Shannon. I know. And then John and Ken, and then us, and then Mo Kelly, and George Norris. So tons of information tomorrow. Got to tune in to KFI all day long. It's funny, I didn't know that Mark was going to be filming for Gary today, and when I was on my way in, I turned the radio on, I was with KFI, and I heard Shannon, giving a story about something, giving a rundown, and then there's this little pause with his son, and I hear, and I'm like, oh, Mark's doing? Was he in the studio, or was he out? Or was he here? Oh, wow. That's great. All right, so he's not going to be on with us tomorrow. Thank God. They'll be on with Gary and Ken. We're filling in for Gary tomorrow on the Gary show. We're live on KFI. This is what else, pros? KFI 25 minutes. More rain, wind, and snow for the Southland. Then here's Ken talk about it, as well as the mountains. As another storm system moves in now through Wednesday, with the worst of it expected tomorrow. A new report in the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas last year says more than 300 law enforcement officers at the school had to wait for backup for over an hour because the shooter was using an AR-15 gun. And an Israeli minister says there's no such thing as the Palestinian people. Israeli-Palestinian delegations met in Egypt yesterday, pledging to lower tensions in the region. But Israeli finance minister was in France, where he said there's no Palestinian history, nation, or language. Take a look at the 10 freeway. Yeah. Well, let's talk about American Vision Windows. Joe and Kathleen started the company years and years and years ago. But they went out to buy windows, and they had a really horrible experience. So what they do, they started their own company, revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time while changing the lives of their employees for the better. That works. So here's another saying that they have. We wouldn't let a technician into your home that we would not allow. We wouldn't let a technician into your home that we would not allow in ours. So that is good news. So due to the raising costs of energy, you've got to make sure you keep all the heat in the winter and keep all the heat out in the summer. Nothing better than American Vision Windows. All windows are custom made to fit your house. And we're on Wednesday, day after tomorrow, 1:30. Guys coming out from American Vision Windows, ordering a couple of windows. Love the first one. Now we're getting more. 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024. And expert installation, free expert installation, free. So phone them up. 888-226-9908, 888-226-9908, or the website, AmericanVisionWindows.com. The offer expires 3/31/23, California, 33778. Things are slow, mid-June.
Looking at the time, making the right eastbound, and those delays are filling in, getting away from the 10 freeway. You're on the brakes ahead, run all the way into downtown, looking better by the 110. We're also looking at the 110 northbound. You still have a crowded drive out of South LA northbound from Exposition. And the lane's taking you ahead to the 101. The southbound side of the 110 roads up out of the Legion Park from the 5. Looking a lot better in stretches once you make your way past Vernon. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This is Doug Alvin. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Choice.
The Kings are trying to catch Vegas to stop the Western Conference in the NHL. LA sitting 2 points behind Vegas at 90. Tonight they'll play the Flames. UCLA women's basketball trying to get to that Sweet 16. Their second round tournament matchup is against Oklahoma. And the Texans add some big names on offense, tight end Dalton Schultz, and running back Devin Singletary. I'm Dan Gutowski. During Staples Pizza Palooza, teachers save big, or you save, like 20% on all Crayola products. Plus, Baby Town Lysol disinfecting wipes are only $1.99. In-store only, offering $3.25 while supplies last. Help your favorite teacher stock their classroom at Staples. This report is sponsored by Blindskirt.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindskirt.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindskirt blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindskirt.com. Manager Software Engineering, Science 37 East, Culver City, California. Plan, manage, and monitor engineering functions. Telecommuting from anywhere within the U.S. allowed. 5% domestic travel. Salary $170,000 to $205,000 per year. Send resumes to Katie Nori. Science 37 Inc., 600 Corporate Point, number 320, Culver City, California, 90230. Again, send resumes to Katie Nori. Science 37 Inc., 600 Corporate Point, number 320, Culver City, California, 90230. At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 38,000 items shipped, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com. Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime? TC Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine. They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and in Viejo with more on the way. TC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way. Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone. Imagine being pain-free by this summer. Living life the way you used to. Walking, running, playing sports. If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option. Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine. TC Kinetics now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN, 213-997-PAIN. Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN. Stop coming in, and they don't stop. Medical bills, dental bills, car repairs, rent that's due. Funds people need, but just don't have. As a nonprofit, JFLA has been helping people overcome financial challenges since 1904. We provide zero interest, no fee loans, so that emergencies don't mean financial ruin. Support our efforts and learn more at jfla.org. In need of a loan yourself? We're here for you at jfla.org. On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio. Gen Z workers are trying to get bare minimum Mondays going. What about bare minimum Mondays for doctors? Do you think that's going to work for our society where they get to come to work and say, how dare you ask me to come in on Monday and work for my full salary and give me my full pay? Low Kelly, how dare you? Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Oh, greatest song you ever written. Let's try to get up there. Forget about us. FIAM 640. Sideways show. Rain coming in tomorrow. Massive amounts of precipitation coming in. The 12 atmospheric rivers coming in this winter. Sometimes we go 2 or 3 years without one. This is the 12th one so far this winter. It's here. A lot of rain. A lot of one. And then we got, of course, illegal teams going on strike, and then companies laying off massive amount of employees. AI, artificial intelligence, is something you're going to hear a lot of over the next 5 to 10 years. And it looks like
at least on a preliminary basis, it looks like that, billions and trillions of lines of text and information have gone into an artificial intelligence computer, and it took 30 days, which is a long time, in going over the information, over and over and over and over again. And in 30 days, it looks like artificial intelligence, at least in a very preliminary stage, has come up with a cure for cancer. A cure for cancer. And obviously they're going to have to do, years of trials to make sure that it works. Like they did with the COVID vaccine, they took 5 years of testing everybody to make sure it was on the up and up and it worked before they gave it to anybody. I think, whatever. It's just testing on human beings. Anyway, so if that is true, that artificial intelligence has put together the perfect combination of drugs and and chemicals to get rid of liver cancer, that's huge. And it only took 30 days. So let's find out what the concerns are about artificial intelligence, AI. We're going to hear a lot about AI in the next 10 years. A lot about it. Probably every week there's going to be a huge story.
Last week, the artificial intelligence company OpenAI unveiled ChatGPT-4, the AI language tool that is fascinating and frightening people around the world. GPT-4 is the best tool. It can analyze thousands of words of text to create almost anything from coding video games to passing standardized text. It can even write lawsuits. Some are now raising alarms about how these advances could be used to create and spread misinformation. Our next guest is an AI expert and emeritus professor of psychology and neutral science at NYU. He is also the author of the book Rebooting AI, Building Artificial Intelligence We Can Trust. All right, welcome, Dr. Gary Marcus. All right, so Doctor, you know more about this technology than most. You've even developed your own version. So for all of us who are just learning about this whole world of AI, how does it work in its current form? And why is it that you are concerned about kind of the next level? What could happen next?
I think the first thing to understand is it's not as intelligent as it looks. It's mimicking a huge database of things that it's seen before. And it's so huge that an ordinary human being probably can't imagine quite how huge it is. It's billions and trillions of bits of text. And what it's doing is it's piecing them. It's putting them together in little bits without really understanding them, which is why sometimes it does weird things. Like it blames the Silicon Valley Bank on GPT-5, which doesn't even exist. But it doesn't really know how to assemble all these bits of text. So sometimes it kind of gloms together a whole lot of text and sounds really cool, and sometimes it just makes stuff up. And you have to realize that's like every human being. Every human being in the world does that. Sometimes they know what they're talking about. Sometimes they make stuff up. Even though it looks smart, it's just making stuff up.
Brenda said it was called artificial intelligence or something else. So you wrote an article in the Atlantic this week. We talked about how bad actors could manipulate, the power of these AI tools to spread misinformation. I feel like we may have run into, this Jurassic Park moment where these AI creators are so preoccupied with whether they could, it didn't stop to think if we really should.
I think that's exactly right. I actually wrote another essay called The Jurassic Park Moment for AI. It quoted exactly that bit. I keep thinking of Jeff Goldblum saying that in Jurassic Park and how true that moment might be. I'm more concerned about AI than I've ever been before in terms of the use for misinformation, in terms of accidental misinformation around health, and ultimately people applying these technologies when they're not really solid yet. All right, AI, we'll hear about this in the next 5 to 10 years, probably on a weekly basis, and it is going to change a lot of how we operate. Not AI, but Dudley I is here. Dudley Intelligence. Nice to meet you. How you doing, bro? I'm doing all right. I'm trying to hurry and finish this show so I can get home before rain. Yeah, it's going to happen tonight. Oh, it's going to rain all day tomorrow, man. Yeah. It's when these big atmospheric rivers sliding in. Okay, and on the worst day, too, on the day LAUSD takes a strike. There's nothing good that's going to be happening tomorrow. I'm just being honest. The mountains are supposed to be KFI all day. all of the updates of how bad LA is right about now. Are you depressed as I am whenever you open up or you listen to sports and how the Rams have just gotten rid of everybody? Yes, I was having a conversation with Eric Claw, who's the technical director for Johnny Cam. Who's the sports? Yes. And I was saying just that, it's like, it's a fire sale. He didn't believe me at first. I said, no, it's going to be a fire sale. Because they were letting all the top players go and not really getting a lot in return. And so, and you look at Matthew Stafford, the quarterback, he may not ever play again. Yeah, he does play. He may not be worth anything of what he once was. They're letting the Rams let their long snapper go. Yeah, they're clearing out. Nobody's left. No, it's going to be like it's just like a bunch of homeless guys. It's going to be like the Rams of the 1970s. All right, what else was the big story tonight? Well, we got to talk about LAUSD. We have to talk about the storm, and we have to talk about beyond that. Just the latest movie return. Shazam was in theaters, did not do well, which is that mean for the movie business when it seems like movies that are supposed to do well are not doing well. Are people not going to the theaters, or are people just tired of sitting at the movie, or the movies are bad? I didn't think it was a big disaster as people say. It was projected to make $35 million. It made 30. Right. But it's a sequel, and it needs to be better than the pre-sequel line. And also, the movie theaters are more dependent on movies doing well. Yeah, well, I think also March Madness kept people home. All the work because, and the weather. All right, I'll be listening. Thanks, man. All right, Mo Kelly, in fact, later with Mo Kelly. I'm saying if I am to 20 p.m. tomorrow, right after the Johnny Ken show on a LAUSD strike day, and one of the worst ratings throws we've had in a long time. So keep it on KFI all day long. We're live on KFI AM 640. Stay healthier this spring. That's cholesterol by only eating the white part of the capillary connection. AOST,
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
No deal. I'm ET live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
All guilty is a taker.
The superintendent of LA School District says he was unable to reach a negotiation with the union representing custodians, cafeteria workers, and bus drivers.
At this point, we lose hope in terms of possibly avoiding the strike tomorrow, and formally announce that all schools across LAUSD will be closed tomorrow.
Alberto Carvalho says he's not going home tonight. Instead, he'll be waiting on a call from willing union members to have a meaningful conversation. Workers say the three-day walkout is to protect unlawful treatment of employees and to get more money for kids in the district. A Facebook group is providing resources for parents who need child care during the strike.
Parents Supporting Teachers is an online support group with almost 30,000 members. Co-founder Nicole Beckerman says people can expect school staff to be on picket lines, but there are some options for parents.
LAUSD is going to have a select group of campuses open for families who absolutely need to drop their children off.
Beckerman says people in the group are working together personally to help working parents.
One day, one parent is going to take this group, and the next day, somebody else's grandmother is going to take a small group.
More resources, including where to get free meals, can be found at lausd.net. Chris Adler, KFI News.
A group of activists in LA started a new website filled with personal information about LAPD officers. The site Watch the Watchers was created by the group South LAPD Spying Coalition and mostly uses information received through public records. A person can enter the name of an officer, including the chief, and get their date of hire, ethnicity, rank, assignment, and department email. The group says it's too easy to get the height and weight of every officer. Organizers say the site is intended as a tool to empower community members. Governor Newsom is working to have voters choose whether the state should invest more in treating people with mental health issues.
The governor's proposed bond measure would raise between $3 billion to $5 billion. Newsom says the money would create at least 6,000 new mental health treatment beds in what he calls state-of-the-art facilities.
We have to address and come to grips with the realities of mental health.
Newsom's proposal would also direct at least $1 billion from the existing Mental Health Services Act to house people with mental health and substance abuse issues. The ballot measure would go before voters in 2024 if approved by the legislature. Blake Trolling, KFI News.
President Biden additionally vetoed the legislation that would have prohibited retirement plans from considering climate change when making investment decisions. During the Trump administration, the Labor Department issued a rule banning considering environmental, social, and governance factors, or ESG, in retirement top investments. Under this administration, the Labor Department is collating efforts to reinstate it.
ABC10 Travis is Biden leader of really says it would put retirement savings of people across the country at risk. Only 2 Democrats in the Senate voted for the Republican measure. Money can now buy some legitimacy on social media. Meta is finally coming out with its verified subscription service for Facebook and Instagram in the U.S. CEO Mark Zuckerberg says Meta Verified will start testing and then gradually roll out the paid feature in the coming weeks, following tests in Australia and New Zealand. This will cost $12 a month on the web and $15 if you want to sign up to iOS or Android. Jennifer Jones Blues, KFI News. Southern weather from KFI sites to bring this evening and rain likely after midnight. Overnight lows in the 40s and 50s. Rain heavy at times tomorrow with gusty winds. Highs around 60 at the beaches, Metro LA and Orlando Sea. 50s in the valleys and IE, 40s and 50s in the Antelope Valley. Rain continues Wednesday morning, should taper off by the afternoon. Partly cloudy Thursday, sunny on Friday. It's 56 in Los Alamitos, 54 in Santa Clarita, 57 in Seal Beach, 57 in Gardena. AFI Financial Report, sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow traded up 383 points today. The NASDAQ added 45. S&P 500 gained 35. Nordic price for regular unleaded gas in California is $4.86 a gallon. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice premium since 1972. Crash and Tucson on the 5.
Northbound at Red Hill, it's along the right shoulder, but with CT on scene is causing some spectator traffic from Jamboree. New Street number 10 eastbound, stop-and-go traffic as you approach National. That'll stay distance to get about La Brea. And you'll see some flowing on the 101 southbound in Hollywood as you approach Vermont Avenue. Your drive starts to clear up once you get to about the 110. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. This hour is sponsored by Advanced Hair Restoration.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids. I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
Equal Jersey Gummy has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next and grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. Equal Jersey Gummy for better sleep like never before. And try Jersey Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release C vitamins.
Over the years, I've compiled thousands of inspiring and now, for example, that now hard to use in my new daily life. But I do let drive me. I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show them impactful in my life. Listen to IC's Daily News every weekday on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcast, or wherever you get your podcast.
Injured in an accident or visit superhomelesssuperhomeless.com.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeartRadio station.
I've never seen so many hot dogs in one place that were just like easy to pick up and seemed really stronger. Then I ran to really? Yeah, everything was just like super hot.
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some of the big stories and the big stories that we're following right now in the KFI 24-hour news. A 12 atmospheric river storm is getting ready to hit Southern California tonight. 12-1. And Amazon to lay off another 9,000 workers. This is in addition to earlier job cuts. And there's this. LAUSD. If you've been listening to KFI, we've been following the pending LAUSD strike.
This person had been fucking tomorrow outside of the I'll never forget this big ass
at the bottom of the hour
fucking
with the latest. But as we start to get to that conversation, I wonder, and I'm just wondering out loud, and I'm not trying to point the finger at anyone, but I want to pose this question as we continue to discuss not only the strike, but the issues underlying. I wonder, do you care about your child being in school and doing well in school in regards to the strike? Or do you just care about your child not being at home? I get the sense, and I may be wrong, but I get the sense that not everyone is all that concerned all the time with how well the child does in school. I get the sense, talking to administrators and talking to teachers, that parents, and this has been a growing trend, I would say, over the past decade or two, parents have been less involved than ever. Not pointing the finger, not trying to point the finger, but I wonder if you are emotionally invested regarding this strike. Does it have to do with your child not being in school and as a function of that, not being able to learn, or are you more concerned with the inconvenience of finding a place for your child to go? And maybe it's all about perspective, because when I was living on the East Coast, we could have 3 snow days and all like that. Just like that. And you have school districts nimble enough to deal with it, and that was unforeseen. It was like we could say, hey, we're going to 3 snow days next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. In a way, that is what it's being said now. We have 3 snow days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, because it's not snowing. But in effect, it's kind of what it is. And everyone's losing their damn mind. Now, there is a serious discussion to be had about kids being in school, making sure they're being educated, especially in the wake of the pandemic. I am with you on that. I'm just not so sure that all the outrage is being here. That's all I'm saying. I just wonder, because we, as in the state of California, we, as in residents of Los Angeles County and our kids going to school in LA, USD, haven't historically cared all that much, seemingly. Let me put it another way. And this is something just to think about, not to feel a certain way about it, just something to think about. You know how much a teaching assistant makes for LAUSD? Teaching assistant, an average LAUSD teaching assistant hourly pay is about $15.99. Why do we call it like minimum wage for the most part? How much does a bus driver make for LAUSD? Average LAUSD bus driver hourly pay is $23.92. Not a lot. Not a lot, given the responsibility of the children that they're transporting on a daily basis. How much does a food service worker make for LAUSD? And these are all part-time jobs. We're not talking about full-time jobs with benefits. We're talking about part-time jobs. Average LAUSD food service worker hourly pay is $16.85. Okay, are we in the range of in and out yet? Okay, we're not talking about big money here. How much do LAUSD janitors make? Average custodian making $18.03. Is that a lot of money? No, it isn't. So it just makes me ask the question, how concerned are we really about the plight of our children, their learning environment, and also the people who work with them? Think of it another way. What if we had disgruntled bus drivers taking our children to and from school every single day? Maybe not focusing on the job at hand. Or, what if the thing if we had disgruntled food service workers serving our children? Just something else to think about before we say, hey, those people over there are just being too greedy. No, you as a parent have a vested interest in protecting your children. And a part of the educational environment, it has to do with the people working with your children, not just the teachers, but the food service workers, cafeteria workers, the bus drivers. And if they are disgruntled, I think that puts our children, it's not necessarily intentionally, but invariably in harm's way to a certain degree. And if we talk about improving our schools, because we hear about the complaints all the time, the schools in California, the schools in LAUSD are just so horrible. Well, this is part of it. This is part of that equation. And yes, I'm right there with you. I know what you're thinking about. Well, what about the California lottery? I know. What about the California lottery? Why has it not made more of an impact regarding these issues? Well, I pay my property taxes. You're right. I pay mine too. Oh, it's a great question. argument to be had that the people working at the schools, inclusive of teachers and workers, should be paid more. Period, point blank. So before I go to break, I want to go back to the beginning of what I was saying. Are we really concerned about our children and their learning environment, or are we more upset about them staying home every day? Do we really care about our kids being in school and learning, and as an adjunct of learning, being in an environment conducive to learn? That means better teachers. That means better educational supplies and facilities. That means better workers around them, cafeteria workers. That means better lunches. It means all those things. So the question is, just how concerned are we about our children and their learning environment? Now, the specifics of the strike, he's right, he's wrong, whether they're going to get the 30% increase, I have no idea, and that's not for me to say. I just want to give you a couple things to think about as this strike continues to lead to the next 3 days. I'll just call them 3 snow days for right now. Because honestly, that's about how they would be handled on the East Coast. It's later with North Kelly. I've got more on this when we come back. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now, let's go to the KFI 25 news from Canadian King.
Mo is just talking about the strike. Labor talks are at a standstill. No negotiations are scheduled, so LA schools are planning to be closed tomorrow with union service workers and teachers supporting them go on strike. More than 400,000 students are affected. A man from Moreno Valley convicted of smuggling more than 80 pounds of fentanyl-laced pills into the U.S. He's been sentenced in San Diego to more than 16 years in prison. He was found guilty of trying to bring the pills through the San Ysidro port of entry in June of 2021. Southern California is about to be hit by another winter storm on this first day of spring. A couple inches of rain is possible in the valleys and coastal areas. Up to 80 mile-per-hour winds are expected in the mountains from central to southern California. We're going to take some problems on the 101 next.
Feel the breeze. Just science is what some doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Not Feel the breeze. I'm talking about the other one. Just science. You know why? Because they use the extract of fruits and vegetables. Now, I take Feel the Greens, and I've been taking it for about 3 weeks now because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not the watered-down extract that you find in those other supplements. And it's backed by this better health promise. Each ingredient in Feel the Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like your heart, your lungs, kidneys, liver. Other support my immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and healthy weight loss. I don't feel as healthy as I should. I can admit it. I'm not proud of it, but I can admit it. That's where Feel the Greens comes in. I can look better. I can feel healthier. I definitely have more energy. But your best proof is your numbers. So when you go to your next checkup, and I recommend you always get your checkup, but when you go, if your doctor doesn't say, hey, your numbers are really improved, they're really doing great, keep doing what you're doing. If he doesn't say something that, or if you say something like that, then you can return it all for a full refund. So let's get you started with 15% off. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Just be sure to use the promo code KFI. That's promo code KFI at fieldofgreens.com.
Rain likely after midnight. Rainy and windy tomorrow with highs in the 50s to about 60. More rain Wednesday. This report brought to you by BlindSir.com. From the Southern California Toyota Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got a crash in Hollywood on the 101.
That's headed northbound just before Vermont Avenue. It's blocking the right lane, so traffic is slow and go from the 110. 101 heading southbound in Studio City. Once you get to Coldwater Canyon, you'll see some brake lights there, and it's a slow crawl until you get to about the 134. And on the 105 heading eastbound, that's going to be in Hawthorne. Just before Crenshaw, you'll see a crash up along the right shoulder. It's causing some slowing as you come up to Prairie. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Hi, I'm Kyle at BlindSir.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, BlindSir blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at BlindSir.com.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Hiring zero. Indeed hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates all in one place. Sponsor a post and instantly receive a shortlist of quality candidates on Indeed whose resumes match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Screening a spring getaway. This month, get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages. from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, the language you learn.
Starting May 7, 2025, you may need a real ID to board domestic flights, and there's never been a better time to apply than right now. Give yourself the freedom of traveling when and where you want, from sporting events and family reunions to romantic vacations or even a weekend getaway with friends. Real ID is your ticket to fly. There's no need to wait. Visit CaliforniaRealID.org today to start the online Real ID application from the comfort of home. DMV Online. Ready when you are.
Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m., whenever, wherever, we're with you at Memorial Care. Get high-quality care virtually or in person with video visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit choosememorialcare.org for more information.
Imagine air travel that's simple and hassle-free. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Fly on your own schedule. Avoid crowded terminals and never stand in another line again. As a Surf Air member, you're in control of your travel bag. SurfAir.com. Stress-free, easy air travel. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com.
Could you use some extra help meeting basic needs, like putting food on the table or paying the rent, keeping your home warm and the lights on, buying new seeds for growing seeds, or help with medical needs? Find out about the Supplemental Security Income Program, SSI, administered by Social Security. It's money you can use to help pay for basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, or medical needs. You can receive monthly SSI payments if your income and financial resources are low, and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who is blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI to learn more about SSI and start the application process today. That's ssa.gov/SSI. This message produced by Social Security and U.S. Taxpayer Expense.
I'm attorney Gary Capanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in cop unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio shows. Sporty Show. Hello, Right Show, check it in. All of the once-in-a-lifetime events. Alter Ego. Are you ready? All of the best free entertainment. My favorite music will get everything. All of the great podcasts for every interest. Stuff they don't want you to know. All of the mind-blowing content. $20,000 off. All your favorite superstars Dave Roth and the Foo Fighters. And that's them all. It doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
And now, a few words from your dog.
Please join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Market on Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena named Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/Wiggle.
5AM640 or stimulating talk.
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and stores that we're following. Governor Newsom announced a $50 million contract to make California's own brand of insulin. Frozen strawberries sold at Costco, Trader Joe's, have been recalled after a hepatitis A outbreak. And of course, we're following this, I'll say, evolving story regarding the Henry LAUSD strike. Now, the strike may be happening, we can't clean out the school tomorrow, but we still want to know about you. We're taking attendance with our KFI roll call. So if you're listening right now and you want something to say about the strike, please hit me on Twitter at Mr. Mokelly, MrMokelly. Let me know where you're listening, how you're listening, and also any thoughts you have on the LAUSD
want to know if you will be taking your kids to the beach. I know it can be rainy, but what you plan to do instead of taking your kids to school tomorrow, and how this may impact you, if at all. We'd love to hear from you. And before the break, I was wanting to give you some questions to ponder. Not just what side of the fence you fall regarding the strike, but education more broadly. Let me just give you some facts about LAUSD. LAUSD gets about 90% of its funding from the state of California. 90%. The remaining money comes from the federal government. LAUSD School Board approved a $20 billion budget for the 21-22 school year after months of discussion regarding a pandemic recovery plan. And as you know, LAUSD is the second largest school district in the nation. LAUSD has a staggering almost $5 billion in reserves. $5 billion in reserves, over $3 billion of which is unrestricted. The state of California requires LAUSD to keep just $2 million in reserves. Only required to keep $2 million with an M in reserves, but LAUSD has a staggering $5 billion with a B in reserves. Now, I've never been a math scholar, but the $5 billion is exponentially more than $2 million. There's a disconnect here, and I can't quite put my finger on why, but there's a disconnect given the dilapidated nature of many of the schools in a facility sense, in a book, textbooks and computer sense, in a lecture sense, all of those things. And yet, remember what I said, unrestricted, that money can be used elsewhere. I don't know if it can be used for wages, but I assume it could be including wages. That's just me. Well, now you're an administrator at a school, you have two school-age children who may be impacted by this tomorrow. Oh, they will be impacted. They will be impacted. Crazy. My daughter was out of school on these snow days tomorrow through Thursday. And as I explained to her, I said, no, you might not be going back on Friday. I think, in my humble estimation, that there will be more negotiation that takes place late into Thursday. And if demands, air quotes here, are met, this strike will be fixed. That's just my take. That's just my take on it. And so I believe that this will go for the rest of the week. Because when you listen to the press conference earlier, it doesn't sound like there's any budging on the part of our superintendent or so no. This is all bad for at least for my daughter who asked for now yesterday what she's going to do. But my son, your school is just contracted with LAUSD. What does that mean? That means that you're in a charter school that contracts with LAUSD, and so they abide by the LAUSD calendar. But they are also an independent run school, so that they can't say, oh, they don't have to. They could also look at that calendar and say, well, they said all LAUSD schools were affiliated. We could close. Would there be pressure, outside forces pressure for them to close as well to show solidarity? I would think so. I think that all of the teachers who are going in are showing solidarity with the school workers who also joined their strike when they were fighting for better wages. It's only fair that they would take the time on it. It seems like there's a wide chasm in between the two sides. It's not like it's a small issue here, small issue there, negotiating, get there. They seem like they are miles apart in terms of what the union is asking for and what the school district is willing to give. I've read several reports from school workers, from individuals who are parents themselves, who this affects them, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, sanitation crews, where this affects them. And they have every one of these reports I've read is unanimous in saying, we are sorry that this phase
inconvenience you. So we are trying to make a living wage so that we can also support our families. There's one bus driver I read a story on who's driving a bus for 35 years. 35 years. And it's basically maxed out on the amount of money that he could make. And it's still only some, I believe it was 36,000 a year. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Have you ever been on a school bus? I know it's been a minute since you've been on a school bus. It's been a while. I have been on a school bus. I've been on a chaperone trip. I am around school-age children. I'm telling you, school-age children are a nightmare when they're just run loose in the school campus during lunch. Like when they're getting on that bus, and you gotta try to drive through traffic, you try to make it stop, you try to be happy, you try to be friendly. Hey, bus driver, you got kids back there cussing, fighting their music, fighting. Man, I swear, I don't want to get into anyone else's pocket. I don't want to get into LGBT's pocket. But the numbers that you just read out there to me, there's got to be some wiggle room. Because when I was walking to the school campuses, I don't see where this money's being spent. KFI roll call, check in. I've been asking you to reach out to me on Twitter. Ask Mr. Kelly, let us know how you're listening, where you're listening, and maybe your thoughts to the LA USC Penny Strike. This comes from OGDC. After Smoke Kelly, what's up? Well, the school district's first mistake was that they divided the employees. If you didn't get vaccinated, you lost your job. So they had a lot of heroes that lost their jobs. They divided and conquered. I do not believe they are going to get the money they want. And this comes from SHOJ, Josh listening to Santa Clarita on iHeartRadio. Josh says, my issue with LAUSD and the union is that they are so far behind that one negotiation doesn't seem like it can catch them up. While I agree with unions, don't use the kids to get what you want. And this next one comes from Guillermo, listening to the iHeartRadio app in West Covina. Kids are staying home. Damage that affected since COVID, so not to worry about the 3 days off. So keep it coming. KFI roll call. At this Kelly on Twitter. KFI's own Chris Adler will join me next to talk about the latest in negotiations and the penny strike. KFI is recorded live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app now in the TV. KFI 24-hour news.
The 12th atmospheric river of the year is about to hit, matching heavy rain and strong winds. The National Weather Service says the heaviest rainfall for LA is expected tomorrow morning. It'll continue through Wednesday. 1 to 3 inches of rain is expected in most areas, up to 4 inches. 4 inches to fall on the mountains. The National Weather Service says the whole state is likely to see some rain, but the biggest area of concern with this storm is the Central Coast. News brought to you by Mike Diamond, the Snow Good Summer. Thieves have been targeting women out shopping across Southern California. The thieves work in pairs and groups of 3. LA County Sheriff Detective Angela Lopez says one thief will distract women by talking to them or bumping into them. That victim's attention will be focused towards the suspect, and the partner will go ahead and grab the wallet out of her purse. Lopez says women who get ripped off should report the theft immediately. Investigators say the group behind the theft in recent weeks is from South America. At least 11 people have been hurt in an apartment complex fire in Panorama City. The fire department says 5 of the units in the 4-story building were burned. About 100 firefighters put the fire out in just under an hour. Fire Captain Eric Scott says 5 of the people hurt were taken to the hospital, including one person who's in serious condition. President Biden has signed legislation to declassify information related to the origins of COVID-19. The measure passed unanimously in Congress. Earlier this year, reports citing classified intelligence said the Department of Energy concluded with low confidence that the pandemic was likely due to a lab leak in China.
The United States welcomes any initiative that advances in just and durable peace.
Russia's President Putin has welcomed China's leader Xi Jinping to the Kremlin. Russia says it'll discuss China's ceasefire plan introduced last month. China called for peace talks between Kyiv and Moscow.
The ceasefire now, without enduring a solution, will allow President Putin to rescue his troops and then restart the war at a time more advantageous to Russia.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken says any proposal that leaves Russian forces in place in Ukraine would just let Moscow re-equip and regain strength to resume its offensive. A luxury airline based in Taiwan will start offering flights from Taipei.
Hey, how you doing?
LA
I live in California. I think everybody's hitting the nail right on the head when it comes to some of the issues that we have here. We have a state where recreational cannabis is legal, yet we have people behind closed doors, behind locked doors, because of the three strikes law, and they're literally providing slave labor for the state because they're paid pennies for their work. And in reality, the state is taking tax money from this in today's day and age. When 10 years ago, when they put these people behind bars like animals, they did not. It's an awful situation. I really wish the governor would come out and say, hey, we need to have some type of reevaluation of the three strikes law, especially for marijuana possession, when today it's illegal. Who cares what it was 50 years ago or 30 years ago when these poor people were put in jail? Well, it's been like 30 years. We need to reevaluate. It's a terrible, terrible situation. I really think, I live here. I live in Orange County, where there's like a breakaway civilization, to be honest with you. There are millionaires who want to be billionaires and billionaires who want to be trillionaires. If you look in my city, there are no homeless people, but it's all like gated. If you go to LA, it's absolutely the opposite. Yet these are really, really close-knit areas where you have basically like two types of species of people that are growing out of it. You have people who are into life extension and like cryogenically freezing themselves and going into space, literally feet from people who are homeless and just trying to get to their next meal. That's a breakaway civilization where I live. And one last thing, California has a lot of space, has a lot of land, and I really feel like we could use the container houses and small house movement to put some people out into the desert and give them smart coolers and air conditioners and allow them to live somewhat of a life. That's neat to me. That's the solution that we have, is to give people housing, and it doesn't have to be very fancy, but just make literally, we have so much land out in the desert. If we could just provide people with a little way to cool themselves, which is like a swamp cooler and air conditioner, solar air conditioners, sort of thing, I really feel like we could get a lot of people off the streets. And those are my takes on it.
What happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands?
Listen to Let's Start the Truth on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite shows. You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's right, Phil. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, Master.
Thanks, Chris. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your map and coat?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So what? Heroes?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for us being doors.
Before the hero dies.
If you know how to plug in, you're coming in and go online at ViralRabbi.com.
The threat is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare coins. Insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Phil DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Phil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary, Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. This is Jacob Amon. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about context on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI AM640, or stimulating talk.
options. The LAUSD has officially informed parents to prepare for the strike, which is slated to begin tomorrow. And along those lines, if the strike should take place, the LA Zoo is opening up its doors free of charge to kids. So let's get down to business. KFI's own Chris Adler joins me now with the latest on where the negotiations, as well as the likely fallout from any LAUSD strike. Chris, it's good to talk to you this evening. How are you doing today?
There's a really interesting community in Riverside County, that Lab City, which I've been there, I spent the night there. It is what many people would call a homeless encampment, but other people would call an artist retreat, where it's called the last free place in America. And actually, I saw a documentary on this while I was living in the Midwest, and it inspired me to move out to California. One of the reasons why I was inspired. And so I drove out here, and that was the first place where I went, was Lab City, which is just literally it's an artist commune of people who just live in the desert. And so one of the last places where you can just go in California and or anywhere in the world and just pull up your car and take a little piece of land for yourself, and no one's going to bother you. And it's a really interesting premise. I really feel like if we could give people that kind of opportunity where we just say, hey, here's your little plot of land, and perhaps use railroad containers or some small housing agreement that the businesses and the people who are affluent within the state don't want that. If you look at most hotels in Los Angeles, they're empty they're vacant every single night. Most skyrises in Los Angeles are vacant. More than 50% of the real estate in Los Angeles is vacant, and it's owned by BlackRock or one of these major real estate corporations, and they just sit on it and make it impossible to buy any housing, so that every single month the housing rates go up, and it is absolutely impossible for someone to move here, even if they're debt-free, and buy a house if they aren't a multimillionaire.
But then again, when I was out and doing my reporting at the rally and I was interviewing the union, I asked them, I said, what do you have to say to parents who are concerned that you guys are putting them out?
Oh, great question. It is out by Indio. So if you know where Indio and like Coachella Valley is, it's out there. If you just put in Slab City documentaries, there are several documentaries that have been made about this artist commune. It has a little unofficial mayor. And when you go there, I mean, a lot of people are very into cannabis and stuff, but they're also into there are hot springs there. So you can actually like go dipping in the hot springs and like rejuvenate yourself. It's a really interesting place that you can literally just go there. Some people are welcoming, some are not, just depending on the kind of experience that they've had with strangers. But it is a very interesting place where if you have absolutely nothing, you can go there, and they have some people will rent you their Wi-Fi. Some people will let you use their shower or their bath. I mean, it's a really interesting place. Sure, I would say it's very diverse. So if you think it's probably mostly white, but that's generally what the United States is. But there are all kinds of. It's very diverse, but there are men and women there. I would say that the people with whom I had any kind of interaction, they could have been like I don't know of multiple backgrounds. So it's just kind of like it's an interesting. California's an interesting thing. It's kind of the end of the road. All the trains end here. All the roads end here. If we had another state west of us, California wouldn't be the one with the problem. It would be whatever state was west of us. But the fact that we're at the end of the road means that there's a huge eclectic population that makes its way out here. But I would definitely say this about the people of Lab City: they aren't what you would consider like homeless. They have houses, they have roofs. There's like a museum. They have games and things like that. It's a really different environment. But at the end of the day, if the government came to them and said you got to get off this land, they have to get off the land because they don't have any kind of deed to the land. But nobody's messed with them in at least 10 years. So it's an interesting premise.
Unless they get that specific number, they're going to strike. So, Carvalho has made these other offers that were not.
That's absolutely right. But if those people can make it in the middle of the desert with very little, I mean, they have like maybe a solar generator and an RV or something like that, if they can do it, it's possible to be done. And I just
I know you may not have specifically talked to kids, but have you
sure,
heard
it's a population of several hundred.
kids how they feel about this? Are they aware of this? Do they even care, regardless?
40 million.
I actually know some students in the LAUSD district.
It's pretty negligible, but that isn't to say that it can't be done. These people are proving on a daily basis that you can literally move to the middle of the desert and live a life. It's just not everybody knows how to do it, or they don't have a car or something else to get out there. It's a long way out there. And frankly, if you just walked out there, like a lot of homeless people might, you would die in the desert.
So much going on around us and so much rallying and so many people involved that from what I gathered from the students in the district, they're nervous.
Now, will this play out?
Great question. So if you're familiar with the tiny home movement or the compost toilet or the container movement or even just trailers, it's definitely possible. So what you're basically saying is, couldn't we have like a mobile home park of 2 to 3 million people? Certainly that would take some development, but I think it's definitely possible.
When I was out at the rally, there was close to 40,000 people out there. There was huge. We're talking a sea of purple, a sea of red, representing the different unions. And there were children out there. There were administrators. There were cafeteria workers, truck drivers, but there were teaching teachers. It's pretty vast and wide across the board. Now, there are a lot of people in the public, who have come out and are upset about this stuff. They think the workers do not deserve the increase. They don't deserve, being off during COVID and working through Zoom. A lot of people in the public are throwing in their opinion and saying, you don't deserve it, you don't deserve it. My kids suffer in that school. They're not getting the education they deserve. And the workers are coming back and saying, well, if you have the funding that we need, we could provide you children without education. If you were in the classroom and you saw what it was like, you would know that we're missing the funding that we need to provide you quality education. So, collectively in the union itself, they're all pretty much ready to go, but the public is not all on board for this.
Chris Adler, thank you for your fantastic reporting on this. I know you're going to stay on the story because it's not over yet. It's just getting started. Chris Adler. Chris, we'll talk again soon.
Thanks so much.
Just later with Mo Kelly. Either right here. KFI 840, we're live everyone on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's go over to AT, KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A flood watch has been affected for most of LA County. It'll be in effect at least through tomorrow night. Flood watch includes all LA County beaches, downtown LA, and the surrounding inland coast, Calabasas, and the eastern and western Santa Monica Mountains recreational area. A former legal advisor to Michael Cohen says Cohen is a liar. Cohen says former President Trump reimbursed him for money he paid to porn actress Stormy Daniels as hush money to keep from exposing an alleged affair with Trump. Manhattan, New York District Attorney may charge Trump for breaking campaign donation laws. The White House is welcoming the cast of Ted Lasso to talk about mental health. Jason Sudeikis, who plays Ted Lasso, it's important to check in on others. The character has been working through some mental health issues on the show. Rain overnight with lows in the 40s. Heavy rain at times. Windy tomorrow. Highs in the 50s to about 60. This report brought to you by BlindShirt.com. We've got a crash in Hollywood on the 101.
That's one down just before Vermont Avenue is taking away those right lanes for those traffic fast once you get to the 110. And the 101 downtown in Hollywood, you'll see some flowing coming across Vermont Avenue. It'll ease up for you as you approach the 110. Then Sarita 14 northbound, that's just before Sierra Highway. You'll see a crash. And while the cars are facing the wrong way, it has the left lane of the offense blocked off, so you'll be tapping the brakes as you try to exit there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. Hi, I'm Kyle at BlindShirt.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, BlindShirt blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at BlindShirt.com. Mr. Gordy is sponsored by the Bart Hall Show at the Long Beach Convention Center. It's showtime. Join us at the Bart Hall Show, March 29th to April 2nd at the Long Beach Convention Center, presented by Progressive, and celebrate 75 years of Hall Show excellence. The leader in outdoor recreation since 1946. Go to hallshows.com. Hallshows.com. Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in an asset that will hold its value and is fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex and never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest
sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches too. Bob's Watches is a trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury and pre-owned watches. All watches 100% authentic and independently certified. And now, $200 off. Just Google Bob's Watches and bill handles and click the link to get your discount automatically applied. So if you're looking to sell your luxury watch, it's fast, easy, post online from the watch expert. Google Bob's Watches and bill handles. That's Bob's Watches and bill handles.
Could you use some extra help meeting basic needs, like putting food on the table or paying the rent, keeping your home warm and the lights on, buying new shoes for growing trees, or help with medical needs? Find out about the Supplemental Security Income Program, SSI, administered by Social Security. It's money you can use to help pay for basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, or medical needs. You can receive monthly SSI payments if your income and financial resources are low, and you are 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who is blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI to learn more about SSI and start your application process today. That's ssa.gov/SSI. This message produced by Social Security and U.S. Taxpayers Tax.
If the last couple of years have taught us one thing, it's to value the things that we can control, and addressing hair loss is no exception. Advanced hair can reverse years or even decades of hair loss with a simple one-day treatment. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and your hair is back by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. It works for bald spots, receding hairlines, thinning hair, men, women, everybody. The top-rated physicians at Advanced Hair have improved tens of thousands of people's lives, people just like you and me who desire a full head of hair. Schedule your free consultation by calling 844-333-HAIR and get $250 off and 250 free hair clips. Do what I did and value the things that you can control. Start regrowing your own natural hair today with Advanced Hair. Phone them up, 844-333-HAIR. The before and after photos help me make my decision, so make sure to view them at advancedhair.com.
Jacoby Myers is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby Myers to be your guide, your advocate, and your support system. With our unmatched experience and expertise, you can rest assured that you'll get the compensation.
With LA Direct, I would say that there is a big push that is in California for the California secessionist movement to break off from the United States. I think we may actually see that one day. I guess we might see that reflected. But okay, well, that's your opinion. It's the fix. Hey, hold on. Let me make my statement before you jump all over me. Okay, there's an opportunity.